ew, I couldn't date one. That would be illegal. Like, and don't even get me started on 30-year-olds. I don't know what the stick up my butt about them is. Actually, let me not get into it because it's so fucking mean. I've always had a vendetta against 30-year-olds and I really don't know why, but she's 25. So I'm like, yeah, okay, we're not the same age. So I'm not, maybe I don't get it. I don't know. We're close enough. I should probably know exactly why I feel this way. Like, I am close enough in age too that it's negligible. It's not like I'm fucking 16 and like, yeah, 25's old. No, like I'm gonna be 25 in you know, a matter of minutes, it feels. So I should probably not be thinking that she's old. But it's just the way that all these 50-year-old, 60-year-old women were not like, God, you know, so young, you know, crazy youth, crazy kids, you know, what a passionate marriage. And, you know, do you think, yeah, how is it gonna work? You're so young. None of that. Just, I loved the flyers. Flyers were like, did you make the food? She catered, the bride catered the wedding herself. And everyone was just talking about the food and the flyers and the flowers and the dress. Not the fact that she's literally 12, because she's not 12. That was where I came to in my head, oh my God, you're not 12. Terrifying. And then I have a friend that's like almost the same age as her, who's still at university. You know what I mean? And then I just broke up with someone, obviously, fucking hell, in such a extreme manner. But I was like, this is fine, I'm young, like, I'm not supposed to be fucking getting married or like knowing anything yet, you know? Although I will say, I think that was the last bad breakup I can do, because I think after a certain age, it does get embarrassing. Like, that one was fine. I got into that relationship when I was 21. So I'm like, okay, you know, that is excusable. I think if I did that again, because that's my third bad one, by the way, that was not a first time rodeo for me. That was my third horrendous end to a relationship, or just horrendous relationship in general. So I was coming to all these realizations of, one, I have 30 minutes. Two, if I wanted to get married or pregnant today, no one would ask me if I'm crazy. Oh, but no, they would, I think. Pregnancy, I think, would be, people might still be like, wow, it's very young. But marriage, for some reason, that's fine. And obviously I know people that get married at like 20,
$. Welcome to my
even.
channel.
Oh, I don't think that's legal.
They did
it on Coronation Street.
Said.
Sophie and Sean got
Hi.
married on Coronation Street when they were 16. Actually, I think they got they didn't get married. That was the whole issue. They got a ceremony of something. Although they actually never did because Sean ran off. So, Bitto law, if you are into Coronation Street. Anyway, crazy. So I find it very hard to understand how old I am because first of all, I'm pretty sure in my head, I've always been 16. I will be 16 probably forever. So the fact that I'm just not 16 is upsetting because, what do you mean? Second of all, am I supposed to be getting married or can I just like still hang out with my friends at university and go get drunk on a Wednesday? Because that's when the student union gets drunk. You know what I mean? Like, where am I? Everyone is so different and it's really, really scaring me. And then, do you want to know the most upsetting thing that happened to me? I'm very used to being the youngest in a room when it comes to like the people that I work with, because I'm the one that does the fucking shit posting and they're the ones with the real jobs who, you know, give me deals or like do my audio stuff, like whoever it is, they're always older than me. I'm very used to being the youngest in the room. So imagine my shock and horror when one of my PR girls I was like, whoa, okay, when did that happen? Like, so you're telling me people my age can have jobs as good as yours? That's like, that means you've had life experience and school experience and you're very capable. It just keeps catching up to me where I'm like, I'm actually not 16. But I think their lives. Some people are at square one and it feels like other people are just further down the road. And whether that be that they have like an amazing job or they're getting married, have a baby, whatever it is, like because everyone's at such different points in their lives, it's hard to even have friendships because I might have a friend that I've had for 5 years, and now I'm fresh out of uni at an early stage of my career, and she is settling down and renting a house with a man and getting pregnant. I don't have that experience, but I imagine someone does, because that can happen. It's a possibility. How confusing. Like, even if it's someone you get on with, even if it's a really, really good friend, life is just genuinely so open to choices right now. You can choose anything you want, that people will just go off in different directions, and you will lose friends, not because they did anything wrong, just because they got married. All of my friends are at a place in their life right now where they're just focusing on their careers, and everyone's at very early stages. Most of my friends are not in jobs that they love or want to work in forever. That's just like the way it is. They are just doing things as stepping stones to get where they really want to be. A lot of people feel very discontented. I think that's the word. And I noticed that there's more anxiety around my friends and their careers than there was 2 years ago when we were all still at university, because like I've said before, university really is a time where, as stressed as you are about deadlines and as stressed as you are about just everything in general, there isn't this existential stress of like, what am I gonna make for myself for my life, because I don't have to think about it right now because
$US$, welcome to my channel.
Right? Like,
At Xander Price P5Y said,
I'm content with that.
Hi, I'm new to stream.
Finish is just this panic that fucking hits you in the face. I had it too, because when I finished university, this was not my job. It was something that I did. It was a hobby. It was really fun and cute. It was not paying me any money. So well, it was, but like not money that I would want to live off of forever. And I had to make a decision, like, do I want to try and do this full time and just like take a year off and travel a bit, which is what I ended up doing because I wanted to go travel with Millie? Or do I not want to have a gap in my resume? What were you doing for an entire fucking year of your life? You didn't have any job, because I always post like if it didn't go well, I would have had a gap in my resume, and that wasn't okay. There's definitely like a buzz of anxiety around my friends, and I think it's healthy because they're concerned and they like, it's a sign of ambition, but people are just going in different directions. I have so many friends who have moved away from where we all went to university, friends who have moved away from home, who are still at university, who are just everywhere, and it's just hard. Also, when you move out of an environment that has become familiar to you, like university, I would go around campus and I would just see familiar faces all the time. I would see people that I knew, not necessarily liked, but I knew. And I had flatmates, and I had housemates, and I had course mates, and I just knew all these faces, and it was familiar to me. Like, everything was familiar to me. It was a world that I had been living in for long enough that I knew everything and everyone, pretty much. Not everything. And that is that's actually a hard thing to lose, because you just kind of lose this sense of belonging, this sense of like community, warmth, whatever it is. Like, it's not there anymore, and it's healthy because obviously you're supposed to, fly from the nest and whatever and go into unfamiliar waters and uncomfortable situations, because that is how you grow and that is how you get a new job and that is how you become who you were meant to be. But it is uncomfortable, and I think it just contributes to everyone being really lonely in their 20s. Also, I always remember when I was like 19 to 21, I had expected for some reason during those years, because it was like early university, I expected that I was going to find my best friend in life, because I feel like it's a common thing in like movies and stuff. And like, you just hear about it of like, I met my best friends at university. I met my kid's aunt at university. And so I had always been like, okay, well, that's when I have to find the girl that is my soulmate platonically, so that my kids can have that, because that's just kind of what I expected. Like, okay, it's going to be the most social few years of my life, university, duh. And, well, little did I fucking know that was not the case. But I thought it was going to be the most social few years of my life. I thought it was going to be the most open, most new experiences, most diversity of every kind of experience you can imagine that you just don't usually get. And so I expected, like, if I'm going to find her, she's going to be at university with me. She was not. I think a lot of people know the value of friendship in this day and age. Like, I genuinely think that I'm seeing a shift, and maybe I'm wrong, correct me if I am, but I feel like a lot of people are shifting in between putting more value on men and boyfriends and relationships in general to their girlfriends. I think I just see it on social media a lot, of people really valuing their female friendships a lot more. I think that there is so much more to be acknowledged even now when it comes to how important friendships are, because I think a lot of people in my age group feel lonely, and their first instinct is get on Hinge, get on Tinder, like find relationship, find partner. And I think that's actually why a lot of relationships don't fucking work, because you just can't enter it like that. Like, you cannot need something and so then you get a partner to fulfill it. Like, you have to be self-sufficient. You have to have enough options for that need to be met, that it doesn't just fall on one person. Like, go out, get friends, continue your life, and then find someone who fits into it. Do not find someone who you can then form a life around, because that's just never gonna fucking work. It's never gonna work. But I do think that people are really like starting to acknowledge the importance of friendships, especially female friendships. But I think it's also hard just once you do find a friend, say you get past the hardest hurdle and you find a girl that you want to be friends with, you're gonna have different jobs most likely. Like it's hard to find people who fit in the same city, similar job, similar life, similar person. It's just like so many puzzle pieces have to fall into place. If they're not falling into place for you, I genuinely believe that there's a reason. And maybe you just need to spend some time by yourself because maybe that is just what you're supposed to do right now. I have had periods of my life where I've had no fucking friends. Like, and it's not like, oh, I fell out with all my friends. It's like, yeah, I have friends, but they're nowhere near me right now. They're off doing their own thing. I just don't have anyone close to me that I like. And it's really lonely and it's actually very hard. And I do look back on those times in my life as like, yeah, that was hard. But the things that I learned from those times were so valuable to me. And I just built a very, very, very strong bond with myself. Probably too strong, because I think that I still to this day, I'm like very much someone who will be like, I don't need you. Like, I don't care what it is you supply for me. I don't need you. I do need my friends. But like, I think I restrict information from my friends because I'm like, let me deal with this on my own, I think, to prove that I can. To myself, not to them. But I'm just like, yeah, let me like withhold this information from you so that I'm not completely dependent on you or reliant in any way, which is dumb because I do want to rely on my friends, and I do rely on my friends a lot of the time. It's just sorry. Like I said, I am living at home and I'm by myself and my friend is here as well. She's just moved home. She's got me, but there's no one else really here majorly that like actually never mind. So as I said, I was thinking about how it is just hard to have to go out into the world, go to university, and then come back. Because I think so many people do it, I do it, I done it. It is hard, it's lonely, it's difficult to readjust to being around parents. It is a little fucking depressing. It's mentally challenging, and it is also just, I can feel a bit hopeless. I now have the option where I can leave if I want to, I just haven't got around to it yet. But when I didn't have the option, when I couldn't afford to leave, and I was in university, it was very, very, very dark. And as much as I love my mum and I love her house, and it's always been big enough for me before, it just wasn't big enough for me. And I didn't want to feel like sound ungrateful, or, you know, seem frustrated, or tell anyone that I was frustrated, because at least I had a roof over my head. It just felt dark, and it felt lonely, and it felt hopeless, and it felt like, what was the point? I worked so hard at university, and now I may as well have just not gone, because I'm just in the same exact position I was in when I left 4 years ago, and now I'm also in debt. I think that position is genuinely hard, and I think the main thing to remember, if you are in that kind of a place, is nothing's real, and more people are where you think than they will tell you, if that makes sense. I'm not gonna be specific when I say this, but I'm gonna share a secret with you, which is, I would genuinely say that over half of popular people online, not only do they not have fucking friends, it's not like, oh, they've got fake friends. A lot of people have fake friends. No, I'm talking like they do not have friends, and they do not have social lives, and they want these things, but they don't have it, and they just make it look like they do. They don't have most of the things that they show. This does not go for everyone, by the way. It's just something that when I first came in to this kind of industry, and I started meeting these people, and I started to understand this is not good. I feel really insecure about human systems, life, and jobs. I remember seeing that everyone somehow could afford similar to how I was, and yet they had a house and a car and all these clothes and all these friends and all this and that. And they were always abroad and they're always doing all these things, and I was like, damn, like, am I not getting paid? Like, who do I need to speak to? Like, salary off. When I get a salary, it's like big disconnect. £5,000 or £10,000 extra money. I'm talking millions difference. And I was very confused. And one of the things I realized very quickly was most of them are nepotism, and that's why they have those things. And it's not that there's a pay difference, it's just they've always lived like that. That was one. Number two is it's not real. And when I tell you it's not real, I mean These bitches rent their cars, they rent their houses, and they rent their bags, and they rent their t-shirts. It's insane. And when I tell you it is deranged, it is. I respect it. I'm like, wow, actually is putting on a production. This is actually the Truman Show. It's opposite day at the Truman Show. No one else knows. Only you know. This is a performance. And maybe I was dumb for not knowing that and for thinking they really had these social lives, and like some people do. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people who do, and I'm in awe of them. I'm like, wow. But a lot of the time, more than you would think, and in contexts that you would be shocked about, I just can't tell you because I'm not about to actually get fucking sued. That's the bottom line. And it's easy to feel like shit about your life and about yourself when you are in your 20s because there's so much comparison. There is so much variation. Either you might feel quite good about yourself because at least you're not on your 7th year of uni because you didn't retake. Maybe you feel good about yourself because you don't want to fucking get married and you feel bad for the girl that you just did, that you've just seen on Facebook. Or the girl who's pregnant and you're like, glad that's not me. And then equally you might feel like shit about yourself because someone in your same age group is talking about their latest promotion and their LinkedIn profile is literally on fucking crack. And they somehow have disposable income for a vacation. That's another thing. People talk a big game about how broke they are. Whatever. It's the same thing as at school when people are like, I didn't study for this test. And the next thing you know, they have an A+. I thought we were in this together. And you just made me feel like we're the same. So I should feel like shit about the fact that I'm not doing as well as you. And now I realize you were lying to me. And that's what your 20s are. You're just being lied to. I think 20s just are lonely for people because of the nature of that. Like jobs, people are very movable, transferable. They go to new cities, they go to new places, they go to new countries, they go home, they leave home. There's literally nowhere you're meant to be. So everyone is at a different point in their lives. It's hard to not feel like shit about it sometimes. I'm actually the same way. I see people in my age group who are rampantly more successful, more rich, more put together than I am. And I'm like, what the hell? And that's fine. I'm not them, and they're not me. There's no point feeling like shit about it because it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And it shouldn't. Because your 20s are meant to be for being lost, for figuring shit out. You're very, very young. Like, I feel like that's actually forgotten a lot, especially online, because you're having conversations about being 22 with someone that's 15. And so in comparison, you feel like you're old. You're 22. That for a sec. The 15-year-old literally isn't allowed to travel alone. That's how young they are. That's a child. You're 22. The way I look at 20s, you're a toddler. So you start at 0 on your 20th birthday. You just were born. If you're 22, you're 2 years old. If you're 23, you're 3 years old. If you're 24, you're 4 years old. That's how I look at them. Because it's literally like you start again. I don't know what it is. I genuinely felt it on my 20th birthday. I felt like my brain went blank. And I started again. And you know what I was actually talking about with my friends the other day? This is how fucking stupid I am. I say that I think for rediscovering things that for example, the other day my friend was visiting me in London and she and I are on the same ADHD medication, and so I was asking her about it. I was like, do you get really tired at lunchtime as well? Like, I literally get so fucking exhausted at 3 p.m. every single day. And my friend was like, yeah, I used to get that. Have you eaten lunch? And I was like, no, why would I do that? And she was like, well, your energy crash in the middle of the day might just mean that you need fuel, which is food, so you should probably eat, and then your medication will probably last longer, and you'll just feel better generally. And I was like, in the middle of the day, because I need extra fuel, this is revolutionary. And I decided I was going to pick up lunch. I've never been a lunch person. It genuinely, can I say something crazy? Lunch is yellow, and 30-year-olds are lunch. They are all synonymous to me, and I don't like any of them. I'm so sorry for birthday. I don't have nothing against you. I don't know what it is. But it's the same way I feel about yellow. We all collectively, there was actually 4 people in the room when we had this conversation. Like, all of us rediscovered the fact that lunch is important. And then my friend was like, my mum always tells me that your 20s are for remembering things that you've actually been taught your entire life. And it's so true. Because why was my friend telling me, have you tried lunch? A revolutionary piece of advice that I would have taken. Like, that's the kind of insight that I'm talking about. Yes, lunch is so right. I think it's really that scary. They are lonely, and I think that is not unhealthy. This one just got married, and this one just kissed a girlfriend. You know what I mean? There's nowhere you're meant to be. You are exactly where you're meant to be. You're not behind in your career. You're not behind because you moved home. You're not behind because you can barely afford your rent, or you can't afford your rent. You have your own choices. Why would you be supposed to be somewhere that you're not? Who told you that? Did they give you a schedule? Alright then. Relax. I need you to always have no fucking friends. I have 2, maybe 3 at push. I have two amazing friends who live nowhere near me. I have 3 amazing friends who live nowhere near me. I have 3 amazing friends who live nowhere near me. And I love that I have them in my life. I just never see them, and I rarely speak to them. I know that they're always there. And then I have a friend who does live very near me, and I see her all the time. And she's like my person. That's my roster on the island. There's nothing else. I have a lot of acquaintances and stuff, but those are my friends. And I'm someone who has literally probably every possibility to make a new friend. I think I'm in a unique position where if I wanted a new friend, I could probably find one the same day. Like if I really put my back into it, you know what I mean? Like I could probably find someone that, like there's so much scope. Even just like I get invited to a lot of places. Okay, perfect. Like I'll make a friend there. It's not because you're unlikable, or it's not because it's hard. It's because it just is hard to make friends. They are a serious and romantic relationship. You wouldn't expect someone to have a romantic relationship. You wouldn't expect them to have a friend. Why? What's the difference? Like it's just a lot of the time. I know they're different, but it should not be an expectation at all points in your life. Be surrounded by friends. They'll find you somehow. They're out there right now. They're becoming the people that they need to be, so that when you meet them, you like them. That's always what I think. I'm like, you know how I think about that? Actually, I always think about that in the context of my future husband or wife. Because obviously I don't know who they are right now. But I know that they're out there somewhere. And I'm like, what are you doing? Freak. You better not be fucking freaking it with someone else. It's disgusting. But it's like, I know that if I met that person today, whoever I'm eventually going to marry, I probably wouldn't like them very much, unless I'm meant to meet them today, but I probably, more than likely, would not like them very much, because they are not who I'm going to meet yet. They're not the version of themselves that will collide with my life. There's a reason I haven't met them yet, because I would meet them or they don't intrigue me, or not my type, or types can change. There's always a reason. And I'm glad I don't, because they probably have some shit to sort out, because I'm definitely not going to date one of those freaks that's like, I actually have a very like consistent linear life, and like I feel like I've always been this person. No, I'm going to date someone that's like, well, I've had 7 different eras, and I can only access knowledge about 3 of them through hypnotherapy. That will be who I marry. So I hope they're okay right now. I don't even know, because they're probably not gonna lie. So I'm not getting married until I'm like 6, so I could be doing anything. It's actually a crazy thought. Well, now I will be driving to London because I'm going to go and cut some with my friend who's going to Geneva. And little ADHD medication update. I had an appointment with my psychiatrist this morning, and she had upped my dose last time to 40 milligrams of my medication, and then she'd give me a booster to take in the afternoon because I kept crashing. And crash is basically like, imagine like I was angry, irritated, exhausted, all by 3 p.m. because the medication wore off before it went, so she gave me a booster. So I started taking that. It's okay. I don't crash anymore, which is nice, but I don't think I'm focused. I think I'm just slightly more regulated, question mark. Like, I'm not more rational. That's the best way I can describe it. Life is okay, and I'm not freaking out majorly about anything, which is very unusual for me. So I was like, okay, I know it's working. It's not making me do my work. It's not making me sit on my computer and focus for an hour, which is what I need it for. Like, I don't mind being a crazy bitch. Actually, I do. Because I didn't realize I was that crazy until I got on this medication, and it just, like... It's nice. It's nice. Life, my existence doesn't have to be a horrendous... But I told her, like, I don't really feel that focused, though. And she was like, okay, well, I'll just, like, up you way more. She's like, since this didn't work, I'm gonna make you try. She's now given me the dose up, and then double dose in the afternoon. So I'm going to take more in the morning, and then the booster that she's going to give me is more akin to a rocket ship up my butthole. Imagine that. And I get to try it for the time. I'm literally so scared because I have to drive to London. So I'm like, I'm not going to fucking try this and then go driving. Actually, I don't think that that's legal. I'm not sure, but I'm obviously just not going to try new medication and then get behind the wheel. That would be silly. So I'm going to go to London, and the second that I park my car in London, I'm going to try the new medication that she put me on, and I'm really hopeful that it's going to work this time because I'm getting a little bit scared that the dose keeps going up and I just still am fucking useless. That's the way I can describe it. I'm still completely incapable of getting shit done. Incapable. I'm really hoping that this will work because I'm getting scared. I'm like, because I googled it and it was like some people's body chemistry literally just does not work with this pill. It just won't help them. That scared me. There's another type of medication I can try if this one doesn't work, and a lot of people find that only one of them works for them, rather than having them both be like, oh yeah, I could take either. It's like, no, I prefer this one over this one. So if this one works, I will try the second option. I'm just and I really hope that it works. Because all it keeps doing is making me feel like I've had caffeine. Like I get a burst of energy and like jitters almost, but like that does not make me focus. It just kind of makes me want to go somewhere, question mark. Like it makes me want to maybe have a conversation, but that's it. So anyway, my dog is actually sleeping next to me right now. It's fucking fast. It stinks. Thank you for listening to this week's episode. I appreciate it. If you enjoyed it, I'm gonna go drive to London now, and then I'm gonna go try my new medication, and then I'll let you guys know what it does. Because it's a significantly larger amount than I was on before. So if I start posting things on my Instagram story that just make you feel like slightly uncomfortable, that's how you know it works. See you guys next week. I love you so much. Have a good week. Bye.
Holds herself to such a fucking high standard. I want to talk to the woman who holds herself to such a fucking high standard that it's basically impossible to not be constantly stressed. It's basically impossible to ever feel satisfied because the standard you hold for yourself is so fucking high, okay? I want to talk to you. I want to talk to the high-achieving, ambitious women like me who struggle to know when enough is enough. I'm a perfectionist. I'm a recovering perfectionist. And I am radically uprooting my perfectionism in this season of my life by using this one question that I'm going to introduce you to in a minute. That is rewiring. It's rewiring how I approach everything in my life. And I'm getting more results. I'm getting better sleep. I'm experiencing way less stress, way less inflammation in my fucking body, way less bloating. Which was a big thing because it was caused by my inflammation, because of my shallow breathing, because of my anxiety, because of the amount of expectations I hold myself to. Okay? I am radically changing my life, and I am unlearning my adrenaline-fueled ambition. I am unlearning the insane perfectionist standards that I hold myself to. I am surrendering essentially to allowing myself to be mediocre. Okay, there is a helicopter circling my apartment right now, and it's massively detracting from my energy and my life source. I have sat here for the last 10 minutes trying to record, and I just put my fucking headphones on so that I don't have to hear it. It's really distracting. It's like, so I just moved into this apartment, right? And I moved from an apartment building that was on the main road in Hollywood, and the sound of traffic passing my bedroom window every single morning was like slashing my heart every time. And I know that sounds so dramatic, but I'm very sensitive to urgency, and I don't think that there's nothing wrong with the cars, right? It's because the amount of urgency was muting a very dysregulated nervous system anyway. Like, I told my friend a few months ago that I wanted to quit coffee. I was like, I just can't drink coffee right now. It's just doing too much to my body. And she was like, I wonder if you would be able to drink coffee though, if you were just like living in nature, you know? And so I think I am in a season of my life where I'm reducing the input, whether that's noise, whether that's coffee, whether that's urgency. And I've noticed so much about myself that I always create an urgency for myself in life by the sheer act of delaying things until they become urgent. This is an extension to who I've been forever. I am actively working to become the woman, become the version of myself that creates and does the boring fucking admin shit before it's urgent. And it's changing my life. I am keeping these small promises to myself every single day. Confidence is the solution to finding yourself again, is bridging the gap between who you know you could be and who you are. Bridging that gap. And how do you bridge that gap? You do what you said you were going to do when you said you were going to do it. Or rather, doing it before it becomes urgent. That's my lesson that I'm learning in my life at the moment, is how much of the urgency in my life is manufactured by my procrastination of the things that actually would take me to in this period of my life is requiring me to really reduce the inputs, right? I'm a high output person. I'm high energy. I love creating things. I love being a vehicle of self-expression. I love being a beacon of energy for other people. And I can't do that if I am overwhelmed, overstimulated, if I have too many inputs. So that's why I'm wearing a pair of fucking headphones for the Thanksgiving show. Right now, but I can't really hear how my voice sounds, so I hope this sounds amazing. I hope it sounds normal. Now, I'm someone that comes on here and always talks about allowing yourself to be great, allowing yourself to pursue greatness, giving yourself permission to fucking shine because you've been so small your whole life, okay? Now, I struggle with that a little bit, but actually my struggle leans in the opposite direction, and my struggle lies in not allowing myself to be mediocre, not allowing myself to be average at anything. And it's almost like I have too good taste that it stops me from expressing the things within me that are yet to be fleshed out and experimented with and trialed in the world. So what does that mean, right? If you're an artist and you have these big dreams and visions in your head and you have really fucking good taste, you might express those visions because you're afraid that they're not going to live up to your own fucking high standards. I have such high standards of myself. I always have done, and it's got me very far, okay? It would be silly of me to sit here and just tell you to like chill out on yourself. That's going to give you success. It's not. You have to do both. You've got to have that little fucking menace in you that's ruthless and relentless about execution, standards, and you also need this part of you that's vulnerable as fuck and is willing to show up as mediocre, because it takes allowing yourself to be mediocre in order to become great. I was just thinking the other day, there are so many things in my life that I don't know how to do yet, right? And even take working out, for example. I've always walked fast, but I've never been strong, okay? I've never been strong. And I met this woman at my gym about 5 months ago, and her body is insane. I've literally never seen a body like this before. And for the first time in my life, I thought, fuck, I want to be strong. I've never had this thought before. I never thought to myself I want to be strong, okay? In my teens, I struggled with eating disorders. I won't go into depth with it, okay? That's another episode. But my point is, my frame was always about, like, using discipline as punishment instead of nourishment, instead of an act of worshipping at the altar of my potential. Discipline was never about worshipping at the altar of my potential. It was always a form of punishment. And I'm re-engineering my relationship with fitness, with writing, with creativity, with fashion, with content creation, with my output, in a way that I allow myself to show up in a really mediocre and average way, because that is what it takes in order to achieve greatness. I don't know why, but this is the year for me that I'm learning to embrace ease. I am learning to understand what it feels like to be a very ambitious woman that trusts in ease, that trusts in relaxation, that trusts in pace. I am both wellness girly, meditation girly, go to bed early girly, and then I'm also a very ambitious girly, dreams bigger than my human limits can probably ever into this one single lifetime as Florence given. I am both. I am both very ambitious and then also want to be deeply present and and I've wrestled with both of these sides of myself for a while. I took a picture and put it on my Instagram stories of the two books that I was debating reading in the morning, and one of them was just called The Magic of Thinking Big, and the other was called Do Nothing. I have always struggled with the two parts of myself, the ambitious part of myself and the part of me that knows slow and steady wins the race. The part of me that knows the answer to achieving is to be deeply present and do things at your own pace, because what's the thing that yields results? Consistency. And when you go full speed all the time and you let that adrenaline side of you sort of take charge, it's not sustainable and you end up burning out. I have burnt out almost every single year since I was like 23. And I remember I posted an Instagram story when I was 19 years old on my Instagram, and I said something like, I posted this on a story, I just said like, oh my god, I'm going too fast, I'm gonna burn out soon. Like, I've always known this. When it happened, obviously, I hurt my back, I slipped a disc in my spine, I developed gut health, inflammatory issues in my body. I had really bad acid reflux. I've had bouts of that over the last 7 years since I was 20. And my thing now, probably for like the last 3 years since I've been sober, since I had my second spiritual awakening, has been about unlearning addiction to doing. As Eckhart Tolle calls it, the addiction to doing. The addiction to doing. Two realms of myself, like we all do, the doing part and the being part, the present part, the one that wants to be anchored in the now, and this like beautiful, expansive part of myself that is so filled with desire, because I want to achieve a lot in this lifetime, and I know I came to achieve a lot in this lifetime. I always have done since I was a little girl. I've known that I was destined for big things, and that part of myself, she needs to be fed. I need to feed that beast in me, okay? if you are someone that relates to this juicy part of you that wants to expand, and knows that you are meant for more, and you feel like you're doing a lot, in fact you're probably doing too much. Like, I'm doing so much, but I'm not yielding any fucking results. It's probably because there is no rest incorporated into what you're doing. So the way that I am applying this new framework to my life in a way that I haven't ever done before, because I've always incorporated rest and stillness into my days since I burnt out a few years ago. It's a new approach. Oh God, it's so weird to say, but I'm allowing myself to be mediocre. It's literally just lowering the bar and the standard that I have for myself and letting it be enough. Which sounds so silly to say out loud, right? But I'll just give you an example. The other day I recorded 2 podcast episodes in one day because I recorded one and it was about an hour long, okay? And I was so on a high from recording this that I went, fuck it, I'll do another one. Fuck it, I'm gonna keep going. And so I sat there, and I recorded another episode, and about halfway through that episode, I literally said on the recording, I was like, oh my God, my throat, fuck, my throat. And I kept going. I ignored my body's limit and I kept going. I didn't stop at satisfied. I didn't stop when it felt juicy. I didn't stop recording after that one episode and let that be enough for the day. I was like, let's keep going. Let's keep going. More. Let's see how much more I can do. Because I was on a genuine high. I was recording. I felt like I was connecting with you, which is so weird to say because you're literally not even in the room when I'm recording, but I do think about you when I'm recording these. And I just kept going, and I obliterated that limit within my body. My throat literally closed over and started to ache and was strained. Because I would talk for fucking ages. I was talking for 2 hours. And I kept going. And you know what I'm saying? And I couldn't record an episode the next day because my throat was so sore. All I was drinking the next day was this throat tea, which has got like licorice root in it, and some honey, and chamomile. And I had to whisper the whole of the next day because my throat was so sore, and it stopped me showing up for myself the next day to do what I wanted to do because I overdid it on that first day. And so instead of beating myself up about it and be like, oh my God, I'm failing at being consistent and slow, right? If that's my new aim is to be a slower paced version of myself. Instead of beating myself up about it and being like, oh God, I'm not doing this right, I'm not doing that right, I should have just stopped. I'm so grateful for the wisdom of my body. And so I reframed it. I was like, wait, there is a thing inside my body that tells me when to stop. Think about this in your life when you're doing a workout, right? And you push yourself past the moment where you know you should have stopped because your body was straining, and not in the good kind of way, not in the way that you do a few more reps or you walk a bit further and it feels like a progressive sort of extension of the workout that feels amazing. I'm talking about the way you really fucking push yourself, you wake up in the morning and you can't work out again. With my crazy routine, with my output, with content creation, with the podcast. I'm never mentally when enough is enough. I've always been very insatiable for more and more and more. Even when it comes to comfort eating, which is something I've struggled with, is I enjoy it so much, I'm like, I don't want it to end, and then I have a stomach ache. I am learning how to not have a stomach ache with my whole life. I am learning when to feel satisfied. Yeah, I'm learning when to feel satisfied. I'm learning when to feel satiated. And that is the hottest thing ever. The hottest version of me is the version of me that doesn't keep going and doesn't push past her body's limits. The hottest version of me goes, I've had enough. The hottest version of me goes, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied. Starting something new is absolutely terrifying. I remember when I first launched my online store as a teenager, I had all of these thoughts going through my head. What if nobody buys my art? What if it's so embarrassing? What if I do all of this and it just doesn't work? The moment I stopped hesitating and letting fear win, everything changed. Shopify is a platform that I have been using for almost 10 years. It's the reason I was able to have financial independence as a teenager. That first sale on my phone was proof that I could be financially stable and independent from my own ideas. Shopify is the platform behind millions of businesses all around the world, and for 10% of all e-commerce stores in the US. My favorite thing about Shopify is that you have everything you could need in one place. You have your inventory, your analytics, you can design your own website there. So if you've been stuck on an idea and you've got this beautiful product, but you're sitting in that what if, it's time to turn those what ifs into... Sign up for a $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/Florence. That's shopify.com/Florence. And you know what, as well, something I've realized is, you know, there are times in life where you should really fucking go for it and you should sprint, but the most beautiful, aligned, electric version of myself is not the version of me that's pushing to almost prove herself. Yeah, because that's really what stems from it, if I'm being honest. Not consciously, but perhaps subconsciously. There is this need with this perfectionism that maybe you relate to, this desire to have everything perfect before you can show it. To be the woman that does it all, to be the good mum, to be the good sister, to be the good friend. Yeah, maybe you go to a bunch of things that you don't want to go to because you think you need to prove that you're a good friend, you're a good partner or whatever. And that perfectionism bleeds into every area of your life. And it's proving. And actually, this form of proving and pushing, the reason it almost reeks, or at least stems from insecurity, weirdly, is because it's like you don't trust yourself that you are enough at your human limits. You don't trust that your capacity is enough. You don't trust that being satisfied is enough. And it could almost, I don't know if that's quite right. Maybe it's more of a... Okay, so take my example with me recording 2 podcast episodes, okay? Contrary to how effortless I may seem on camera, every single time I press record, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. I don't know when I turn the camera on if I'm going to be able to be Florence Given. I watch videos of myself in awe, and I'm like, wow, how did I do that? Every time I watch a video of myself, I'm like, how did I do that? I never know if I'm going to be able to do it again. And you might watch me and think, God, this is just effortless to her. And it is when I let myself show up and decide that it's okay if this is mediocre. If this is going to be mediocre, it's going to be mediocre. But it takes allowing yourself to be mediocre to even show up. Yeah? Because if you think the only time where you are allowed to show up for your work, for your podcast, for your writing, for your family, for your partner, for your friends, whatever, if you think that it requires perfection, then yeah, you're going to be fucking exhausted, and you're either never going to show up because of the standards that you require in your head in order to show up. You're like, oh, well, I need to have this perfect outfit. I need to get my hair done, my nails done, my this, my that, my blah, 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 blah. Half the time people just want you there, babe. Yeah? Same with your creativity, you know? My aim with this podcast isn't to produce the most perfect podcast in the world. It's to connect with people. It's to provide a space for philosophy, conversations, stuff like this, because I need to express myself. It's to connect with people. And it's to share some thoughts that I have, because maybe you're having them as well. And maybe this is gonna help you as well. But if I showed up here every time when I turned the camera on, I was like, right, I need to deliver some fucking sermon that's perfect and could basically be the chapter of a book, because every word I say is perfect. And, you know, I do have that voice in my head and I have to ignore it every single time just to hit record and finish a thing. And actually, when we demand perfection of ourselves, or we go overboard, right, back to that stretching the limits thing, when we stretch the limits of our body, or we push, you'll find it often comes from a place of needing to prove that you can do it because you don't trust. There's almost like a scarcity mindset to it, right? Me wanting to go on and on and on and on and on and record loads of podcast episodes because I had the energy and momentum in that moment is almost like I didn't trust that it would be there for me tomorrow to pick right back up again. It's this fear of missing that moment, of missing that spark. And it's a scarcity mindset thing. And I think there are periods of your life where you need to go to all the events because you're just starting your career, or you need to, I don't know, show up and say yes to everything. And then there comes a point where you're like, I don't need to prove that I belong anymore. I don't need to prove that I can do this. I've banked up enough evidence and proof that when I show up, I get it done. And showing up and getting it done is the biggest act of self-love that you can give to yourself, instead of thinking that it needs to be this big, grand thing, you know? And that's discipline. Discipline is not showing up with perfection every day. It's showing up in a way that is flexible to real life. So let's say, for example, I think a workout is the best example of this, because we all know that we need to work out, right? If you want to get out of a chair at 70, you need to work out, even if it's just little dinky weights, right? I've just started lifting this year. I started lifting last year, and then I went overboard with it, and then I burnt out from that. And now I'm just like, I'm just gonna pick up some weights in my room every now and then. And I've done it every single day because my expectation of myself is lower. So the workout thing, right? If you want to have a consistent workout, or you want to write every day, whatever it is, you do the thing that you can do so that it gets done, period. It just gets done. It doesn't have to be an hour-long run. It doesn't have to be a 20-minute high-intensity, like pumping weights that you can barely lift, whatever. You've got to do your own version of it. It's just got to get done. Because if you've ever got into habit science, ever, I highly recommend reading Atomic Habits by James Clear. It's the best place to start in the world. But if you actually want to have a higher output, it involves seeing yourself in a different way. It involves the identity piece first. So, lifting weights for 5 minutes every morning, listening to your favorite song, instead of thinking that you need to show up for a 60-minute workout to have your dream body and feel amazing in your skin. Which one are you going to show up for more? You're going to show up for the 5 minutes, pumping your arms in the mirror, listening to Madonna. Yeah? That's my vibe. You're not going to show up for the thing that feels impossible to do. And so my sort of radical thing at the moment is allowing myself to be mediocre. Allowing myself to show up every day in a way that's actually quite boring, but keeps the promise to myself that I'm going to do what I said I was going to do, because I am done borrowing time from my future self. I'm done borrowing energy from my future self. Right? Because that's what you're doing. When you overdo it early in life, that could be like drugs, drinking, alcohol, staying up late, whatever it is in your youth, you borrow energy and life force from your older self. You borrow it. It's not free. It's not free. And I would say over the last 2 years, I've really started to think about longevity. It's a completely new, radical lens for me when it comes to fitness, when it comes to health, because I'd always seen health and fitness as something that was quite restrictive. It was about looking the most perfect way instead of feeling the most perfect way, you know? This time, this year, is the first time I've ever thought about getting strong. Oh, that just feels so amazing. I want to be strong. I want to be really strong. It's about my vitality. It's about protecting my life force, protecting my energy. I'm feeling like the most alive version of myself for the long haul. I don't just want to feel good now. I want to feel good for the rest of my life. And so actually that looks like showing up every day in a much smaller way so that I can get up again and do it tomorrow. So this is the reframe that's changing my life and allowing me to show up, keep small promises to myself every single day is, will this thing I'm about to do allow me to show up for myself again tomorrow? If I can't do it again tomorrow, it's not sustainable. It's coming from a place of proving, or just even being in competition with myself. I actually don't think my perfectionism is that deep. I think I just love competing with myself. I love getting better. I'm obsessed with expansion. I'm obsessed with growth. It's what I'm here to do. It's what we're all here to do. And I just have a deep obsession with it. But the path to that isn't burning out. The path to that isn't pushing yourself so far that you can't get up again and do it tomorrow. So whether that is a workout, or you're filming a piece of content, or you're eating a certain way, or you're doing things in your life that aren't sustainable, make it so fucking small that it would be ridiculous for you to not repeat the same behavior tomorrow. I'll give you an example of a habit that I've included in my life. I have started doing breath work every single morning for the last month and a half, non-negotiable, because I only do it for 5 minutes. I do it for 5 minutes every single morning. It's shifted my entire fucking life. It's reduced the inflammation in my body. I was having a lot of health stuff, and it was because I wasn't breathing properly. How crazy is that? And my diaphragm wasn't expanding properly because most of us just only breathe into our chest. Combine that with anxiety, or I didn't have an apartment for a while. And so I was very sort of, I didn't have a home, I didn't have roots, and I need roots. As a deeply creative, deliciously chaotic woman, I need roots in order to actually expand. Otherwise, I just don't feel settled. And I was breathing in a really like shallow way just into my chest. And then I was like, fuck it, I need to do some breath work. And I've been doing 5 minutes of breath work every single morning. Now, old Floss, okay, the perfectionist Floss, wanted to do 20 minutes of breath work a day, right? Because that sounds like it's actually going to shift something. 20 minutes of breath work, 20 minutes of breath work. And yet, every single time I tried to do 20 minutes of breath work and watch a video, 20-minute meditation, I would never do it for longer than 3 days because it was too exhausting. But now I just do 5 minutes, and I do 5 minutes of breath work before I have my breakfast, because I want my breakfast, right? It's that like dopamine habit stacking thing you can do of, okay, I'm gonna do something I don't wanna do, and then give myself the thing that I'm like excited to have as my treat. So I do 5 minutes of breath work a day, and I've been extremely consistent with it, and it's a habit that I want to keep for the rest of my life because it's changing my life. And the only reason I've been able to be consistent with that habit is because I let myself do it in a really small, mediocre way. 5 minutes a day. It's getting done, no excuses. So, if you're someone that is high achieving, has extremely high taste, high standards for yourself, make sure that your high taste and your high standards aren't stopping you from actually just showing up. Because the people that win in life are the ones who hoard their genius, hoard their good taste. Yeah, it's no good being a private genius. It's no good being a person with big ideas in your head if you don't have the courage to let them out. This is why perfectionism is such a sneaky disguise, because it really stops you just showing up, while The person with half your skills and talent is going full fucking throttle in something, and they're gonna win. The sloppy genius, the sloppy half-assed mediocre person that actually just shows up and is a little bit messy and doesn't mind being seen as mediocre, they're the ones that are going to win. They're the ones that are going to achieve beautiful things. They're the ones that are going to achieve alignment, because alignment is actually what we're all craving. You're not even craving the outcome. You are craving that delicious sensation in your mind, body, and soul when your thoughts and your words and your actions align. There is nothing better in life than that. What is something that you can do today that you've been wanting to change for years, that you know would change your life, that you know is probably the fucking key that would unlock the door for so much other beautiful stuff in your life? What is that one thing that you're doing, and how can you do it in a mediocre way today? Yeah, it's no good being Miss Private Genius, keeping your good ideas in your head, keeping your big plans in your head. How can you let yourself be mediocre and show up for the life that you know you were meant to fucking live? Because you know you were meant for more. You know you were meant for more. Done is better than perfect. A saying that I love in the writing world is, you can't edit a blank page. So just fucking write something. You can't edit a blank page. Write something. Craft it later. Let yourself be mediocre. Show it for yourself, and ask yourself this question. If you're someone that sort of overdoes things and tries to go really quick, things like me, and sort of obliterate your human limits. Can I do it again tomorrow? Is this thing that I'm doing repeatable tomorrow? And if it doesn't allow me to show up and do it again tomorrow, then it's not sustainable, and cut it in half. Cut your expectations of yourself in half. It's changing my life. You can't be mediocre. No. You can't be great without first being mediocre. You can't achieve greatness without first being mediocre. The path to mastery in any area of your life is being mediocre and allowing yourself to be mediocre. You need to allow yourself to be average so that you can improve the thing, yeah? Get the feedback. Let's get those reps in. Because greatness requires consistency. And the thing that's gonna allow you to be consistent is something that's small, boring, and manageable. 5 minutes a day. What can you do 5 minutes a day? I'm gonna sign off now. I've been talking for long enough, and I've decided I'm satisfied with what I've said. I love you so much. I'll see you again next week. Please leave a comment below. Let me know what's your little thing that you want to improve on, that you can allow yourself to be mediocre at. Let's all chat about it in the comments. What's something you can be mediocre at this week so that you can actually show up for yourself every single day for this thing? 1 week of good habits and keeping a promise to yourself will completely transform your life. I promise you, you need to experience this for yourself. Thoughts and words and actions aligning. That self-trust is the sexiest fucking confidence you will ever experience in your life. It's nothing that anything outside of yourself can ever give you. Only you can give it to you. I love you. Mwah.
There's a shortage of people that actually respect themselves nowadays. That's why it's so hard. It's so rare to see true healthy relationships, because most commonly both parties are not actually respecting themselves to the fullest, and then one of the two parties is not fully respecting themselves, but deluding the other party into thinking that they are, because the other party would not be with them if they saw that they were engaging with the behaviors that are not aligning with someone that does actually respect themselves. But that's one of the biggest issues with people nowadays. You're not respecting yourself. You're taught and shown subliminally sometimes, that it's okay to not have morals or value your human purity and your essence. You're told that it's okay to indulge in degenerate behaviors, like as if it's normal. That's what's pushed, is normality. And if you're someone that goes against that, then you're the weird one somehow. When really degeneracy is what you need to avoid in your life and in yourself. Because it creates anxiety, it creates a miserable existence. All these terrible behaviors that you're told are normal. You know, taking substances and drinking alcohol, or in committing adultery or promiscuity, not, betraying people, not having integrity, not being honest, not respecting other people or yourself. At the end of the day, it comes down to that. You're not respecting yourself. It generates a sort of anxiety inside of you, and you don't even realize it because you're so lost in the source of all of it that you can't see it for what it is. You're confused and you're anxious and miserable, so you cling on to whoever is willing to accept your degeneracy in exchange for a little bit of pleasurable time. But really what you should be doing is eliminating all these behaviors to then be good on your own and not need anyone to make you feel good. Just be good in your own skin, which takes hard work and discipline and time and separation from the group. The thing is, that's what's getting shoved to the side, like as if it's strange behavior. And in some senses it's a blessing in some senses, because for me, for example, it just gives me that competitive edge, because I can see it for what it is. And so many people are so weak and weakened. They don't have that emotional resilience, regulation muscle work, or trained within themselves, within their mind, and then they're not able to stick things out through thick and thin and grind through tough times. And they're slaves to their pleasures. So that gives me the competitive edge, because I can see it for what it is, and I'm not indulging in that anymore. I used to, because I was lost in the source myself at one point. But by the grace of God, I have managed to drag myself out of them pits, and hopefully I can be a testament to what can be achieved when you engage in the correct behaviors for an extended period of time. But that's the thing. If you are someone that respects yourself truly, you're okay on your own. You're already engaging in all the behaviors that are necessary, or that are normal, that are correct, to live out your best possible version that you can live out, best possible version of yourself that you can live out at the time. You're okay within your own skin. You actually don't need anyone to make you feel good. You don't need anyone's validation or approval. which actually makes you more attractive to the right people. But and to the wrong people as well, to the people that are validation vultures, that just want validation and attention. And they can see that you're not giving it to them. You don't need their validation. That makes them crave it even more. But that's a side tangent. What I'm saying is, I've engaged in the behaviors for an extended period of time, and the result is there's a certain level of satisfaction and contentment within my own self, not actually needing any externality to be good, to be feeling good. But this isn't just, relationship aspects. This is in general in life. When you're able to engage in the correct behaviors for an extended period of time, you end up being someone that's self-regulating emotionally, resilient, hard-working, honest, respects themselves and the people around them. You basically end up being like a pillar of the community, like someone as an example of a person, especially nowadays with, like I said, everything that's being pushed as normal. And you're good on your own. You don't need anything. You don't need anyone's counsel. That's where I actually flourish the most, when I'm on my own, because I'm so used to living my life like this, just by myself and figuring things out by myself, that whenever I have anyone around me, it kind of just creates a distraction. No, I'm not saying certain people don't add value to my life. Of course they do. Many people do. But at the same time, I've figured out a way to maneuver for myself that works for me, that is profitable. So why would I change something that's profitable but all hugely profitable? And these behaviors, they compound. When you stack them up on top of each other and you're consistent for an extended period of time with these correct behaviors, it compounds. The effects, the positive effects of the correct behaviors compounds in your life. The results compound. And things just keep getting better and better and better. That's why, even though it's not easy, because there are times where the devil tries to get to me, I've built myself up to a point where I'm strong enough to resist the temptations of the devil by the grace of God and by the help of positive influences around me. And that's not to say that I'm invulnerable to it. I've just built myself up to a certain point where I can fight it off. But that's it. It just creates a strong character and a strong human. Personally, I can feel huge changes in myself. I can feel my respect for myself grow immensely. And it's not a sense of superiority to anyone else. It's just a sense of actual true self-respect. It's kind of self-respect that money can't buy. Pride in who I am, but not in an egotistical way, just in a pure way. That I'm respecting my human essence, what I've been put here for. And that's something that money can't buy. I don't want any money. You can offer me money, offer me power, offer me everything in the world, and I'm not going to take it. I don't want it. I'd rather be who I am to the purest, highest degree. I'd rather be me, the best possible version of myself. That's my mission. That's what fulfills me. But that's it. When you truly respect yourself, you're not going to put up with people that don't respect themselves. If the person that you're, you know, contemplating on having something serious with is not someone that respects themselves truthfully. Because you're someone that does respect themselves, you're good, respects yourself, you're good on your own. You don't need their company. So you're not gonna put up with the degenerative behavior. If they show that they've got a lack of self-respect, and in a kind and reasonable way, you send them on their way. You don't have to mix with that person. But that's why it's so valuable to actually develop yourself to that point that you're good on your own. Because misery loves company. And when you develop yourself to a point where you're satisfied with yourself, you don't love company. You don't need company to distract you from yourself. You're good on your own. You and your relationship with God. It's good enough. But it all stems from respect and having self-respect of yourself. Being honest. But that's something that's tied closely to respect. Because if you respect yourself, you've got to. There's no way of lying and also respecting yourself. You've got to be honest with yourself. You can't lie to yourself and then claim to yourself. You just don't. Or other people. Whose life are you living if you're having to lie to get by? It's not your true adventure. You're not living your adventure. Your adventure is through doing the truth. The degeneracy that gets pushed with the music videos and all that is so crazy. And it's normalized. But that's lust. That's how the devil gets you. One of the devil's best weapons is lust. So you have to control your lust. You have to eliminate that from your life. That's a new one for me, really. That's something that I've been working on a lot lately, and it's shown huge results in myself, in my calmness and respect for myself. But that's it. It's one of the strongest weapons. It's one of the devil's strongest weapons. But once you get that all under control, and you've already got all the substance abuse and everything eliminated out of your life, and you're exercising, always striving to be the best possible version of yourself each day. There's not much more that you need to strip away from yourself. And all you need to do then is to stay consistent with the correct behaviors.
of time in GTA 5. I have an ungodly amount of time in GTA 5. Like, I've been playing. From its release on PS3 to the PS4 version to playing on PC. I know this game like the back of my hand. I could probably work as a taxi driver in Los Santos at this point. That's how much I've played it. Where are you going? But GTA 5 is probably my least favourite GTA game. And in contrast to that, GTA 4, which I would consider my favourite GTA game, is the one I never play. But even though I have such strong opinions about GTA 4 and I will die on the hill that it is the best GTA game, this playthrough I'm doing just now is only the second time I've ever done that. It's a thought that's been pestering me a lot recently, so I've been playing both of these games simultaneously, trying to understand why I feel the way I do. So today I just want to talk about these two games side by side and kind of explain why I keep returning to the one game in the series that I don't like, and I barely touch the one that I love. Now, I want to start off by saying that GTA 5 is an incredible game. It's amazing, in fact. This isn't going to be one of these videos where it's like, here's 30 factual reasons why GTA 4 is better than 5. Number 1, you can shoot up a hospital. It's not really my shtick, okay? This video is more like, I'm a bit of a moron, and this is the way that my mind processes these two games. But essentially, if I look at the mainline list of GTA games, not including like the PSP games, did anyone else play these? I fucking love them. And I think about how much each one of these games means to me and how much I love them and the distinct memories I have with them. GTA 5 would come in bottom. Now I will admit some of this is purely nostalgia. Of course it is. I played GTA 3 and Vice City when I was so fucking young. Child me killing a sex worker being like... And I remember, as much as I loved these games and I played the shit out of them, I don't think I even came close to ever finishing like the stories of these games. I just didn't care about it at that time. But I lost myself in these worlds and I would play for hours just doing nonsense. And I remember playing San Andreas for the first time and literally being blown away. And then even when I first played GTA 4, I remember being like, wow, this is what next gen is. But before I go any further, I really want to emphasise that when it comes to me comparing GTA 4 and GTA 5, my bias isn't about nostalgia. Because I do remember when I first played GTA 4, there was this kind of disappointment, you know, because coming from a game like San Andreas, which to my silly little kid mind was the biggest thing in the world, you know, and there was so much going on in that game. You could get skinny or you could get fat, you could spray paint walls, you could fly a fucking jet, and now I'm playing as a balding Serbian man? To a kid, that's a bit jarring, you know? Back off! I remember finishing GTA 4's story and like becoming obsessed with it and really, really loving the game, but then once I stopped playing it, I never came back to it, especially after GTA 5 came out. The thing about GTA 5 that's weird for me is although it's a game that I've played more than any of the other games, I have so many issues with it and there's so many things that annoy me about it, but in a weird way I think a lot of them are the reasons I keep returning to the game. I know that makes no fucking sense, right? Let me try and explain it. Liberty City in Grand Theft Auto 4 is this dense, claustrophobic, gritty, nihilistic, insert whatever adjective here you'd like. But there's such a specific tone and feeling I get from this place. And I think anyone that's played GTA 4 understands what I'm talking about. It's like you can actually feel the grime on the streets. Ooh, lovely. The lighting and the colour palette, the deep yellows and oranges mixed with browns and greens is just, it has a specific filter. And it gives Liberty City this really distinct personality that you have this vivid image of what Liberty City is in your head. Like, I can feel the cold winter sun hitting my face and I can feel the rain as it's getting smacked about in the wind. Ooh, I'm cold. Let me drink my hot drink. There's actually Monster and ice in here. Whenever I make these videos, I usually drink a Monster to just get me through it. The more you know. GTA 4 feels like autumn to me. And as someone who grew up in a place that is miserable and rainy most of the time, just like Liberty City, this feels like home to me. And on top of that, the city feels very much alive. You can like people watch in this game. It's amazing. And because it's set in a city, there's loads of pedestrians all the time and they all seem to be doing things and they feel realistic. Like the way they carry shopping bags full of stuff they can drop, the way they run in the rain and put a piece of paper over their head as they're running to not get wet. It feels real. And the NPCs feel kind of human, like they react in human ways. Like if Nico pulls out a shotgun in the street, they're all going to lose their mind, you know? And that feels pretty real. And on my second playthrough of this game, I found myself sometimes just walking around the city and just kind of experiencing it, which is so sad to say. I don't know, it feels like a tangible play. It feels like I could go there. And then we have GTA 5, which just feels so bland. I don't know, it's kind of like they've colour graded it like a Marvel movie, you know? Everything's grey. Everything's a shade of grey.
What?
Like, I don't know how to explain it, but it kind of feels like the whole game is overexposed. Like, I know it's not, but it looks kind of like it. Does that make sense? Am I being insane? That's how I look at it. And this might actually be an incredible representation of LA. I've never been, so I don't know. Maybe this is actually what the place feels like. I could imagine that. The map is also full of these massive open spaces where, like, nothing happens. It's just empty. And the pedestrians feel like NPCs in this game. Like, there's a stiffness to them that isn't there in GTA 4. I just think there's a distinct lack of character to a lot of the way the game feels. It's so much more of a blank slate. GTA 5 is kind of like vanilla to me, you know? Like GTA 5 is vanilla ice cream, and GTA 4 is mint choc chip. And sometimes I want something plain. It's become a meme at this point, the whole GTA 4's physics are so much better than GTA 5. Like, even Jordan Peterson agrees with me.
You tell me, woke moralists.
But, like, it only became a meme because it's true. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many videos you can go watch where it's like comparing like small little details of things happening in GTA 4 to 5, and you can see that there's a distinct difference between them. Look how this bench breaks in GTA 4. It's fucking cinema. Epic gamer moment. Now look at GTA 5. Ooh, yucky, unplayable, garbage. What is this shit? 4's physics though are just, they're so peak. Like, I could watch this video of Nico falling down a staircase on repeat. It's so goddamn good. And you could be like, oh, who cares, you know? Like, it's just little differences you're never gonna notice. But it's like, you see when there's this many little details that are different, you do notice. It feels different. Like, the driving in GTA 4 feels weighted and heavy, and it feels kind of realistic. If you're going really fast, you're not making that corner. And it works really well in a tight, crowded city. And then GTA 5 is much more arcadey. It's turn your brain off, silly, arcadey driving fun. You can drive a car at like 100 miles an hour and then drift around a corner perfectly. And the thing that annoys me here is, although in principle I prefer the driving GTA 4, I like the way it feels more, GTA 5 is more fun. Like, I'm jumping in GTA 5 for a chill drive. I'm not doing that in GTA 4. I want to tell you about this thing that happened to me recently when I was playing GTA 4. It left me in such a state of like, what? That I had to like put my controller down to process it. I was doing this mission for Brucey in the game where you have to pretend to be a gay man and go on a date with a man, but you're there just to kill him. So I went to the diner that's round the corner from Nico's first apartment, and I'm sitting with this man on a date with him, and then I decide to stand up and I pull out my gun and I pop him in the head. He's gone. And then at this exact moment, just after I've killed this guy, these two guys run into the diner. One is holding a gun and one is holding a Molotov, and they're here to get me apparently. I don't know what the fuck I've done, okay? I'm sorry. I go to try pull out Nico's gun, but Nico's already pulled out his phone to phone Brucey to tell him that he's just finished the mission. So I'm locked into this animation of Nico on the phone. As I'm doing that, the guy goes to throw his Molotov and he dings it off part of the diner that then sets him and his friend with the gun on fire, as well as a couple of patrons of the diner. So they are now screaming in pain on fire. And Nico's just having a nice wee phone call to Brucey. He's like, yep, that's me done that for you, pal. And then all of a sudden, a third guy runs into the diner with another Molotov. But as he runs in, he then sets himself on fire in their Molotov. He drops his, which explodes more. At this point, everyone's screaming. People in the diner are trying to escape because there's only one door, so they're getting set on fire. At this point, every single person in the diner is either dead or screaming in pain on fire. And Nico just hangs up the phone and just NPC stands. And I just had to put down my controller. I was laughing so goddamn hard. And I'm so pissed off I wasn't recording. But like, GTA 4's full of nonsense like that. It doesn't take long. If you just wander about, things like that happen all the time. Like, random NPCs will just start a fight together and the police will jump in. And sometimes they pull out really odd weapons. It's insane. And it gives this world so much character and it feels alive when things happen like this. And when I think of GTA 5 and things like this happening, I remember specifically there was like scripted moments that would happen, but I never remember it happening organically. What the hell? Yeah, 4 just has this unscripted nature to it that just brings me so much joy. Now this brings me to the main reason that I think I have so much time in GTA 5 over the other games. And it's the motorway. Sorry, the highway. It's American. Highway. The highway. The highway. The highway rat. Anyone? Cool people know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You're cool. Hit fucking subscribe if you know what I'm talking about. The highway that goes round the map, essentially, you have to go through Los Santos, but it kind of goes round the map. Became my comfort place for ages. Because I went through this multi-year phase where GTA 5 became like an idle game for me. If I had a podcast to listen to, or a big video essay, or even a brand new album I wanted to listen to, what I would do is load up GTA 5, go into Los Santos, find a car that I thought looked cool, any car. I would take it to the garage and max out everything on it, put cool colours, whatever the hell I wanted, because like by the end of the campaign, you have more money than most countries, so it doesn't matter. And then I would just drive around the game while listening to whatever thing I was doing. Like I have so many core memories of like specific things I listen to that when I think of them, I think of the motorway in GTA 5. Highway, sorry. Like, there's so many albums that mean a lot to me that when I think of them, I think about driving at night on this highway. Like Lord's Melodrama, Hopalong's Painted Shut. I listened to Frank Ocean's Blonde for the first time while driving around Los Santos at night. Is that not, like, that's like a once-in-a-lifetime experience? And because the driving is so easy in GTA 5, you can just switch off. It just becomes background. Something to do with your hands while you're doing something else, you know? And as much as I hate to admit it, I think a lot of, like, content was a big part of why I spent so much time in GTA 5. Because like when GTA 4 came out, I wasn't watching YouTube videos about it. You know, it was 2008. I was too busy watching like Niga Higa and like Linkin Park anime MVs, you know? But GTA 5, I watched so many YouTubers playing it and doing challenges. I personally also used GTA 5 a lot when I was finding my footing in making content. I made funny moments videos in GTA 5. I made commentary videos with gameplay in GTA 5. I made a challenge where I was going to drive from one side of the map to the other with only going in a straight line, and then I immediately didn't do that. What the fuck was this video? I made BMX edits because, you know, I'm sick like that. I made like a series like of like machinimas. It was like a TV show where I would in game make the characters do things and I'd record it and I'd follow like a, and it was like this show. It was all about like Franklin's character in the show became like a crime fighting vigilante called the Saint. And there was like a villain which wore I think he wore like a mask, like a monkey mask or something like that. And then there was a detective, and Franklin would wear like a scuba suit with like a luchador mask. And then I would film it all in GTA, and then I'd edit it all together, and then I would voice act. I myself would sit and voice act every single character in the show. Why am I such a fucking freak? I repressed this shit from my memory, and I was coming up with this video and I remembered it, and I tried to watch some of it, and I think I got 20 seconds in before I had to lock it away, put it away forever. And no, fuck you, you're never seeing it. I know you're sitting there like, show us, fuck off. You've never seen the light of day. I'm locking this shit. This is my sleep paralysis demon, okay? You motherfucker, what have you done? Debbie! I also think it's super easy to jump into GTA 5 because of its story and characters. GTA 4 is this game with this really fucking dark story, and it's all about revenge and the cost of pursuing it. Nico is this flawed man who does horrible, horrible things that he's haunted by. And when it comes to the end of the story, there's not a good ending. There's not a happy ending for Nico. Either choice you pick, Nico loses something that he cares about deeply. And when I jump in to play this game after the campaign, I don't know, there's a lot of emotional baggage left with me. The story and the characters are so strong, and Nico is such a specific character that whenever I play GTA 4, I kind of feel like I have to roleplay as Nico. I don't feel like doing out of character things. Like, I make decisions in the game based on his character. And then like GTA 5 is like, here's these silly, wacky characters who are on a quest to make some money. He's a bad dad. He's insane. And he doesn't have any character at all. I'm being super reductive, I'm being an arsehole, I know, but that is how my mind works. That's like my first thought when I think of this game. I just think it's the contrast between them I find so jarring. Like, I guess it's weird when GTA 4 was such a strong narrative and this dark
Dollar
story
us
that
dollar.
was really
Welcome to my
depressing.
channel.
And then you jump into 5 and it's
At
like there's no
Gaku_Black.2
consequences to anything
JZ2
that happens in this game
said,
at all. Especially if
hello.
you pick the happy-go-lucky ending where everyone just rides off into the sunset. Like, sorry, what? So like when I jump into GTA 5 to run about, like I have no connection to these characters or the story. They're simply a vessel for me to do stupid and silly things. And I find that far more accessible and playable to just jump in and have a good time for like an hour. Basically, GTA 4 is a game that I play to play through the campaign and feel immersed in Nico's story in that world. And then GTA 5 is a game that I jump in to blow shit up and drive really fast. Hot take time for a hot take. Oh, that's a hot take coming. I've been told by multiple friends of mine that I have the worst hot takes ever and that they're all dog shit, but it's my channel, so I'm going to say I don't like Trevor. Don't like him. Can't stand him. Sorry. I just can't stand the whole like, oh, I'm a fucking crazy guy kind of shtick. It just really, it irks me. It gets under my skin. I'm like, shut up. Just find something so fucking annoying about him. And don't. I've watched so many video essays. I get it. Like, actually, there's a lot of
At
depth to his
Gaku_Black.2JZ2
if you look closely,
said,
you see that Michael actually
myself,
groomed him into a
Gaku.
life of crime from a very young age, and he's actually very damaged, and that's like the way he is. He's the only character in the whole game that shows any form of true loyalty to anyone. I get it, right? I get it. I know there's more to him. I just don't like him. I just find him really fucking annoying. I love Stephen Hawking. I can't stand Trevor. I just don't want to fuck it. Oh, I just hate fun. I'm just that guy. I just don't like fun. Okay, chalk it up to that. I'm just a silly little unfun gremlin that lives in a world of fucking everything has to be serious, okay? Just chalk it up to that, okay? I just don't like him. Sorry.
At Gaku_Black.2JZ2
You know, like when you watch
said,
a really good film.
what is the
Wow,
game
that was
name?
amazing, and it was like really heavy, totally, and you're like, if someone's like, do you want to watch that right now? You'd be like, absolutely fucking not. It's a Sunday and the sun is out. Why would I watch that right now? I'm in a good mood. That's GTA 4 for me. GTA 4 is the Shawshank Redemption. I've never seen the Shawshank Redemption, but it seems to be like the most common film that has that kind of thing where it's really good, but it's also like, oh, you know, maybe I should watch it. I guess what I'm trying to say is that overall I play both these games for such different reasons. When I play GTA 4, I'm trying to get immersed. I'm trying to live and breathe in Liberty City and roleplay as Nico to an extent. I'm not jumping in and causing havoc and going crazy because that feels off-brand. While my complete lack of connection to the story or the characters in GTA 5 means it is a place that I like to jump in and have a quick bit of fun and do silly things, I'll blow up a bus with a rocket launcher. Why the fuck not? And I also think like GTA 5's constant sunshine, kind of blank canvas nature of it means it's more kind of inviting, you know? Like sometimes I don't want to be cold in autumn, you know? I can just be a bit more silly in GTA 5. I guess what I'm trying to say, and this is going to sound pretentious, but just shut up, okay? GTA 4 is like a work of art to me. It's like art. And then I look at GTA 5 as a fun game to play. You know? We are right around the corner at the moment from GTA 6 coming out. And if I'm being honest with myself, I really couldn't be less excited. Like, I know that when I finally play GTA 6, it's going to be amazing. It's probably going to be this experience that I'm like, oh my god, this is what the future of games is. But like, I'm not desperate to play it in any way. I'm in no rush. Also, I'm a PC player, so like, I'm probably not going to get to touch it until like 2030. I might be dead by then. Who knows? I don't know. I feel like I lost a lot of interest in the series of GTA ever since like GTA Online became so prominent. And it makes sense. It makes them like $1 bajillion because it's such a huge part of what GTA is now. And I think it takes away a lot of what I used to love about GTA. GTA Online has become this huge thing, and it's like players go in to kind of, I don't know, roleplay to an extent, is like, and do things that they can't do in real life. Drive flashy cars really fast, buying a big fancy apartment that's on top of a skyscraper, having a social interaction with another person. And for the role-playing aspect of the game to be as big as it is, I think the game needs to kind of be set in the modern day time so people can do all these things that they don't do in real life. But that then ultimately means that every single GTA game going forward needs to be set in present day to keep up with modern trends that people want to jump on so they can sell stuff, you know? And I guess it just makes me feel a bit jaded about the future of GTA because I know that GTA Online is always going to be a huge dominant factor in it. I just miss when there was more frequent GTA games and they were set in completely different times and they had some completely different tones and characters. Now, like, GTA 6 is going to come out and have to be like this live service that will run for like the next 10 to 20 years. And I just think that's a bit shite, in my opinion. But as I said, I know it's going to be phenomenal, and I know that when I finally play it, I'm going to be like, this is the greatest game I've ever played. You know, one day when I get to play it. So if you've gotten this far in the video and you're currently sat there like, so was there like a point to this video? No, there wasn't. Sorry. None. Maybe you had fun, hopefully. Does everything need to have a point? Does it? Does everything need to have meaning? No. I just wanted to make a video that was a bit more laid back and I could just kind of talk nonsense, to be honest. Just something a bit more silly that's easier for me to do and I could maybe do more frequent. I don't know, if you like this type of video, please let me know. I would also really love to hear what you think about the GTA series or what your favourite game is or how you look at these two games. Anything like that, let me know down in the comments. Yeah, if you hated this, feel free to dislike it. I don't mind. Subscribe if you want. Become a member like Harton here. My guy, look at holding us down, okay? I know that if no one got me, Harton got me. Some boy. Some fucking boy. Before I go off and do my stupid wee dancing outro, where I do my wee dance moves that are so cool and great, I just wanted to point you in the way of my friend, his new EP that he released, called Bone White Scar. I'm going to dance to one of the songs at the end here, but I will put down in the description a place where you can listen to his new EP because it's amazing. I'm truly invested in it. He makes good stuff, so go check him out. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I'm going to go dance now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
You said you get up in the morning. 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 The king was drowning in his story. He put the river in a ring. The night is young and so am I. The night is young and so am I.
Every day I'm not motivated to give it all I got. Every day is not a day where I feel like giving 1,000%, but I still show up. I still give what I can, and I don't go off of the mood, I go off of the plan. For those of you guys who are new to my channel, hello, my name is Jasmine, and in this video I want to talk to you guys about things that I do to still get things done, even if I'm not feeling motivated to do it. And just so you know, you guys, motivation, I believe, is a figment of our imagination. It's not real. It's something that lasts a few seconds, maybe a few minutes, maybe a few days if you're lucky, but then it fades. And you, at that point, are solely reliant on discipline. The problem is a lot of people don't have self-discipline, meaning they go off of the mood and not the plan. If they don't feel like doing something, they just don't do it. You can't move like that and get the results that you want. It's never going to work because you're not going to always feel like doing something, okay? The very first thing that I do to stay locked in is I no longer think about what I feel like doing. I just do what I know I have to do in order to get the results that I want. I know that going live allows me to build my brand, okay? And yes, when I go live, my goal is to sell Glow Up Academy, but I may not always sell a Glow Up Academy subscription. There have been plenty of lives where I don't sell anything, where I could have a full house of people on my TikTok and YouTube live and nobody buys. And of course, those days can be discouraging. I might feel like, dang, maybe I'm doing something wrong. But at the end of the day, it's not just about that. It's about building the brand that I decided I wanted to build over 2 years ago and just showing up for it. Just showing up for it. Letting go of the excuses and committing to the thing that I said I wanted to do. So just like I don't think about brushing my teeth, I just do it. I don't think about going live, I just do it. I just suck it up and I just do it. You guys, you're not gonna always feel like doing something. That's delusional thinking. You're not gonna always feel like posting content. You're not gonna always feel like working out or eating healthy, but it becomes a part of who you are because you recognize that that's what you have to do in order to get the results that you want. You either want it or you don't. You either want it or you don't. And if you don't want it, then fine, get out the way and let somebody else get there. But this whole thought process of, oh, I need motivation, you just sound crazy as hell because motivation never lasts. And so what you end up doing is you end up scrolling and just watching YouTube videos, or you'll watch Instagram reels, or you'll watch TikTok lives trying to get this dopamine rush of motivation, failing to realize that if you just locked in and did the thing that you feel like you need to be motivated to do, you would actually get the results that you want. But some of y'all are never going to see that because you refuse to break out of that loop. Something else that I do when I don't feel motivated to get things done is I make sure that I get 8 hours of sleep. Okay, I have noticed for myself, and I think most people will agree, you're more productive when you're well rested. It is extremely difficult to show up for something when you're tired. And I don't know why we make things harder on ourselves than it has to be. I feel like a lot of times as women, we feel like we have to struggle through life. At least that's how I used to, that's how I used to think. I used to think if stuff wasn't a struggle, then something was wrong. We don't have to make things hard on ourselves. A lot of times we choose the hardest path. Just go to bed on time. And some people may say, well, it's hard to do that when you have kids. Maybe. I don't have any children, but one thing I do know is a lot of people spend a lot of time late at night scrolling. If you just put the phone down and you went to bed, you would get more rest than what you get now. Your phone has become an addiction. It's become something that's glued to your hip 24/7. And the crazy thing is you're not even getting paid to be on the app. I don't know why so many people love wasting their time doing things that don't pay them. I pay the business what's the phrase? I mind the business that pays me. I only do the things that pay me. I'm not scrolling and not getting paid. That doesn't even make sense to me. I'm gonna prioritize my 8 hours of sleep so that when I do wake up the next day, I'm well rested, I'm energized, and I'm ready to get started. I'm not dragging myself through things because I have the energy. I got my 8 hours of sleep. I put the phone down and I go to sleep. And then when I wake up, I'm not reaching for the phone to scroll. I'm getting myself together to get my steps in. I'm setting up to go live. I'm setting up to create these videos. It's freaking 5:30 in the morning, and here I am making videos, getting at it. new day, new opportunity to be great. All because I prioritize 8 hours of sleep. You guys, your body needs rest. You can't go but for so long without enough rest. It's toxic for your body. So why would you even set yourself up for failure? I don't know. I don't know why we choose struggle. I'm telling you, if you prioritize 8 hours of sleep, maybe even if you can't do 8, if you prioritize more sleep than what you get now, I promise you, you will start to feel better. You will start to feel more productive because you got your rest that your body needs. The next thing that I do the next thing that I do to allow myself to stay motivated or to push myself even when I'm not motivated is I eat healthy. I really believe that what you put in your body is what you get out. And this is coming from a woman who was 340 pounds. I lost 100 pounds, okay? So I know all about being a big girl. I know big back tendencies because I used to practice those same things. And I used to be, oh God. I used to need coffee in order to function. Like I used to be one of those people like, I need coffee or my day is gonna suck. I used to have that mid-morning crash, right? I used to need to take naps throughout the day because I just wasn't fueling my body with good stuff. I rarely ate vegetables. I was always doing fast food and DoorDash. I was always eating like fried chicken, burgers, French fries, macaroni and cheese, ice cream, cookies, just a whole bunch of junk food, high calorie junk food. Now, fruits and vegetables. I have so much more energy now because I prioritize eating healthy than I did. And I was younger back then. You would think when you're younger, you have more energy. Not if you feed your body crappy food. It doesn't matter what age you are. How is it I have more energy now that I'm older? How is it I'm more focused now that I'm older? Because of what I put into my body. That's why. And some people, unfortunately, they may not see the correlation or they may not think that what you put in is what you get out. Okay, well then just keep doing what you're doing. If you are a junk food queen like how I used to be, if you're a fast food queen like how I used to be, just keep doing what you're doing. Just don't be confused as to why you don't feel motivated to do anything or why you struggle with productivity and focus. It's because of what you put in your body. And maybe you do have deficiencies. So then why are you not at the doctor getting your blood work and taking your medicine? I cannot make this up. When you start prioritizing, taking care of yourself, you get so much more out of your body. The level of focus and execution is top tier. All because of the foods that you choose to eat. All because you decide to give your body 8 hours of sleep. All because you decide to go off of the plan and not the mood. I can't make this up. And yes, it'll be hard when you start. I'm not going to say you're going to watch this video and it's going to all come together and it's going to be so easy for you to start tomorrow. Absolutely not. The version of me that you guys see today is years of just trial and error. Just giving it all I have, doing the best I could with the tools that I had in my toolbox at that time. But over time, your effort compounds and you get better and you get better and you get better, you get smarter, you learn yourself. I've learned so much about myself. I know what works for me now because I reflect. And I'm not journaling. I just reflect and then I change something up. I notice that it's harder for me to eat healthy when I have junk food in the house. So, because I've learned that about myself, instead of trying to struggle through it, and I know I have a bag of chips, but I'm just gonna struggle through not eating them, how about I just don't bring the chips in the house? Then I don't have to struggle and try to force myself to not eat what's in the cabinet. You know what I mean? You just start to learn things about yourself and you're able to make things easier for you. I've noticed with myself that I get more stuff done first thing in the morning. I am someone who thrives early in the morning. In the evening and the afternoon, not so much. So I do my highest energy stuff first thing in the morning, making my content, going live, when I'm more energized, when I feel the most productive. Why would I force myself to struggle through something later, all for the sake of going live in the evening? That doesn't work for me. So I'm not gonna set myself up for something that just doesn't work for me. But the only reason why I learned that is because I was willing to show up and reflect and change and just put one foot in front of the other and just keep going. Leave a comment down below, let me know your thoughts. Let me know which one of these tips you're going to implement, meaning you actually going to do, okay? I don't just want you watching, I want you doing. Also, make sure you guys join the Patreon if you haven't already. The link is down below in my description, and I will see you guys in my next video. Bye.
Remember when music was actually being made to be good instead of making garbage and a system that rewards garbage? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Hey y'all, Snarky J Cosplay here. I'm not gonna lie, this might be the most old man screaming at clouds video I've ever made, but I actually could not hold back from doing this. So the other day I was walking around the store and I heard this song, and because I couldn't escape from it because I was grocery shopping and there was no way to not hear it, I heard the entire song and I realized that most of the song actually just sounded like a series of disjointed snippets put together, and I'd heard each snippet already on Instagram, and they came together to form probably one of the most annoying songs I've ever heard. Now, annoying, of course, is subjective. It's a matter of opinion, right? A lot of people think I'm annoying, and they're probably right, but again, it's still an opinion. So the more I thought about this, though, the more I kind of came to the conclusion that music feels like it sucks now. And I get that this is such a hot topic with people, but there are some changes that have happened in the music industry as far as music production, as far as the goals of making music, that are quantifiable. They're tangible changes. This isn't even a matter of opinion anymore. I mean, whether or not we're going in a better or worse direction is subjective, but the fact of the matter is that the music industry is changing. So I have to ask myself, why does music suck now? Before we get into it, I know for a fact plenty of people are already going to be sharpening their pitchforks and lighting their torches, wondering where I get the ass to talk about any of this, right? What qualifies me? What qualifies me is I have a channel and a camera. That's what qualifies me to do anything. But also, I do want to stress that I did play tenor saxophone for 7 years through middle and high school, so I have a lot of knowledge of music theory, composition. I received a lot of music training. I was band captain, which is probably how I became the picture of coolness you see today. My point is not to brag about my incredible status that made me so desirable in high school when I was band captain. My point is to give you a little bit of background that I actually do know quite a bit about music and music theory and composition and production, so I'm not talking entirely out of my ass. I would say the amount of talking out of my ass is probably equivalent to most of what I do on this channel, so I think we're good. So music, as we consume it, has never existed in a vacuum, right? There's always people making music, and there's always people wanting to sell the music that gets made. And what music you hear or don't hear is also a business in and of itself. And that's become a huge thing in recent years. Why are we hearing the music that we hear, and what makes some of the music that we hear so popular? I think TikTok is the huge reason for the shift in music. But before we talk about the impact of TikTok on the music industry, I want to talk about one of the things that was basically a tastemaker when it came to music way back in the day, and that is payola. So way back in the disc jockey days of early American radio, a law was established that still stands today. The same way that advertisements are basically required to be disclosed as such as advertisements, U.S. radio stations were obligated by law to disclose that any song that they were paid to play was considered sponsored airtime. The FCC treats payola as a violation of sponsorship identification rules, and that became a really big issue. In November of 1959, the scandal comes to a head. 335 disc jockeys from around the country basically admit to having received hundreds of thousands of dollars in consulting fees, what ended up being known as payola. One Chicago DJ by the name of Phil Lind ended up confessing to having accepted $22,000 to play a single record. That's almost $250,000 in today's money. The subject of payola basically just goes to show you that music has always been manipulated, just the way that it's being manipulated now has evolved from back then. But payola still exists today. It exists on your streaming platforms like Spotify and Apple Music. It especially exists on platforms like TikTok. And the whole point I want you guys to think about here is that there is a pattern to be followed here. Money dictates hits. It's rarely ever about taste specifically. It's just what we can get you to listen to the most. The difference now is that it's not DJs, disc jockeys, controlling what you hear. It's actually the algorithms. It's kind of difficult, at least for me, to look at a platform like TikTok, which often feels so fast-paced and so vapid in terms of its content. It's hard to analyze the fact that it is actually a tastemaker in today's society. TikTok is considered a key driver of music discovery, monetization, and chart success. 84% 84% of the songs that hit the Billboard Top Global 200 in 2024 went viral on TikTok first. TikTok's Add to Music app feature has actually generated over 1 billion song saves, and even billions of more streams on those streaming services of those songs. So TikTok has essentially become a huge place of discovery for music. But that's not entirely a good thing, because we don't use TikTok the way we used to use, I don't know, records or CDs. And that's how TikTok has essentially broken songwriting and music production. What's trending musically on TikTok right now impacts TV, it impacts radio, it impacts streaming services, it impacts directly anywhere where you could or would listen to music. Billboard literally created the TikTok Top 50 chart to track what it is that's going the most viral on TikTok in that moment. But the trend here is that the best performing music on the TikTok platform follows an entirely different set of rules than what music used to do. Songs really aren't written to be good songs. They're not meant to be good music to be listened to and enjoyed. They're written to be 30-second moments to catch your attention. TikTok moves so fast that the structure of traditional popular music has literally had to be reconfigured to function on the app. Since the chorus of a song is typically the catchiest part of said song, music artists hoping to make it big on TikTok are literally restructuring their songs to lead with the chorus. It's basically just a hook to draw in listeners. They're erasing the bridges, and they're almost entirely erasing second verses too. The new structure of music is basically chorus, verse, pre-chorus, instrumental interlude, and then a pre-chorus and a chorus again. Did I mention they love a chorus? TikTok music is basically obligated to focus on only the most fun part of the song. So people are having to change both song structure and subject matter in order to make songs both fun and catchy on the app. Essentially, they're trying to keep everything so light and so accessible that everything just sounds like arcade music. Confident, empowering, sonically unique, and danceable. So in other words, we're gonna be trapped in an endless cycle of either unoffensive Old Navy ad music or shallow dance bullshit. A lot of these are barely even songs. They're just catchy hooks meant to be an earworm once you're on the platform. I know I'm already getting very much into old man screaming at clouds territory, but songs, they used to build to something. You know, there was like a payoff to music. And now they just start with the part that matters, and then eventually they end. I would argue that a big part of this is actually that the apps change the attention span of the user, and that it's not necessarily the fault of the artist. The TikTok app and other social media platforms that do short form content like YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels, they basically function off the 3-second rule. Any video, any user basically has 3 seconds to catch your attention before you swipe up. That's it. So essentially, when we think about music, when the average song length was about 3 minutes to 3.5 minutes, a song and an artist had those 3.5 minutes to get the whole idea across to you. But now, because there's only 3 seconds worth of attention before people swipe away, artists now have to find ways for their song to say everything it has to say and do everything it has to do in maybe 30 seconds. Which is not really a good way of producing, you know, like quality, innovative music. And then there's also that I think more people are passive listening than active listening than ever. Most people aren't gonna sit and listen to a whole album, and they're also not just gonna put on music and listen. They're gonna be at the gym or tweeting or taking selfies or doing literally any other thing, so it really is easier to just make shallow garbage because it's gonna become background noise and nobody's really paying that much attention to the words or what the music is doing. And that's what starts to worry me, is that it seems like in the future artists are gonna be less and less inclined to make full-length songs, and they're gonna shift their focus to making quick, catchy, just hooky songs that don't really go anywhere important. But is anybody sticking around to get to the important part? I mean, how many like Gen Alpha, I think is the TikTok generation, how many of those people would put on The Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd and willingly listen? I'm gonna give you my 2 favorite songs on that album, Time and Money, 2 of my favorite things. time is like a minute and a half of clock noises. And then like chords underlying before we get to one of the greatest songs of all time with a long ass guitar solo in it. Money is a bunch of cash register noises before it ever gets anywhere. It also has a long ass outro. Who the f under the age of like 40 anymore is sitting down to really listen to anything Pink Floyd has ever written? They don't have the attention span for it. That's why Doja Cat is here. And what kills me is how effective it is. I'm gonna tell you something. There's an artist that's out there right now who I think is an amazing vocalist and makes absolute garbage. And that's so rare, okay? Benson fucking Boone does nothing but wear flamboyant outfits and flip around, and he hoots and hollers for 3 to 5 minutes at a time.
Beautiful things that I've got, please stay.
I hate his music. Again, I don't listen to him, but everybody knows
Moonbeam ice cream taking off your blue.
because that was a trending audio on fucking Reels and TikTok for the longest time. So when I go to Target and they're playing that fucking song, I feel like I know it. And yet somehow I don't, because I had still never heard the rest of this stupid ass song. That's actually not the song that inspired this video, but it's one of them. I mean, do you think about that? The fact that that song, right? I think it's called Moonbeam Ice Cream. I don't know. But Benson Boone music basically can get reduced to 30 seconds. It's like a jingle in a fucking commercial. Can you reduce anything by Pink Floyd or the Rolling Stones or anybody else that's created anything that should be commemorated? Like, can you reduce any of that into 30 seconds? Pick the best 30 seconds of Black by Pearl Jam. It might just be Eddie Vedder screaming at the end. But without it, you don't have the context of the rest of the song. These songs require context. They require listening, active f***ing listening. It's not Moonbeam Ice Cream. And people don't want to active listen, so they're okay with Moonbeam Ice Cream. I'm not! We went from sitting through a minute and a half of clocks to skipping a song if it doesn't hit in 5 seconds. And if you're on my side of this, you might be thinking, but Jay, the problem is that artists were just better back then. And I think part of that is true, okay? We look at a guy like Elton John. Elton John is a classically trained pianist. Guys like Freddie Mercury and Billy Joel, both classically trained, received lots of musical training through their youth. Paul McCartney and John Lennon, Richard Wright, even Johnny Greenwood of Radiohead. All of these are artists that received either classical training or some sort of traditional musical education. And maybe it sounds like that doesn't matter, but the thing is that music is so much more complicated than I think the layman really accepts. A technical musical foundation built on an instrument doesn't just help you understand that instrument, it helps you understand music as a whole. And when you learn an instrument, when you learn to play music, read music, you essentially develop this basis of music theory that is going to help with composition, it's going to help with production. And learning to play an instrument or receiving any form of traditional music education really helps train an ear. And that's great for playing an instrument or singing. It's just, there is no comparison to what classical or traditional music education can do for an artist. It's hard today to find artists that are currently charting that you could really say are like classically trained. Now, could we say these people just suck? I think it's unfair, actually, because as petty as I get about people that are making music but don't know what the they're doing, we live in an era where you actually don't really need any of this anymore. Back in the day, songs weren't disposable. So the people making the songs couldn't be disposable either because they needed so much more background, so much more education and information to produce this music. It was at a different level. Today's artists, it's not that I would say they're lazy or they don't care, it's that they just don't have to. Things are facilitated, and the kind of music that blows up now isn't the same. TikTok and music streaming have changed everything. Remember how I mentioned that payola is alive and well? Well, it is, and it's called algorithm manipulation. You might think when you open Spotify or Apple Music or any one of those that you choose your music, you pick what you want to listen to, you have control over it. But you actually don't. Your music is very much chosen for you. Payola 2.0 is alive and well. There are patterns on streaming services that have gotten harder and harder to ignore. When you look at Spotify, for instance, features like autoplay and smart shuffle seem really helpful until you realize that they automatically try steering you back towards artists that they want you to listen to. Last year, tons of users were complaining about 2 of Sabrina Carpenter's tracks, specifically Please 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 and Espresso. They kept coming up on their autoplay and smart shuffle features even though they've never listened to Sabrina Carpenter. And the same happened to a lot of people with Taylor Swift. Her songs were mysteriously appearing in people's playback history even though they weren't listeners of her music. Drake actually famously called out record label UMG and Spotify for rigging the system. Kendrick Lamar's diss track of Drake, Not Like Us, basically blew up. I think it had over 900 million streams, and Drake accused the streaming platform of using bots and algorithm manipulation to boost those streaming numbers. A lot of people took this as Drake being overly sensitive, especially because he's basically been revealed to be a creep and a dunce. But interestingly enough, UMG is actually Spotify's largest label partner, meaning artists that are signed to them, like Billie Eilish, like Kendrick Lamar, and Sabrina Carpenter, their music could very much end up having way more sway over algorithmic playlist curation than any other artist. So this isn't about what people like. This is actually about what the platforms dictate people could like or should like. And look, I know I've called out a few artists here, right? I've been a little petty. And it's not entirely their fault, right? The system is what it is, and if you'd like to succeed, then you have to play the game for what it is, not for what you'd like it to be. But the point is that all of these people are actively contributing to a society in which music is moving in the direction not of improved musicality or innovation in music production, rather it's all about capturing short attention spans and going viral for catchy sound bites. These songs that go viral on TikTok, it's typically because of a dance, a trend, a popular lyric, or any combination of those things. It's never because the song is doing anything that fantastic. And that has literally just given rise to a new form of music that just feels like it's built on f***ing nonsense. And I'm gonna sound, I'm gonna get like old man screaming at clouds here right now. Why is Sabrina Carpenter that big a thing? You know, maybe I'm an asshole, right? I mean, she's adorable, sure, but her genre of music basically sounds kind of like arcade music, over which a woman occasionally whispers or mumbles. And then it's all hyper-sexualized. When did you get high? All of a sudden I could look you up and down all day. In the name of feminism, yet it's all very male gazy, because I don't see how this album cover says anything other than I'm on my knees for a man. I have additional questions. But her music consistently blows up on Reels and TikTok because it's catchy, and every once in a while people will make a trend out of it. Let me ask you something. If you weren't unlucky enough to totally avoid the Grammys, what the f is a cat's eye, and why is this considered music? Tesla, fried chicken, party to Hollywood Hills. I knew that I wanted to acknowledge that song for this video. Oh my God, is this real? So I listened to the whole thing because I didn't want to be speaking out of my ass. I wanted to know what the entire song was. Oh, we're going out tonight. Gang, gang. Oh my God, this song's so lit. Congratulations. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh my God, something's getting on my nerves. This has to stop. I'm like squirming. I'm freaking out. This has to end. I'm desperate for the end. It felt like somebody was pulling off my toenails. And I looked at the time bar because I'm like, surely this has to be almost over. It was only a minute in. I don't have a short enough attention span for a minute worth of music to annoy me unless it's that fucking terrible. I'd be remiss to not bring up the song that inspired this video. I have heard this a million times. But I'd never sat through the rest of the song, and this basically sounds like 4 or 5 different sound bites that just got spliced together, and I realized that I'd heard all 4 or 5 viral sound bites on Instagram Reels. And then they got spliced together and they made a song. I mean, all of this is basically music that is produced exclusively to go viral. That's it. And look, I'm not saying I'm the leading authority here on music, right? I mean, I listen to a lot of different stuff and most of it happens to be older, but again, music is such a, subjective thing. We all have different opinions. My point is that in analyzing this, I realized that it's not, we don't have to say music is getting worse, but it is changing. And I would argue that it's not changing because people got worse at making it, right? I would come out and say openly that I don't think music sucks because people got bad at making it. I would say music sucks now because we stopped rewarding the parts of it that made it great. Artistry has been replaced by virality. I would argue there's still lots of good stuff to be discovered out there, so we didn't lose good music entirely. We just buried it under what performs better on TikTok. And that's all from me. I've been Snarky J. Thank you so much for watching. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. For more Snarky J, be sure to check me out on Instagram, and if you'd like to support me, this channel, and my content creation, do check out and consider subscribing to my Patreon for exclusive photo shoot sets and cosplay content. I'll add links to all of those in the description below, and let me know your thoughts on the current direction of today's music in the comments below.
Hello, I'm Christy, you're watching Tiny Turtle Tarot, and this is your reading of It's Found You. When it's found you, there's a message in it that you're supposed to hear at this time, big or small. So when something I say does resonate with you, please let me know by liking and subscribing. And also please know I'll never reply to your comments telling you to message me.
My name's Brandon, and for the past week, I've been living my life like I'm straight out of the early 2000s. Now I know what you're thinking, but the 2000s were just yesterday. Well, if you can believe it, the year 2000 is old enough to vote, it's old enough to drink, and it's already got a discount on car insurance. Yeah, the 2000s started over a quarter of a century ago. Feel old yet? Well, you probably didn't back then, and neither did I. But I should probably rewind to when this all started. It's December 31st, 1999. The Y2K scare was in full effect, and as we rolled into the new millennium, the world was holding its collective breath. We were told that because of Y2K, the clocks would reset, the power grids would fail, and the digital world as we knew it would simply disappear.
On New Year's Day, 2000,
the end of the world as we know it.
The wake-up call is now.
What are we doing on New Year's Eve?
Y2K may be God's answer. This is not one of the summer movies where you can close your eyes during the scary part.
Today, no one is laughing.
And helping to prepare America for Y2K.
We're probably just gonna chill with the family. In case the world ends.
Now it'll be about 10 minutes till the ball drop and you can feel it in the air. There's a buzz.
But as the ball dropped, the lights stayed on and the celebrations continued. The world as we knew it wasn't going away, and the technology that we were afraid would fail us was about to take over everything. When the year 2000 hit, I was entering my prime teenage years, that perfect age of wanting to feel independent but also desperately trying to fit in and pretty much being influenced by anything. Now, while I was experiencing rapid changes due to puberty, the world was experiencing some rapid changes of its own. In the previous decade, information was still firmly rooted in traditional mediums like television and print, but in the year 2000, we almost got immediate access due to the advance of technology. In the 90s, the internet was just a guest, but in the 2000s, it was moving in. Now, if you think about the differences in time, year 2000 was 26 years ago. Now, if you think about 26 years ago from the year 2000, that was 1974. That's pretty wild. But why does it feel like the year 2000 was just yesterday? I mean, is it really all that different than today? Well, I'm about to find out, because for the next week, I'm gonna be living my life like I'm a man straight from the early 2000s. Now, I'm not gonna be concentrating on politics or the economy, but instead, I'm gonna be embracing the pop culture, the cars, the fashion, and maybe even reconnecting with some old friends we may have forgotten along the way. So I hope you're ready, because we're about to travel back in time to the year 2000. The year 2000, the PS2 was just released and CDs were still the go-to way to listen to your favorite music. Gladiator and American Psycho hit theaters, and shows like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, ER, and Survivor dominate TV. While girls are obsessed with Backstreet Boys and NSYNC, Eminem releases the Marshall Mathers LP. But as a teenager, I leaned into the rise of nu metal, blasting Limp Bizkit and Korn, discovering new music through Total Request Live, and staying up late watching South Park. It was a time of discovery, of trying to find my own personal identity shaped by an ever-growing influence of media. So the goal is to live like someone from the 2000s, and although it feels like times weren't really that different back then, it was still very similar to what you'd find in the late 90s, which is perfect because I still have some of the old gear from back then, where I did a video where I lived as a 1990s man. The CRT TV, the VCR, the desktop computer, so thankfully I have a bit of a head start. But there's one really important thing I need to do to start this challenge, and that is to look like I'm from the era. And for me, like most teens at the time, MTV was a critical window into what was actually considered fashionable. The early to mid-90s were all about grunge, anti-fashion, but the 2000s flipped that on its head. The term metrosexual may have been coined back in 1994 by British journalist Mark Simpson, but in the early 2000s, it exploded. Suddenly it wasn't about not caring how you looked, but it was about engineering a look. And some of the styles you might remember, like the overstyled chaos of the David Beckham faux hawk, the frosted spikes made famous by Justin Timberlake, maybe more the shag style, or you went the complete opposite direction, ultra clean, buzzed, like Channing Tatum or Vin Diesel. Whatever you chose, it had to be intentional, and if you had hair, you needed enough gel to withstand a Category 5 hurricane. Something I remember very well that most kids my age were emulating was definitely Eminem. The Marshall Mathers LP dropped in May 2000. It sold 1.7 million copies in its first week, and it quickly became the fastest selling hip-hop album. Eminem was everywhere. So that was the look I was inspired by. Now, going along with the metrosexual makeover, it's time for some facial hair. And in the early 2000s, it was an exercise in geometry. Full beards weren't quite as popular back then. It was all about landscaping. Some common facial hair was the soul patch, that tiny lonely triangle under the lip. Or if you really had the patience, you went for the chin strap, a beard so impossibly thin it looked like it was drawn on with a Sharpie. It was also the era of the goatee and the pencil-thin sideburns, and since the goatee was arguably the most popular at the time, that's the look I went for. And I might have been inspired by Eminem to begin with the hair, but after doing the facial hair, I definitely given off some Fred Durst vibes. I look like a rock band reject from the 2000s. But now that I got the first step done, it's time for the close. Hey, if you're liking this video so far, please consider checking out our fitness app called Buff. It's an app me and my brother have been designing for the last 3 years. And this isn't just some cookie cutter template, it's been handcrafted. And it's drawn a lot of inspiration from old school RPG games. So there's a leveling up system, gaining experience points after each workout. You have your own personal stats, there's a ton of different exercise tutorials, there's a lot of different programs to fit your specific needs in the gym. So if you're liking this kind of content and want to show us some support, definitely check out the Buff app on Google Play or the Apple App Store. All right, back to the 2000s. Fashion in the early 2000s was still hanging on to the late 90s, and if you ask millennials today, they'll tell you it was simple. Everything was baggy, something the current generation is following. But like most things in that decade, it evolved fast. To make sense of it, I broke the 2000s fashion into 5 phases. From 2000 to 2002, it was oversized everything. The skater look, baggy jeans pulling over chunky skate shoes. By the mid-2000s, that started shifting. Abercrombie & Fitch and American Eagle dominated the malls. Layered polos, distressed denim, graphic tees, and at the same time, there was a harder edge. Affliction, Ed Hardy, heavy graphics, rhinestones, and MMA-inspired tees. And by the late 2000s, something unexpected started to creep in. Slim fits. The era of baggy was slowly giving way to something more tailored. So now that I got the look down, it's time to start living like I'm from the 2000s. Just imagine waking up and it's still the early 2000s. You're in your mid-teens and there's no phone to immediately start scrolling on social media. No bills, no responsibility. The world feels simple. We're back. Today is March 4th, 2001, and I just have to show something off real quick. I finally got my hands on a PS2. Check it out. Oh yeah, there it is. PS2. Oh. So it is the weekend. I'm gonna be booting this up and playing it all day. By 2001, gaming wasn't just a hobby anymore, it was becoming a culture. The PlayStation 2 launched in 2000, and by 2001, it had already shipped over 20 million units worldwide. But it wasn't just a console, it was a DVD player. At a time when DVD players alone cost hundreds of dollars, the PS2 became the most affordable way to upgrade your living room. And then in October 2001, Grand Theft Auto 3 releases. GTA 3 didn't just sell millions, it changed what games could be. A fully open 3D city, complete freedom, and controversy on the news.
Grand Theft Auto 3 may have given our generation of adults something new to worry about.
And a particularly big hit with teenage boys.
Suddenly, gaming felt adult. And you saw games like Metal Gear Solid 2 pushing cinematic storytelling, Gran Turismo 3 making realism a benchmark, and Final Fantasy X bringing voice acting into the mainstream. But then, Microsoft launches the Xbox on November 15th, 2001. It's bigger, heavier, and unapologetically American. Halo Combat Evolved launches with it. System link parties, 4 TVs, miles of Ethernet cable running through basements. Multiplayer doesn't feel like an afterthought anymore. It feels like the future. And Nintendo answers with the GameCube. Compact, purple, built like a toy but hiding some of the tightest gameplay ever made. Super Smash Bros. Melee becomes a dorm room staple. With games like Mario Sunshine and Luigi's Mansion, Nintendo might have been less gritty and more colorful, but it showed these 3 companies had 3 completely different visions. But all would have to agree that these were legendary consoles. Funny enough, I didn't own a PS2 back then. Even a year after launch, the PS2s were pretty hard to find, and me and my brother were diehard Nintendo fans. So on November 18th, 2001, we woke up at 5 a.m. and drove 45 minutes to our local Walmart to pick up the GameCube. Once we made it home, we booted up Rogue Squadron and Monkey Ball, and I was blown away by the graphics. At that time, consoles were still making these massive leaps. It felt like the future arriving overnight. But there was this aura around the PS2 and Xbox being more adult, and being in my mid-teens, that's exactly what I wanted to experience. But thankfully, consoles weren't the only way to experience that. PC gaming was the other way. With games like Counter-Strike, The Sims, and Call of Duty, if you weren't gaming on PC, you felt like you were missing out. And there was one game in particular me and my brother spent countless hours playing, and that was Diablo 2. Diablo 2 was released in June of 2000 and sold over 1 million copies in the first 2 weeks, becoming one of the most played online games of the era, and defining the ARPG genre. But as 2004 hit, we started migrating to a different world entirely. World of Warcraft. And this is one of the first copies Me and my brother actually won this by entering a costume contest Blizzard put on at the time, and you have to remember, these were the days before professional cosplayers, so it was just a bunch of normal kids entering it, but I did have an edge over the competition because I was heavily into movie special effects at the time, so I stayed up all night sculpting, casting, and painting a custom orc latex mask. And I have to say, after booting this up, it was definitely worth it. Little did we know WoW would become a cultural phenomenon with over 12 million active subscribers at its peak. This wasn't just a game, it was a second life, a digital economy where people spent more time working in Azeroth than they did in their actual offices. Some started valuing their digital stats as much as their real-world ones. The line was starting to blur. The 2000s was the decade where we learned that you didn't have to leave your bedroom to go on a journey that felt real. But if you did leave your bedroom, you needed something to get you there. Looks like I need to find a car. In the 90s, you would see cars that were rounded, sensible, and more fuel efficient.
Because under Aerostar's exterior is a truly versatile minivan.
But the 2000s injected new life into car culture for an entire generation. While street racing games like Need for Speed, Underground, and Burnout 3 Takedown let players build outrageous custom cars and tear through neon-lit city streets, there was something about to bring that into reality. In 2001, The Fast and Furious hit theaters. Street racing was now mainstream. The film made $200 million worldwide, but its cultural impact went way beyond the box office. It turned tuner cars like the Toyota Supra, Mitsubishi Eclipse, and Mazda RX-7 into instant icons, and introduced millions of people to things like NOS, aftermarket body kits, and the underground street racing culture. Almost overnight, car customization became a youth movement. The tuner scene took off. Suddenly, it was common to see modified Hondas and Mitsubishis with massive wings, chrome wheels, booming subwoofers, and enough neon underglow to be seen from space. But trends never stay in one lane for long. By the mid-2000s, something else was about to return to the streets. This is the 2006 Dodge Charger RT. A dual exhaust, 4-door, rocking a 5.7-liter Hemi engine, putting out 340 horsepower and going from 0 to 60 in 6 seconds. Now, if you're like me, you definitely didn't own this car for your first car. Being in my mid to late teens, I definitely couldn't afford the $29,000 price tag that came with this when it was brand new, but thankfully my older brother owns this car and let me borrow it for this video. And then maybe that was the case back then. You had an older sibling or some parents that let you borrow their sick ride to make you feel like you were ballin'. And if you went from a 90s car to this car, you definitely would feel like you were stepping into the future. We were done with the jelly bean-shaped cars of the 90s. This has the growl of a Hemi engine and the aggressive lines of the past. Oh, yes. It was retro futurism, taking the soul of the 60s and stuffing it with 2000s tech. Automakers began looking backwards for inspiration, bringing classic shapes from the 60s and 70s into modern cars. Suddenly the roads were filled with vehicles that felt both nostalgic and futuristic at the same time. Cars like the Ford Mustang, the revived Pontiac GTO, and later the Dodge Challenger brought back the bold styling and muscle car attitude of earlier decades. Even everyday cars leaned into the trend. The quirky Chrysler PT Cruiser looked like a 1930s hot rod reimagined for the modern age, while the Chevy HHR followed the same nostalgic formula. It was almost like the auto industry had suddenly rediscovered its past and decided to remake it with modern horsepower, fuel injection, and airbags. Now you could choose your style. High-revving imports with neon lights, or old-school American muscle with a retro attitude. So seeing how this is the 2000s, this is the car I'll be driving around in, and I gotta say, it's pretty dope. Once you had a car, you were set. You could drive to the lake or meet your friends at the mall. All you had to do was give them a call, and back in the early 2000s, that was still done on a landline. Hello? What's up? Hey, what's up? 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 Idiot. Hello? Although things were becoming more digital, it was still predominantly a physical world, so if you wanted to listen to your favorite music, you'd most likely head to your local record store, because in the early 2000s, CDs were huge. In the year 2000, CD sales peaked in the US with over 940 million CDs sold. Although file sharing was rising with Napster launching in 1999, physical media still ruled. Weekend destinations would include Best Buy, Sam Goody, FYE, Tower Records. It was still a time where music wasn't something you streamed, it was something you owned. And back in the age of CDs, the amount you had was bragging rights. I mean, you kind of had to own a lot of CDs because there were some that only held 1 or 2 good songs, so you had to constantly switch them to get to the ones you actually wanted to listen to. But thankfully, burning CDs was a pretty easy option. And you had little MP3 players like this one that made it pretty convenient, but they only held around 10 or 12 songs. But there was something about to revolutionize the whole music industry. It was on October 23rd, 2001 when Apple unveiled something that looked almost too good to be true.
We have something really exciting for you today. It's called iPod. The coolest thing about iPod, your entire music library fits in your pocket.
At the time, that promise sounded almost ridiculous. Most MP3 players could barely hold a few dozen songs, and carrying your music library usually meant lugging around binders of CDs or a skipping Discman. But the iPod changed everything. With a tiny hard drive and Apple's now iconic click wheel, it could store around 1,000 songs and let you scroll through them instantly. Your entire music collection, as Steve Jobs says it,
fits in your pocket.
But by the early 2000s, people had already started finding new ways to get music. Napster. Launched in 1999, Napster allowed millions of users to share MP3 files directly with each other online. Suddenly you could download almost any song you wanted for free. And that's assuming you had some pretty fast dial-up internet, or you're okay waiting 4 hours to download a song titled Metallica Enter Sandman just to find out it was some random techno remix. But the music industry wasn't laughing.
Legal troubles over copyright infringement aren't slowing down Napster. The song-swapping company is now in the top 50 list of most visited sites on the web, according to Media Metrics.
One of the loudest opponents was Metallica, whose drummer Lars Ulrich became the public face of the fight against digital piracy.
Napster hijacked our music without asking.
In 2000, the band filed a lawsuit against Napster, accusing the service of a massive copyright infringement.
Who do you think you are? I mean, just, because you, made us rich, you think you can get free stuff?
Money good. Napster bad.
The case became one of the first major battles over online music. Fans versus artists. Free downloads versus ownership. And it forced the entire industry to confront a digital future it wasn't ready for. Napster was eventually shut down, but the genie was already out of the bottle, which is exactly where Apple stepped in. Instead of fighting the internet, Apple built a system around it, launching iTunes, where users could legally buy individual songs for 99 cents and load them straight onto their iPod. And just like that, the way people discovered, bought, and carried music would never be the same. It was a sign that times were changing.
We have made it to the mid-2000s, and naturally, I am christening it with an energy drink. Now, Red Bull might have been around since 1997, but by 2005, energy drinks were everywhere. Rockstar was founded in 2001, and Monster launched in 2002, so it was now common to see tall cans with brightly colored labels and promising focus, energy, and intensity. Now these weren't just drinks, they were branding. And Monster stood out by being louder and edgier, sponsoring motocross events, skateboarding competitions, and the UFC. So the same culture that was blinged out in Affliction was now fueling up with enough caffeine and touring throughout the day to get crunk. By the late 2000s, Monster would become one of the largest energy drink brands in the world, eventually surpassing Red Bull in US sales. By 2006, energy drinks weren't a novelty anymore. They were part of the aesthetic. And although Monster, Red Bull, and Rockstar might have been the fuel, fast food was the ritual. The documentary Super Size Me, released in 2004, might have forced America to look at what it was eating and McDonald's phasing out the supersize option, but the early 2000s were still peak fast food culture. Taco Bell was in its golden era, and Chipotle, founded in 1993, was picking up speed. Faster than a restaurant and seen as better than your typical fast food, by 2006, Chipotle had gone public. Fresh ingredients and healthier options like having your burritos in a bowl was clearly working. There seemed to be more options than ever for
for everyone. Subway's Eat Fresh campaign, 7-Eleven Big Gulp culture, Mountain Dew dominance, and Doritos plus gaming synergy. In the 2000s, convenience was king. Energy in a can, lunch in 5 minutes, drive-thrus everywhere. It was fast and it felt efficient. But we didn't realize how much faster everything was about to get.
An iPod, a phone, and an internet communicator. These are not 3 separate devices, and we are calling it iPhone. Today, Apple is going to reinvent the phone.
Suddenly, the entire world, music, maps, photos, the internet was sitting in your pocket. Convenience had just gone from fast to instant. Now, the iPhone wasn't the first smartphone. There was the IBM Simon in 1993, the Nokia 9000 communicator in 1996, and the BlackBerry, famously nicknamed the Crackberry. But these weren't for everyone. They were tools for businessmen and tech enthusiasts. The iPhone changed all that. Suddenly, they made it for everybody, and they made the smartphone feel sleek, sexy, and cool. But some people didn't think it would work at all.
$500 fully subsidized with a plan? I said, that is the most expensive phone in the world, and it doesn't appeal to business customers because it doesn't have a keyboard, which makes it not a very good email machine.
Almost overnight, people began switching from their Motorola Razr V3, their Nokia 3310, and their Blackberries to the iPhone. It was the beginning of full connectivity, but the real shift wasn't just the technology, it was the people. Because in the mid-2000s, the internet stopped being anonymous message boards and random websites and became you. Your profile, your photos, your music, your friends. And it all started with a website where everyone had a customizable page. MySpace. MySpace launched in 2003. It wasn't just a website, it was your digital identity. You spent hours learning basic HTML just to make your background sparkle and picking the perfect profile song to define your current mood. But MySpace came with a high-stakes social game, the top 8. Nothing ruined a friendship faster than moving someone from slot number 2 down to slot number 7. It was the first time our real-world relationships were publicly ranked by a digital list. By 2006, MySpace had become the most visited website in the United States with over 100 million users.
How many friends do you officially have now?
I think we're up to 175 million.
Bands use it to launch careers, friends use it to message each other after school, and for the first time, teenagers were curating a public version of their lives online. But while MySpace was loud, colorful, and chaotic, another platform was quietly spreading.
A 21-year-old Mark Zuckerberg turned his little web experiment into a very big business. It's called thefacebook.com.
Created in 2004 by Mark Zuckerberg in a Harvard dorm room, the Facebook started as a network just for college students.
Consider the site the 21st century version of the old paper-bound yearbook.
The design was simple: clean profiles, real names, and a running feed of updates about what your friends were doing. By 2006, Facebook opened to the public, and it began growing faster than anyone expected. We went from personalizing our own spaces to writing on each other's walls. It was the birth of the status update. We were telling the world what we were doing, where we were, and who we were with every hour of the day. We didn't realize it then, but we were handing over the keys to our privacy in exchange for a poke and a like.
The internet was no longer a place where we went to hide, it was a place where we went to be seen. But although our lives online were expanding and streaming videos straight from our pockets were getting closer, as the weekend approaches, Friday nights weren't spent scrolling, they were spent doing something else.
By the early 2000s, DVDs had taken over, so a typical Friday night might be heading to your local Blockbuster or Hollywood Video. You'd welcome in the weekend by wandering from aisle to aisle, judging movies by their covers and hoping the newest release wasn't already gone. By 2005, DVD sales and rentals brought in over $20 billion in the US alone. And you have to think, most people own their movie library on VHS already, but thanks to some pretty amazing promotional videos, it felt like DVD was the only way to watch movies.
And this is what happens when you watch DVD. It's a movie on a disc the size of a CD.
They were sharper than VHS, smaller, and you didn't have to rewind them, which was, I think, a major selling point why everyone switched from VHS to DVD. Plus, a lot of them had cool menu screens, behind the scenes, and director and actor commentary. this was now the industry standard. Entire stores were built around plastic cases and late fees. Be Kind Rewind turned into Don't Scratch the Disc. This is how we watch movies. Physical, limited, and intentional. There was a special feeling of arriving home after renting your top picks. DVDs in hand and snacks at the ready. Maybe you grabbed a new release or maybe something last minute just because the cover looked cool. But it wasn't always the movies themselves. It was the ritual of sitting down with family or friends, passing around popcorn and checking out the DVD extra features as the glow of the TV lit up the room. No algorithms, no endless scrolling, just a movie, and the people you chose to watch it with. But something was changing, quietly at first with Netflix mail-in rentals, but something even more instant was welcoming in the streaming age. Internet speeds were climbing, cameras were getting cheaper, and video files were getting smaller. In the year 2000, streaming a video online would seem almost impossible for most people, but just 5 years later, it was becoming normal. Video was leaving the shelf and was no longer celebrities and big-budget Hollywood. It was you. Thanks to YouTube launching in 2005, anyone with a camera could upload a clip of themselves and broadcast it to the entire world with a single click. Before YouTube, sharing video online was complicated and slow. Huge files, clunky websites, endless buffering, but YouTube made it simple. Click upload, share a link. The first video ever uploaded, me at the zoo, was only 18 seconds long. Today, it has 386 million views. Within a year, YouTube was hosting tens of millions of videos, and by 2006, Google bought the company for $1.65 billion.
Web giant Google will pay $1.6 billion to gobble up YouTube, a company created over dinner by 20-somethings Steve Chen and Chad Hurley.
What started as home videos and skate clips would eventually become something much bigger. The early days of YouTube were chaotic, unpredictable, and weirdly charming. Viral videos weren't polished productions. They were random moments filmed on cheap cameras and uploaded to the internet, where millions of people would suddenly see them.
YouTube's become a social phenomenon. Nearly half of all the videos viewed online are watched on YouTube.
Something that would be considered a personal home video like Charlie Bit My Finger was now part of pop culture thanks to YouTube. Entire careers, communities, and even media companies would be built on this platform. It was the beginning of content creation. We weren't just making memories anymore, we were making uploads. It gave us a stage, but it also started the ticking clock of the attention economy. Before YouTube, you weren't thinking about going viral, you were just rounding up friends and family to watch your latest creation on the TV in the living room. Today, that innocence is gone. Now it's made for the algorithm. By the mid-2000s, the world was changing faster than most of us realized. Our food was faster, our phones were smarter, and the internet became something we shared our lives on. By the late 2000s, everything accelerated. What started as a slow shift became a surge. The internet wasn't just part of life anymore, it was leading it. With Facebook opening to the public in 2006, turning profiles into identity, to Twitter launching the same year, making communication instant and constant. YouTube continued to explode, giving anyone the power to create, share, and be seen. And with new iterations of the iPhone and the App Store following in 2008, suddenly we had apps to make our lives easier. Netflix began shifting to streaming in 2007, and by 2008, it was available on devices like the Xbox 360. Spotify launched in 2008, putting millions of songs a click away. And by 2010, Instagram arrived. Built for a world that was now always online, always sharing, and always watching. We went from logging on to never logging off, from waiting to expecting everything instantly, from living in the moment to capturing it. Everything was faster, louder, more connected. And without realizing it, we stepped into a world where we all became the celebrities, the rock stars, and now there is no going back. So that is my experience in living my life as a man from the 2000s. Now, It was a very interesting period of time because if you're around my age, the most changes were happening. Being able to drive, turning into a legal adult, and being able to drink. And while at the same time, there was these big events like the 9/11 attacks, social media, and smartphones. And that's the reason why it feels so close to us, is because we grew up in it. We experienced it. We saw the transition happening, going through the heartbreak of the world going from this magical and mysterious place into the world it is today. Now, we're the only generation to go from a fully analog childhood to a fully digital adulthood. The last generation to remember life without the internet while also being the first ones to become a part of it. Now, I want to hear your thoughts on this time period and also your stories too. I love reading the stories that you guys have because this is the 5th video in the series. I did one on the 1980s and also the 1990s. So if you do like this content, well, definitely check those videos out. And if you want to go farther back in history, well, I did one on the 1950s and also the 1890s. And these videos really only are made through your support. So if you could, definitely check out our fitness app called Buff that you can find on Google Play and the Apple App Store, because these videos are made by one man, which is me. So they're a ton of work. And just like the DVD special features, I want to take this time to go into a little bit of a behind the scenes look onto how these videos are made. So this is where it all starts, and it's going to be the writing. This is going to dictate the pacing, all the facts and information included in the video. And I really try to contain a bit of a fluid storyline in a sense, kind of going from each part of the decade seamlessly. So if that did work, well, it's because I spent a lot of time writing it, and I actually did have some help from my brother Hudson, who also runs the channel as well. You know, we both grew up in the 2000s, so we had a lot of memories and facts stored up there. And I think my brother is definitely a whiz when it comes to pop culture, music, movies, stuff like that. So he helped a lot in that sense. But once the writing's done, it's on to the shooting. So I'm just setting up a typical B-roll shot here where I'm sliding in to showcase the PS2 here. I got the slider, I got my B camera, the A7S III, got a couple lights. Pretty simple shot, but it just takes a while to set up just because I'm doing this on my own and I have to kind of like make small adjustments and make sure it turns out, do a few takes and maybe get some different angles too. So here is some of the gear that I used to shoot this video. Got some lights with some soft boxes, some C-stands. I got sound, which is the Sennheiser MK-E600. I got a slider. I got my camera B here, which is the Sony A7S III, and my main camera, which I'm shooting on right now, is the FX3. And this, which I think is the most interesting piece of gear, it's gonna be the Canon GL1. Now, this came out in 1999. We bought it, I think, around 2000 to shoot some really low-budget movies. One of the more notable ones was Necrops Awaken. It was a full-length zombie movie we shot in 2001. And I actually used some of the footage in this video. So that was a lot of fun. But the problem was I had to figure out how to get this footage onto modern technology because these are mini DV tapes and I didn't really know how to use a FireWire. I heard it was pretty janky and hard to do. So thankfully there's a pretty big community around these old cameras, and pretty much it's just using this power play here and it stores the information on a mini SD card. You take that, drop it right into Premiere, and it made it extremely easy. So I was very thankful for that. And I think this camera kind of legitimized the whole video because it just gave that super authentic early 2000s look, and it's just a ton of fun shooting with. I'm gonna continue to shoot with this because I think it's just so great. So that's pretty much it. You know, it's taken a while to gather all this gear over time, and I think it kind of adds a pretty professional look to the video, and I'm always trying to push myself into make something that looks high budget and done by a big crew, even though it's just me. So I don't know, hopefully it turned out that way. But I had a lot of fun doing it. So now that I got the shooting done, I jump back here and start to edit. Now, I don't shoot everything at once and then come in and edit. I'll kind of shoot some stuff, come in and edit, go back to shoot just to make sure it's looking good, it's in focus, it's lit right, the sound is correct. And that's what can be very time consuming as well, is because since it's just me doing all this, I really have to check and double check everything, and editing, much like everything else, is pretty time consuming, and I've been at this for years now. I really was shown how to edit by my brother Hudson because he started back in the late 90s, early 2000s with mini DV tapes. So This is like a cakewalk compared to those times. So I have it pretty easy, but I really try my best to try to bring in emotion with the music, really working on getting better in After Effects and, color correction and stuff like that. So there's a lot to it, but it is very fun because this is where it all comes to life. And once you kind of start seeing it come together, that can be very motivational. But this whole process took around 3 months or more to finally finish. And I gotta say, I'm very proud of it. And I really just hope you guys enjoyed this little short behind the scenes look. And I really just want to say thank you. Thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting us. And until next time, stay buff.
Hello everybody, welcome to this week's episode of Pretty Lonesome. I'm currently finishing doing my makeup because I was doing it, I'm not going anywhere, I was just getting ready to talk to you guys and I wanted to look nice. And I was getting ready for this podcast and the spirit moved me and I was like, no, I need to start talking immediately. So I'm just going to finish my makeup whilst we film the podcast since I'm just chilling on my bed anyway because I no longer have a set because why? I moved to New York. It's true, I did it. I didn't really tell anyone I was going to do this because... well, I didn't actually know for sure if I was going to do it until I did it. This is not my apartment. This is a hotel because I don't have an apartment yet. I haven't found a place to live yet. My stuff is all in storage. I don't know what else. That's the spiel right now. The reason that I didn't really tell anyone I was going to do this, there's even people in LA that I forgot to tell. It's not that I forgot to tell, it's that I didn't know if this was something that I was really going to do. And I was so daunted by the idea of I moved to LA 1 year ago, right? And I moved there not really knowing anyone. And it took me a while to feel like I wasn't just constantly in a foreign place. And it took me a while to find friends and to find not just friends, but community. And it takes time. And the idea that I was just about to abandon all that after having just about barely found it was quite daunting. One of the main things that I was thinking before I made the firm decision to move was a year ago when I came to LA from England, I was not at all intimidated by the idea of moving to a completely foreign country, a completely foreign place where I didn't really know anyone and didn't have any strong relationships or ties or anything. The idea of that just, I obviously had people that I knew in LA and a lot of my team is based in LA, and I had been going to LA for work, but the idea of really just moving there, just by myself, didn't scare me, it didn't intimidate me. Toa, who is my best friend, who I knew from London, did end up moving with me, but that wasn't the initial plan. So when I was making the plan to go to LA in the first place, the idea of doing it alone was the idea that I was working with, and it never scared me, and I just did it, no second thoughts. And then once I got there, I experienced what it is to go to a new place and to just live there, and to have to rebuild your entire community from square one, and to rebuild a life and become comfortable in a new place. And I learned that is it's a fun and wonderful thing to do, but it's also can be really hard and really lonely, and also you have to develop a stronger sense of self, and that's something that I didn't expect, because one thing that I learned was that having people around me who I had known for years and years and years was part of my sense of self because of who I was around those people, because it's very hard to just rebrand one day or to go crazy and lie about who you are if that's something that you're afraid of doing, like me. If you can you guys hear my nose squeaking? I have a really bad cold. Well, no, I don't have a bad cold. I just have a mild cold, and I keep squeaking here. I wonder if the mic is picking it up. It's inside of my head is squeaking. Did you hear that? Sorry, it's the pressure is being released as I'm speaking, and it's on this side. That's crazy. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, because I didn't know that was gonna be something that I had to experience. And so I wasn't scared of it. And I think that's the best way to go about life. I always say, if you don't know how big the hill you're climbing is, it is going to feel way less steep and it's going to be way less daunting to start. Like I always think about even just starting TikTok and like starting doing social media in general. If I had known what I was going to end up doing or how much of a part of my life this would all be, I would have thought that I could never do it. Or if this had been my goal, I would have probably never started. And if I knew where I had to get to, I would have just been like, what the fuck? But because I had no idea what I was doing or where I was going, it never felt scary because I just took it day by day. And it was the same thing with moving to LA. And so when I had this idea that I might want to move to New York and uproot my life again and move somewhere where I barely know anyone and start fresh again by myself for real without Toa this time, because she is for sure staying in LA, like I'm fully here by myself. Now that was daunting to me because I knew what might come along with that. And I hated that daunted me. I was like, no, I'm not someone who has ever been scared to just do things before, to just like change my life on a whim. I had never found that scary before, and I didn't like that I was all of a sudden scared. I was like, what have I become? Some kind of old decrepit lady? No. So I was like, that kind of spurred me on even more. The fact that I felt afraid of doing this is kind of what pushed me even more to make that decision and to step back into discomfort and to challenge myself, or not even challenge myself. Like I don't even accept the challenge. I'm just doing it because it's something that I want to do, and I just refuse to not do anything because it's scary or intimidating. So I'm here and this is what I'm doing, and I've officially moved to New York even though I technically do not have a flat here. I'm still flat hunting and I'm just in this little like Airbnb/hotel situation until then. Did I do way too much blush? The lighting in here is really a treat, and by that I mean it's atrocious, and I can't tell if I just did way too much blush. And the viewfinder on my camera is way too small, so I can't tell, which is great. Shall I check in my phone? My nose is squeaking. It's kind of a lot of blush, but it's fine, whatever. The big life update is that I did it. I moved to New York and have never felt more relieved and more happy to have made a decision in my life. I wasn't sure if it was going to be the wrong decision because it's freezing. Right now, outside this window is a blizzard. It is a blizzard. It has been freezing cold the entire time I've been here. When I got here, there was like 10 inches of snow already. That might not be the right number, but there was a lot of snow. It hasn't melted. Like there's just piled up snow on the sides of the streets. I've been here for like 10 days. It hasn't moved. And then today a new blizzard happened and it snowed again, and it's been freezing, and I've never been happier. I have never been happier. It's because I've been in summer the whole year, so I'm not like fatigued from it yet, you know? But I hated the cold when I lived in England. It was like my main complaint in life was that I hated the cold, and I wanted to get successful enough in my life that I could afford to move somewhere that was just like an eternal summer. And then I kind of moved to LA the second that I got the opportunity, because I was like, oh my fucking God, like eternal summer, like this is exactly what I've been asking for. And of course it turned out that wasn't actually something that I enjoyed in my life, which is funny. It's always the things that you think are ideal for you that sometimes just aren't. I think growing up in a cold place, I'm accustomed to having seasons, and I found that my idea of my life is very separated and very reliant on the weather and the seasons and like communal rest versus communal joy, like spring, and the sense of like happiness because it's warm outside, not just like it's always warm outside. Like I like the fact that when it hits 16 degrees Celsius in the UK, people go to the beach because it's like, oh, it's a good day today because it's sunny and it's the first day in the pub garden, or it's the first day where you can do this and that, and then winter comes and it's restful, and like it turns out I really like that. And I think the only reason that I like it as much as I do is because I'm lucky enough to not have to reside only in one place all year, and I travel a lot for work, which gives me a break from the weather and it gives me variation in the weather. I'm not saying I'm trying to do another like 7-month London winter. That's not what I'm saying. But I do think that I actually really value the seasons and being part of that, and being part of winter and struggling a little bit through winter and bundling up and then reaching spring and rejoicing in spring with everybody else because we just had winter together. You know what I mean? I don't know. I've just literally been the happiest I have been in I don't know how long. However, I've still been struggling, and I think that's mainly the point I want to talk about on today's episode, because it's something that I've been thinking about a lot lately. With the new year happening, and then the spring equinox and the Chinese New Year and all the stuff that I was seeing on TikTok about that, about fresh starts and how to move with the seasons, but also in my own life, literally moving to a new place for not a fresh start, but new energy and new opportunities and just a new chapter. One of the things that I was thinking about a lot before starting this new chapter is, what do I want to not embody anymore? What do I not want to bring with me into New York? What am I trying to eradicate from my life by moving to New York, essentially? Because I'm shedding people, I'm shedding versions of myself that I don't want, and I'm trying to, by relocating, help myself embody something new. So I was just thinking a lot about, well, what is that? What do I want to leave behind, and what do I want to be? Who do I want to be in this new place and in this new chapter? And those things are, it's easy to fantasize, right? Like about when I have this thing, or when I live in this place, or when I get this thing that I want, it's going to be way easier for me to be this, 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 and this. Whether that's you're going to be a super organized person or a super clean person, or you're not going to be depressed, or you're not going to be flaky on your friends, or you're not going to have X or Y bad habit anymore when you get to this new place, or you're this new future version of yourself. It's easy to kind of delude yourself. I do it all the time, where I'm like, no, once this thing is gone from my life, this whole thing is going to fall into place. And it's like, I've learned through immense privilege in my career, where I get to relocate to New York City or to LA. I've learned that that doesn't work, okay? And that was really disappointing to me, because I was like, fuck, there's really no shortcut to becoming who you want to be. Like, you're not going to embody a certain thing. Jesus Christ, my face is squeaking so much. I've never, ever experienced this before. But I kind of learned when I moved to LA that, and it sounds dumb, but I learned that, oh, your habits really do get on that plane with you. Your bad habits, those things that you wanted to leave behind and not take into your new life, they actually do, they board the plane. 9 times out of 10, they will board the plane with you. And so prior to moving to New York, I really sat and thought about what I cannot bring with me that just doesn't serve me, that I have no desire and no reason to hold onto anymore. Where I have a lot of problems is with discipline. I am such, to my core, I am not a disciplined person. And one of the things that I've thought a lot about lately is how much I live in my head. And I think it's been a good thing, because I think it's the reason I'm able to do these episodes, is I've spent most of my life just inside of my head trying to figure out the best way to articulate the things that I think and feel. Like, I just kind of converse with myself up here, like, all fucking day. And I don't like to be ambiguous about anything. Like, I cannot rest a situation or a confrontation or an argument I can't not think about anything until I understand something well enough that I feel like it would hold up in a court of law, the statement that I could make about the thing. I literally hold court cases in my brain. I can't deal with not fully understanding every single thing about a situation, or feeling misunderstood by someone else is always really, really fucked with me. I realized how big of a theme this is for me in my life, of just I do not ever rest on thinking about things. I live in my head and I just converse with myself all day. Like I said, I hold court cases. And one of the things that I have been trying to shed lately to make room for more, to make room for something I actually might deserve, is that habit. Because I think what that habit reflects, when you obsessively think about how you feel and who you are and your morals and whether you align with them, and whether what he said was right or she said or what you said, or if there was any differing of narrative or understanding, just obsessively trying to empathize and have compassion and understand every single fucking person's point of view, often except for your own. That whole thing is so time consuming, it takes my energy, and it reflects a deep lack of trust in myself. And I've talked about this before of like, I have trouble trusting my gut. I've always had trouble trusting my gut, and my gut has rarely ever been wrong. And I always find out the hard way because I don't trust myself for whatever reason. What I've been thinking about a lot lately is I'm willing to, and whether or not I am ready to, I think I don't care anymore. In fact, I don't care anymore. My goal is that I trust myself. My hope is I think I will trust myself enough to say that I've like completed training in terms of I know who I am. I know what feels right. I know what feels wrong. I know that I am someone who acts fairly. I also know that I'm someone who can fuck up in my personal relationships and in any area of my life, and that I'm allowed to. And I don't have to constantly be so vigilant inside of my own brain, because even when I fuck up in my own life, usually the harm done is okay. Like, I'm not fucking up in such major ways that would require this level of vigilance. Like, I am surveying myself like a fucking FBI agent to make sure I don't commit some heinous crime upon my loved ones, as if I ever have or ever could. And I'm just done with that part of my life, and I'm learning to trust myself that I am who I want to be. I work to be who I want to be. I act in alignment. And that's not to say 9,000% of the time I act in alignment. I don't, I'm a person, but even the moments where I don't, those offenses aren't something that is so terrifying that I need to constantly have like this much of a grip on myself to avoid it. I'm so afraid of doing anything wrong in my life or to people that I love, or saying something wrong or being unfair somehow to someone, that I'm like not letting myself fucking do anything. And I'm living in my head, and I always have done. And like I said, I think that's what kind of enables me to like do this podcast, and I think that's why I'm maybe come off emotionally intelligent. But emotional intelligence, I think what I've realized is I can rely on this system to work in the background, and that can allow me to actually make action and make choices in my life and just trust that it's the right one. Like, I don't always need to be operating from this immense control center of like this moral policing and alignment policing and violent understanding, this need for a violent level of understanding of every nuance of every situation and every, like, it's like I want to operate from a different place inside of my brain, which is like more action oriented, because I've realized that clarity and understanding and growth come through action, and that clarity follows action much more often than action follows clarity, because I don't think I've ever really found pure clarity through thinking, because I'll always doubt myself, and I'll always understand that my opinion and my experiences are subjective, and therefore I will never have complete and utter clarity. And also, the clarity that I have at one point in time is real, but it will change, and my experience of my life will change, my past will change, the story I tell of my past will change as I come to understand it differently or come to feel differently about it as my life unfolds. And this bad thing that happened to me today is actually a blessing, because it led to this good thing in the future. So for a year, maybe that thing felt bad, and now, it feels good. Now I tell the story differently, and it's redemption rather than failure. And it's like, I've just got to stop living up here so much, because it's driving me insane, and it is ruining my life. So I was thinking, how do I shed this? How do I step into and embody this new version of myself that trusts the excessive amount of work and training and exercising I have done of this muscle in my brain and in my heart? And how do I put that into autopilot so that I can make choices and do things with my life without operating from this place of extreme emotional vigilance all the fucking time, and just trust that I know who I am and that I act as myself and in my own best interest. And that doesn't mean that everyone around me is going to suffer is also the most important thing. One thing that has excited me in this learning how to actually take the next step into this idea of being someone who can be the person I just talked about and put that stuff onto autopilot and trust myself and move with that trust and allow clarity to follow and allow ambiguity to feel safe, one of the ways that I'm doing is by learning discipline. And sometimes I think it's better to act blindly, but just act anyway. And that kind of reinforces a relationship of trust between you and yourself. I'm going to give you an example of one of the ways I did this week that I just finished journaling about like an hour ago. I got a phone call this week, and it was from a person who I have just like given enough to. I have thought enough about them. I have felt enough about them. I'm in my brain decisively, I don't care to think about them anymore. There is no other conclusion I will ever come to other than the one that I'm at right now. And if I arrive at another conclusion down the line in a couple of years, that is hers to arrive to. I will not speak to what future me feels or what she knows or feels or wants. Like, because it's not mine yet, and I don't need to worry about it. I don't need to borrow from her these like feelings. I can't predict them. Right now, I understand that I am done with this situation that was part of my life, right? And I got a phone call from them, and I really didn't expect it. And it was a couple of days after I had moved to New York, and I was like, yes, like new life, new me, new everything. I got a phone call from them, and I picked it up unexpectedly because I didn't realize who was phoning me. And I really quickly hung up the phone. There was no conversation, and I held my ground in that sense of like, I decided that I was not going to speak to this person at this point in my life. And maybe ever, I don't know. But right now I have nothing to say, and there is no further experience I wish to have. Whether that is a conversation or, there is nothing else for me to do in this situation. And I freaked out because I was like, oh my God, I'm thinking about this phone call, I'm thinking about this person, I'm thinking about this situation again. And I was frustrated because I noticed like a lot of thought and energy was going into something that I no longer wished for my thoughts or my energy to go into. And then I realized that I can reframe it instead as an opportunity to practice discipline and engage with the process of building this trust within myself, because up here I knew there was nothing else to be done in this situation. I wished not to have any more interactions with this person or this situation. And so I freaked out when they re-entered my like energy, because I was like, oh my God, like I've gone backwards, or I just got them out my energy. Now I'm thinking about them, I'm wasting my time, I'm back to being who I used to be. And I was like, no, I'm not. I'm just having an experience where I'm thinking more about them because I had an interaction with them, but I'm still not prioritizing my internal affairs with them. I know I have no decision to make based off of new feelings or new information that I have, because I'm sticking to my opinion and I'm sticking to my decision, which is that there is nothing else and that there is no point thinking about this because I'm at my conclusion and there is nothing to gain for me from thinking about this, at least nothing that I wish to gain from thinking about this. And therefore, I can have these feelings and I can experience whatever I am experiencing because I've already decided my path, which is not to engage. And I trust all of the things that happened internally previously to make me decide that. Therefore, I truly cannot be interfered with. My fear was that I had been interfered with. My process, my growth had been interfered with. And it hadn't. And I realized it hadn't because I realized that disciplining my heart and disciplining my mind, when my thoughts go there, to gently call them back, but to honor the fact that they went there. And that's okay. I'm a person. They're going to. But just to bring them back. We don't sit in it anymore. Like, my heart wants a million different things all the fucking time. And it wants to do loads of things that don't serve me. And the difference now is that I'm enjoying the fact that I can acknowledge that my brain is drifting toward this situation or this person that I left behind but that I miss, or that I'm angry at, or that I gotta think about. I don't have to think about it. I trust my opinion, I trust my knowledge, I trust the reasons that I made certain decisions. I have nothing else to decipher or decode. I've made my decision. I call my heart back in, I call my energy back to myself, I call my thoughts back to whatever it was that I would rather be thinking about, without shaming the experience or fighting the experience or shaming the feeling. I just let it go through me and then I pull it back. What I thought was an annoying experience was actually quite a wonderful way to get to prove to myself again in another little way that I cannot be interfered with now, and that I am becoming less interferable with, and that I am learning discipline of my heart and of my mind, and that I am now more committed than I was, and working to be more and more and more committed than I was to pursuing the life that I wish for and that I think that I deserve, and to generally embodying someone who actually makes their own experience of this world what they want it to be. I think the idea generally of discipline, whether that's of calling your energy back to your projects and your work and the things that you choose to be in your life, rather than them being picked at by things that don't serve you and don't end up anywhere good and are inevitably just going to lead you somewhere you don't want to be, or to feel something you don't want to feel. To be able to like consistently move toward becoming a version of myself that, to put it simply, like enjoys her life and has energy to give to the things that she wants to give it to, is like, this is the first time I would say where I've actually enacted anything to get me visibly closer to that version. So the whole idea of discipline and like developing trust between you and yourself, I think is as simple as like small, teeny tiny habits that you do every day. Because for me, the trust is that my trust with myself is currently, or has been for the last, my whole life, but specifically very badly for the past, I'd say 2 or 3 years, has been like just getting degraded and degraded and degraded, because I will set out to do something and I will not complete it, or I will get passionate and then I will completely forget about the thing, or I won't care about the thing, or I won't nurture or maintain the thing. I will take care of myself really well one week and I will completely fuck up my health the next. It got to the point where my trust with myself was so low, because I was such an inconsistent person in every area of my life, that then when I would have an idea or I would have inspiration to better myself or do a new thing or undertake a new hobby or a task or whatever, I wouldn't even get excited at the thought of it anymore, because my trust with myself was so bad and I was so inconsistent in everything that there was no point even getting excited for these new ideas or these new opportunities, because I knew I was not going to see that thing through. Did I blend the contour on my neck? Yes. Oh my God, thank God, imagine. Because I knew I wasn't going to see it through. And so I would get any opportunity would come my way, or any new inspiration, any new thought, and I would just not even care about it, because I was like, I just am not going to be able to nurture this thing, whatever it is. Whether it was a massive new work project or a massive new work opportunity or whatever it was, like a gym membership, I was just like not even excited to start, because I knew I was going to fail, because I showed myself that so violently, consistently throughout every area of my life. And that is one of the biggest things that I have been learning to undo the damage of, because it's so damaging. And one of the ways I've been working on that in the new year, because a lot of this came from like real New Year's resolutions, because I was like reflecting so hard on the year that I've had, or the last year of my life, where I just was feeling like I might as well just give up. Like, this is so, like, I'm just clearly doing the wrong thing for myself, because I don't feel happy, I don't feel fulfilled, and I can't even see straight. Like, I just was so fucking bored and uninspired and honestly, like, very depressed. Like, the last year of my life, but specifically the last 6 months of 2025, I think was it was the worst depression I have ever experienced. I have never felt like that in my life. And I'm still almost trying to recover from it, because it severed another level of trust with myself, where I was like, I felt like I allowed myself to get to that point, and I did, ultimately. For me, in my context, it was somewhere that I allowed myself to get to through years of neglect, like proper neglect of myself and my needs, and allowing others to come into my life and neglect my needs and abuse parts of my brain and heart and whatever. Like, I just had a lot and a long history of denial of myself and neglect of myself that led me to just like hit this point of like, I am a shell of a person. I have no faith in myself. And as a result of everything, I also just have no fucking interest in any of this. And I realized around January, I was like, okay, look, if I want to protect my life and what I've built of my life in any way, I am going to have to genuinely enact change immediately. And one of the ways that I have started to rebuild this trust in myself and have so greatly improved my quality of life as a result of is starting really small. Because my trust with myself, my consistency with everything was like almost exactly at a 0. Like maybe at a 1, because I did, ultimately I did sustain at least this podcast deal. Thanks, Alex. But that like is just like a massive, like the grace of God kind of thing. Anyway, I just started to drink a liter of water a day. I was like, okay, if I can build that habit, I will trust myself for that one thing. And then I started to have breakfast every morning. And then once I wasn't failing at that, I was like, look at me. Like, I trust myself that I'm going to eat breakfast every day next week, which means I'm not going to have a horrible day because I'm working on an empty stomach. And my brain is going to be balanced. My body's going to be okay. And then on top of those habits that was sustaining the very baseline of my life, like food and water, I started to build other habits. Like I would make my bed, or I would keep my bathroom sink clear, or I would hang up my shirts after I threw them on the floor because I tried 5 on and I hated all of them. And like slowly but surely, and I'm still in the earlier stages of doing this, but I have started to rebuild this like trust in myself. And moving to New York is part of that rebuilding process because number one, I needed to be stripped of whatever the fuck I was clinging to, without even wondering what I was clinging to. I didn't even need to be like, well, if I stayed in LA, what are the things that I could change and what isn't serving me here? It's like, I needed to shut the fuck up and I needed to go somewhere new. I don't even care if I left good things behind. We're starting something new. Like, that's it. Like, you're going. Like, kind of like a parent to myself of like, get up and go over there. I don't care if you want to. You're going. That's it. And that's like how I've kind of been speaking to myself lately. And now that I'm in New York, it's a lot easier actually to notice like, oh, that's not something that aligns with this new version of me. And hey, I don't like when I do that. Hey, I've noticed I've done less of this, that, or the other. Like it's really served me in that way, but generally speaking, I think it's the most helpful thing I've done in probably my whole life. And I actually, the last time I had this kind of a level of trust with myself, which was a way higher level of trust, but it was in 2020 when I was in my first, I don't know, when I was still at uni or college, and I was like military level shit with myself about studying because I was going through a bad breakup and it was like the only way I could function. God bless, I had the healthiest coping mechanisms. I mean, it actually burnt me out really badly, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it did matter, but I got good grades. I would get up at 7 a.m., I would shower and I would cook breakfast and I would sit down, I would start my work at 8, and then at 11 I would take a 20-minute break and then I would work again, and then at 1 I would take an hour and then I would go back to work at 2 and then I would work through till 5 and then I would stop. And that was my day of studying because obviously it was during the pandemic, so I was it 2021? Or when did the pandemic even end? It was 2021, sorry. I'm really bad at doing maths, as we know, I failed that one. But I had such a... That was also the last time in my life where I really felt a love for myself. And I was very much like, I was really going through it. But I had this complete isolation because it was the pandemic, but I was at uni. So I was in a house by myself basically the entire time. And I low-key went completely insane. But I had this very loving, trusting relationship with myself where I got up every day and I worked because I knew I needed that grade. And there was nothing else that really mattered to me. I needed that grade so I didn't have to live in England because I hated the fucking winter. And obviously my life worked out in another way where I no longer have to live in England because I do hate the weather, but now I'm in New York where the weather is worse. And it's funny how these things happen, isn't it? But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the last time I had such good discipline was also the last time I treated myself, my body, my needs with any level of respect and love. And that all I let that go away. I lost that because I hadn't really, I guess, learnt the lesson that I needed to learn in order to sustain it. For whatever reason, I struggled to learn. It's the self-trust thing again. Wow, it all comes back to that, huh? I hadn't trusted in the first heartbreak that I'd had, the lesson that I learned from it. I didn't trust that means that I've got to trust my instincts, or that means that I deserve better. Like, I thought I did, I felt like I knew, but like, I wish I was someone who learned things the first time, or I wish I was someone who was born with this just trust in myself and this just like second nature of like, this feels good, I'm doing it, or this feels wrong, I'm not doing that. For some reason, most of my life, I've done only the things that feel wrong, in almost this strong defiance of myself of like, I must be this. For some reason, I am so innately crazy and evil to my core that anything that feels bad to me is actually something that I should go and do, because it's going to remodel me and reshape me to be more likable and more refined, and I need more exposure to this and that and the other, and I need to toughen up. And so every time my gut is like, hey, this isn't good, hey, this person is not for you, hey, this is bad, hey, this is harmful, I've been like, I'm crazy and I need this. So someone could just walk up to me and be like, I'm going to torture you. And I would have been like, thank you, perfect. Someone has to fucking do it. You know, someone's going to slap this bitch in the face. Because I've never, like I said, I've never trusted myself. I've never trusted who I am. Like, I've almost had to test it out. Like, if I think I'm a good person or a loving person or someone who can endure things, I have to then check on that. And I'm like, okay, who is the worst person in the world? I'm going to love them so that I can prove that I am a loving person, because I don't trust, or I haven't trusted myself. And that's kind of the best way I can surmise it. And it's like, that lack of trust in myself bled into every other area of my life. I couldn't trust myself to get out of bed tomorrow, or to make food for myself tomorrow, or to maintain, sustain, nurture any habit, any goal, any good thing. And it literally, like, derailed my whole life. Like, and I could just not let it continue. And so that is my spiel for today, is that discipline and having a purpose for that discipline. Like, what is it? Not just what am I shedding, not just what am I trying to not be anymore, not just what didn't serve me, but like, in its place, what will I implement and why? Because I want to live a life where I am passionate and excited and someone who gets to make decisions and take actions. Like, and I am excited at the thought of being that person, and I am exhausted at the thought of falling into another depression the way that I was in for the last however long. I didn't realize that it could be almost boiled down to actionable things. I thought that a lot of my faults were that I needed to think differently, or think less, or think more about X, Y, and Z, or feel differently.
Welcome to my channel.
How to feel differently about certain things. I didn't realize until now that I can just discipline myself to still be the person that I want to be through reinforcing this relationship of trust to myself. And I do not need to think my way out of anything or think my way into anything. More so, I can just be that thing. I can just fucking discipline myself just enough and build and stack these habits, one small habit on top of the next, with a vision of who I will be under discipline, living in a structure that supports my goals, trusting in who I am and who I've shown up to be in the world, and who I have not shown up to be in the world. And I can do anything I want. I can be who I want. I don't have to first change something about the fabric of my being. I don't have to seek out discomfort and learn a million more lessons before I can become who I want to be or do what I want to do. No, I could just fucking well make my bed, drink some water, have some breakfast, do that every day, and trust myself just this much. Just bet on myself just one fucking time and just stop all of this. I choose to stop fucking thinking. I'm not going to keep thinking. I can't keep thinking. That is my spiel for this week. Girls and boys, I'm still gonna think. I promise, I'm still gonna think loads. But like, I don't know if it's the year of the fire horse or what, but we have to take action immediately, girls. Like, I can't, yeah. Anyway. I think the reason that to surmise the episode, a lot of the last things that I was talking about around the new year was New Year's resolutions and new goals and things to shed or things not to shed. And I realized that's just like half of the equation. And the next part of the equation, the much harder part of the equation is like, well, what do you actually then do? The hard part, like how do you then become the person that you want to be if you were to shed this or to shed that? And I knew it sounds really stupid, okay? I know it sounds dumb, but I didn't realize that I can't just decide to not be or think my way into or out of being anything. I just have to start acting as if I am this person and start building the foundation of that person at the very least. What are the habits that they have, okay? They probably get out of bed by 10 a.m. at least. And they probably trust themselves that they're going to nurture their body and feed it. Nourish their body and feed it. And so maybe I can just put down the fucking self-help book for 1 second and get up and make an actual change in my life and stop living in my head. Because of my experience so far, it changes very little. Because like I said, my experience was always subjective and I could think about it for the rest of my life and probably come to a different conclusion every day. And you know what? That is what I do. And I'm fucking bored of it. And it was great. And even though I sound frustrated with it, that's another thing I need to unlearn, is feeling frustrated with old versions of myself, because that just leads to a cycle of lacking trust in yourself again, of like, okay, well now I'm convinced that even though I'm passionate and hyped up about my new version of myself that I am, and I hate the old one because I'm not her anymore and I'm new and I'm better than her and I know more than she did and I wasted time being that version and blah, blah, blah. Well, if you do that enough times, you're gonna start to lose excitement every time you become a new person or a new version of yourself, or you step into a new chapter, because you know inevitably in the future a future version of you is looking back and hating on you. Like, that's no fun. So I have to remember to always look back on past versions of myself that I no longer wish to be, but look back with love and gratitude and nothing else. Not shame, not anger, not resentment, not regret. Just take it, nod, thank her, okay, and now something new. And I love you both. And I love myself. And I love myself, I swear to God. I do, I promise. Yes. Okay, well there we go. Oh, so I moved to New York, and this is not my apartment, it is a hotel. And actually, I'm going to Milan in literally 3 days. So I have to get a storage unit in Manhattan for all my suitcases and stuff, because I moved here with 6 suitcases, hoping I'd find an apartment in my first 2 weeks here. Did not. So now I have nowhere to live, and now I'm going to Milan. And I don't want to pay for the hotel while I'm away, because it's expensive, so I got a storage unit. It's a whole thing. I'll let you know when I find an apartment, obviously. And then we'll get a new set. How's that? Okay, well, I love you guys. I hope that you're having a wonderful week. I hope that your new year is still going well and that we're all working toward keeping our resolutions. I hope this wasn't too niche or personal of an episode, because it's low-key just me and my demons of the week. But yeah. I also don't know if my makeup looks crazy, because like I said, I can't see. This viewfinder is so small, and I did do my makeup during this episode, so I don't know really what I look like right now. But I loves ya. And with my newfound self-trust and consistency, guess what is also included in that? Yeah, more consistent uploads of the podcast. Yeah, I know. Trust me. Okay. Trust me. Trust me in the mirror. Trust me. Me to you. Trust me, bro. Okay, love you. I will speak to you next week. Bye. Thanks for watching. Love you. Oh, kiss. Okay, bye.
What's dark, mysterious, and drains all of your dopamine on social media? If you guessed a goth girl, you'd be correct. For the last 6 years or so, social media has been overflowing with goth girl related content. Whether it be an actual girl dressed in dark alternative clothing, dancing to metalcore, or a 34-year-old man with a 9 to 5 and 3 kids, thirsting over what he may consider to be a goth girl, is pretty much impossible to avoid, and raises some real issues in regards to objectification, and of course the degeneration and perceived watering down of subcultures. These creatures have become a staple of any alternative or countercultural algorithm in the modern day, which got me thinking. I began to ponder the deep and rich history of the gothic subculture that was born out of the 1970s UK post-punk scene, and how the current perception of a goth differs from what it once was. It seems nowadays anybody who dresses somewhat alternative and utilizes dark colors in their outfits is immediately slapped the label of goth. The term is no longer related to a style of music in the same way it was in the 70s. This is mainly because the people who listen to gothic style post-punk in the modern day do not look like this. They look like this and are extremely Eastern European. Since the concrete birth of the gothic subculture in the 70s, the representation of individuals within the scene has evolved and of course devolved countless times as media representation has shifted. They went from being presented as freaks obsessed with morbidity and deviantly sexual pastimes to quirky, endearing outcasts, and somehow all the way back to deviant freaks obsessed with sexuality through the development of social media, with the goth girl meme dehumanizing countless individuals who relate to the subculture. Despite the negative representation being the same, the vast majority of people nowadays that are labelled as goth look vastly different from the over-the-top and clearly recognisable style of the 70s. It's become a lot more subdued, with goth essentially becoming anyone who wears black or utilises aspects of fashion that traditionally range from grunge to emo to nu metal. Although the way in which goth's definition has changed in the past 50 years may seem extreme, it's nothing compared to the ways in which the term was utilised when goths first rose to prominence around 1,700 years ago. Despite the original definition of goth seeming ancient and completely unrelated to this motherfucker, it's essential in understanding how the aesthetic and definition developed throughout history, and of course became essential to understanding the goth girl paradox. Let's go all the way back to 300 AD, drop the typical mall goth amongst these motherfuckers. and simply see what happens. This was at a point in history where the Roman Empire was going pretty sicko mode, laying claim to the vast majority of Europe. This had been the case since around 27 BCE, with much of the art and architecture reflecting Roman culture. For example, the vast majority of buildings at the time would typically receive admiration from motherfuckers like this as opposed to motherfuckers like this. There is a reason, however, that we don't see dudes rocking tunics at the function in the modern day. Well, most of the time, as the Roman Empire saw a significant loss in power due to Goths. This may raise a few questions. How did a group of social outcasts overthrow literal Romans? Well, these were the first incarnation of the Goths, which were vastly different from what we see today. The Goths were a group of nomadic Germanic people that lived around the borders of the Roman Empire. They were composed of two main factions named the Ostrogoths and the Visigoths, with the latter being the most prominent. The Visigoths were descendants of an earlier Gothic group named the Vingi, who had a pretty nasty habit of continuously invading the Roman Empire, although every time they invaded they had the shit beaten out of them by the Romans. It wouldn't be until 378 AD that the Vingi would defeat the Romans in a prominent battle, resulting in an alliance of some sorts. Well, it is slightly more complicated than that. The Gothic victory at the Battle of Adrianople led to the deaths of prominent Roman leaders, creating a power vacuum which caused barbarians to absolutely desecrate the Balkans for a few years. This continued until a new emperor rose to power, who quickly signed a peace treaty allowing the barbarians to settle on Roman soil as unified people. This was a huge mistake, as it was only a matter of time until the peace treaty would be broken. Things would become well and truly cursed for the Romans when this absolute Chad named Alaric became the first king of the Visigoths and immediately decided to completely desecrate the entirety of Rome. This monumental defeat resulted in the Romans losing a huge section of Europe. The Goths took advantage of this, and much like the modern day Goths laying claim to cemeteries and the algorithms of extremely down bad finance bros, the Visigoths laid claim to land stretching from current day Germany to Eastern Europe to the Baltic Sea. This is potentially the period in history when a group of people considered to be Goth were the most powerful. They weren't stuttering their way through a social interaction at a coffee shop, they had literally overthrown a huge section of Roman land, setting off the first domino that led to the fall of the Western Roman Empire, which, believe it or not, likely allowed this motherfucker to exist through centuries of development in terms of art and culture stemming from the Visigoths. Although the Goths were successful, the wartime techniques they utilized were considered destructive and unethical, with the word Goth becoming a derogatory term to describe anything considered barbaric. The Roman Empire's influence over Europe began to fade. A huge portion of land previously owned by them got split between various nomadic groups, with perhaps the most prominent being the Goths. This led to a period known as the Dark Ages, which is perhaps the perfect time in history for a term like Goth to evolve, with the word slowly becoming more related to the definition commonly utilized today. Due to a more Germanic influence upon Europe, much of the architecture and art began to stray away from Roman-influenced styles. Much of the buildings no longer focused on realism and aesthetic proportion, instead utilizing religion and symbolism. One of the first examples is the Abbey of Saint Denis, utilizing pointed arches, large windows, and a spooky, almost skeletal structure. This style that would eventually be known as Gothic became extremely prevalent between the mid-12th and 16th centuries. The style was over the top and intricate, exaggerating small details to ridiculous levels. The buildings were commonly utilized for religious purposes, inspiring many of the key details and outrageous elements. For example, architects often attempted to build the structures as tall as feasibly possible in an attempt to reach closer to the heavens and therefore closer to God. This in turn meant the buildings often became the largest structure and therefore landmark of the city or town it was built. By the time the Renaissance period rolled around, this style was considered well and truly whack, with the architects of the time once again looking towards ancient Roman and Greek architecture when designing new buildings. It was around this time that the term goth began to see actual relation to the dark and macabre as opposed to the chaotic and barbaric. When the 1500s rolled around, the term gothic was still seen as inherently negative, inspired by the Gothic tribes that overthrew the Romans all those years ago. In the eyes of many, the medieval art of the past that came as a result of nomadic power over Europe reflected the downfall of a culture and style that was at the time being seen as beautiful by the vast majority of influential artists. One of these individuals was architect Giorgio Vasari, who began describing medieval architecture as Gothic, utilizing the term in a derogatory manner to refer to the style as crude and barbaric. The term became common lexicon and was used to refer to a period in time ripe with darkness and superstition. It just so happened that this darkness and superstition bred artists and writers who focused on the dark and the macabre. The 18th century saw an overabundance of architecture inspired by the ancient Greeks and Romans, and by that I mean just white pillars everywhere, just white pillars. The style had truly become mainstream, and of course, whenever something becomes popular, there's always a group of greasy, sludgy artists lurking in the background, ready to produce a style of art that is antithetical to what is popular. This resulted in architects fighting against what was essentially the mainstream by increasing their usage of Gothic techniques and styles within their buildings. Gothic architecture slowly became a trend within the upper class. Rich motherfuckers would have mock medieval buildings crafted for them on their property, and even began creating follies in their garden. This counterculture began to seep into literature. The 1700s was a period that valued scientific reason over anything else, with writers going against this typical convention by utilizing a style that focused more so on dark spirits and a fascination with the medieval period. These early Gothic stories were designed to be frightening and began to signify a generational divide in the art that was mirrored within society at the time. The older generation were often portrayed as villains and oppressive establishment, whilst the younger generation were seen as individuals attempting to escape a dark past, often spending long periods imprisoned or journeying through dark, dangerous pathways to escape the oppression of the older generation, which sounds a little bit like something we're going to get to later. See, this does all add up. I'm not schizophrenic. It was at this point in time that this style of writing was given the label of Gothic, with the term at that point finally being utilized to define a particular aesthetic or style across various art forms. The dark romanticism labeled as goth began to meld with the architecture and art. It became a certain vibe. Goth became indicative of counterculture and was seen as a term to describe art created by individuals that sought to shake the status quo, whilst also using a particular aesthetic and style inspired by architecture that was only possible due to a barbaric Germanic tribe that defeated the Romans centuries beforehand. This laid the groundwork for the birth of filmmaking, with early Gothic films perhaps being the most important aspect contributing to the modern day goth girl. Many films created in the early 1900s were directly inspired by the dark romantic literature that had received the label of Gothic, and prominently utilized the femme fatale archetype. This archetype essentially defines a mysterious, beautiful and seductive woman who leads unsuspecting men into dastardly traps, which sounds like something we are all very much aware of in the modern day. This character has been utilized within Western literature since the Middle Ages, although only began to see real influence upon modern goth culture in 1915 with the film A Fool There Was. This film featured the actress Tedda Barra as the vampire. Barra is seen as one of the earliest sex symbols within cinema and utilized various modern goth staples within her visual style. Examples include dark clothing and makeup, with the latter directly inspiring what these motherfuckers would eventually lather all over their face in the modern day. Other films such as Das Kabinett, Des Dr. Caligari took the aesthetic and vibe described in early Gothic literature and presented it in a visually digestible manner. Although this is all starting to make a lot more sense, you're probably still wondering how a term's definition can go from barbaric warriors to a specific aesthetic used in architecture and art, and then suddenly literally anything alternative or quote-unquote different like in the case of the modern day. Well, unfortunately, we still aren't quite there yet. First, we need to explore what led to the explosion of goth music and therefore aesthetic and fashion within culture. The late 60s saw saw a countercultural explosion, only this era of counterculture was more so tie-dye, colourful beads and untreated STIs than black lipstick, fishnets and still somehow untreated STIs. That's right, the hippie explosion in the 60s saw psychedelics, peace and love skyrocketed to the heights of popular culture, although this would be extremely short-lived. Every time counterculture strays too far into popular culture, it can't even really be considered counterculture anymore, with this leading to another antithetical countercultural scene inevitably grown in the underground like fungus. This music scene was described by some as gothic rock, with the term first seeing usage by journalist John Stickney to describe the music of The Doors after meeting Jim Morrison in a dimly lit wine cellar and pretentiously describing how it was the perfect location to meet the mastermind behind gothic rock. The term saw occasional usage throughout the late 60s, often being slapped onto the darker and more edgy bands of the time such as the Velvet Underground. The term wouldn't see enough usage for an actual subculture to form, however, more so just journalists and critics attempted to sound intelligent by utilising a term you read in a history book while slurping overly expensive brown caffeine sludge. I can't chat though, I drink so much of this shit my heart constantly hurts. Whilst we're on the topic of chronic heart pain, the term goth would once again rear its head in relation to music after punk in the United Kingdom consequently gave every middle-class white British person heart palpitations. Unfortunately, however, first wave UK punk died in about as much of a spectacular fashion as it rose to prominence, with the genre splintering into various different sections of post-punk. Punks had had enough of attempting to lyrically insult the politics of the time in the most caveman-brained way possible, and instead shifted into bands that avoided the brashness and speed of early punk, and instead focused on atmosphere, echoing drums, and macabre lyricism. The first song that can truly be considered goth in the eyes of many is Bauhaus's debut single, Bela Lugosi's Dead, named after the iconic horror film actor from the late 20s with the same name, known for playing Dracula in the 30s. This was the first time a genre of music was so clearly inspired by the aesthetic and style of art that utilised the traditional label of goth. The song utilised tongue-in-cheek lyricism alongside a visual style from the band that paid respect to the gothic films created 40 years beforehand. This style began to spread throughout the United Kingdom like some sort of sick bat-related disease, and I don't mean this one. Bands like Joy Division, The Cure and Susie and the Banshees signalled a new era for punk sonically, with the latter two specifically inspiring much of the later goth fashion. Robert Smith and Susie Sue took elements from the more macabre aspects of gothic symbolism and utilised it alongside the typical punk rock anti-establishment style. Specifically, Susie Sue, who had been a prominent member of the punk scene for years, received the label of goth mother, which meant something a lot different back then than it does today. As opposed to being a heinous label used by freakazoids on dating apps, the label goth mother referred to the way in which she inspired the fashion of every goth to come after, as her style was quickly replicated by countless individuals within the scene. Although the UK goth scene originally came as a result of music, the subculture wasn't entirely defined by the sound. The early music of the Smiths, for example, would sonically be considered very similar to bands like The Cure, although Morrissey just simply did not have the same level of steez as other goth bands. You couldn't just rip your shirt off, place a rose in your mouth and be extremely racist against Chinese people. There had to be a particular aesthetic. It's pretty similar to why Glenn Matlock was kicked out of the Sex Pistols for liking the Beatles and looking like this. Fashion and image has always been incredibly important to the music, especially during the 70s, when a lack of streaming meant that visuals were essential to receiving new fans. The goth style utilised the raw, rebellious attitude of early punk rock alongside a more introspective aesthetic, with the style of dress focusing heavily on dark aspects. Androgyny became a key element of early goth fashion, with many of the outfits taking inspiration from punk in terms of its sexual nature. In the late 70s, Vivienne Westwood became the most influential designer within early UK punk, and inspired many of the trends that would seep their way into goth. Westwood's designs prominently used items such as the corset, which in the past were designed and used to sexualize women by accentuating the curves and quite literally destroying a woman's ribs and insides. Although the corset was created with sexual intentions, it was seen as disgusting when actually viewed on a woman as opposed opposed to being placed underneath a dress. Westwood took advantage of this, utilizing the corset as a statement piece to protest and take back the sexualization of women for decades. This became a common theme of punk that in turn made its way into goth fashion, inspiring many of the aspects that made girls extremely rich in the modern day. The fashion became an outlet for the mood set by the music. The punk offshoot utilized the angst and rage of 70s punk, although combined it with the atmospheres created in early gothic literature. This in turn resulted in Victorian and Edwardian styles that were prominent during the birth of gothic literature being utilized amongst more punk-inspired elements such as fishnets and heavy makeup. The makeup was specifically prominent, designed to make the wearer look like a goddamn vampire, although more realistically made them look like a Victorian child stricken with illness. Of course, every subculture needs a home base, a place where each individual can feel comfortable expressing themselves, and this would come in 1982 with the opening of a weekly club night named the Batcave in Soho. This allowed the subculture to slowly brew and gather mold within the underground. The club's door would be a hollowed out coffin with bin liners and fake spider webs hung from the walls and the ceilings. The club would prominently host singers integral to the genre and style of goth, such as Robert Smith, Nick Cave, Susie Sue, and the entirety of Bauhaus. It essentially became the birthplace for the most prominent incarnation of goth. The style became synonymous with the term, and goth had finally become a subculture. Although the club closed in 1985, the subculture would only spread from here, seeping out of England and into Europe and the United States thanks to a countercultural magazine named Propaganda. Propaganda magazine would document the origins of goth and describe its slow growth into a global phenomenon. This allowed the style to reach more eyes and ears across the globe, with the influences of various other cultural aspects and genres seeping their way into goth culture. This started in the 90s with cybergoth, which looks like this and is incredibly stupid. The 90s also saw the rise of steampunk, which is essentially the Victorian elements of original goth fashion with a bunch of nuts and bolts glued on. Goth would then make its way to Japan with Gothic Lolita, which in typical Japan fashion takes the Gothic style and makes it perfect for PDF effects. These various Gothic offshoots began to warp what was commonly considered goth. This was only made more confusing by media representation, with the film representation of goth straying away from the femme fatale archetype and slowly portraying goths as quirky outcasts that were meant to be seen as endearing as opposed to feared and overly sexualized. A clear example of this is Alison Reynolds from The Breakfast Club, which although can be considered a more positive representation, further began to skew what goth even was in the public eye. Despite the confusion, gothic culture was still able to come back in a big way in the 2000s, although it was slightly different to simping over Robert Smith. Mainly because Robert Smith looks like this in the 2000s, it was more so simping over Peter Steele. All jokes aside, it was actually more so the culture and fashion blending with other popular alternative subcultures of the time, mainly heavy metal with bands like Typo Negative, Evanescence and Cradle of Filth, essentially being both goth and metal visually. The mid-2000s essentially saw everything that was even slightly related to alternative or heavy music being molded into one big ball of clay, chucked to the label of counterculture, and sold to you over the counter in a trendy new countercultural store such as Hot Topic. The record labels couldn't tell the difference, the store CEOs couldn't tell the difference, so why should you be able to tell the difference? This led to goth being marketed as a fashion trend targeted towards people outside of Susie and the Banshees listeners or Germanic tribe aficionados. This has caused a shockwave that still extends to the modern day. The prevalence of 90s and 2000s countercultural movements such as grunge, nu metal and pop punk / emo still ring true today and have a huge influence on modern day fashion and trends. This has therefore skewed the common definition of what a goth is. The early 2000s saw little differentiation in terms of media representation between various subcultures and styles that differed both visually and in terms of their rich history. Everything just became alternative, and instead of being targeted towards small secular subcultures on the fringes of society, it was marketed towards literally anyone who enjoyed alternative music. This is when we get to the modern day, where the goth label is utilized to describe people with a wide range of different styles and influences. Although modern day goth culture is still related to music, it's not the same as it was in the 70s. Goth e-girls aren't listening to modern post-punk bands, they're listening to any trendy subsection of heavy or alternative music, stretching from emo to pop to metal and punk. Don't get me wrong, traditional goths do still exist, and typically receive the label romantic goth, although they're often found at festivals and gatherings specifically for gothic culture. This section is not prevalent in the slightest when comparing it to the internet's usage of the term goth, which has seen significant prevalence with seedy and negative connotations within the past decade or so. Fashion has always been a gateway into somebody's personality. What an individual is dressed in can define whether you see that person as attractive, likable, or disgusting. Regardless of how detached from images you claim yourself to be, this just simply is the case. This intense judgment based on fashion has only gotten worse due to the prevalence of social media. Now there's gorpcore, opium, cottage cheesecore. More styles of dress and fashion have spread, with inherent traits being immediately given to anybody that fits into that style of clothing. When it comes to music-related styles such as goth, crust, or mincecore, an entire subculture is immediately attached. Your first assumption is based on what they listen to, what activities they partake in, and how they live their lives. This just makes sense. It's easy to look at me, for example, and make a generalized guess on what I may be listening to or doing on a daily basis, and unless you guess slam metal and staring at the inside of my four-wall flat, eating scrambled eggs and playing blast beats, you'd probably be wrong, but I digress. This concept seems to be lost in translation when it comes to the goth subculture. Upon viewing the typical goth girl, or even in some cases goth guy, most people don't assume they are a big fan of Susie and the Banshees and spend their time learning post-punk bass lines or studying 1800s architecture. The assumption usually strays towards something sexual. You've all heard it: step on me goth mummy, I need me a goth GF, drag me into the basement, let me take a good whiff of your feet. Trust me, I've seen it all. I had to place my algorithm into an extremely dark place to research and find clips for this video. The most common connotation of goth in the modern day has become extremely sexual, although the worst kind of sexual, chronically online sexual. So how have deodorant deniers shifted the common idea of goth from a punk subculture offshoot obsessed with eyeliner and Robert Smith to a hyper-sexualized figure that will drag you into a dark, dim basement before dominating you and proceeding to make you a warm glass of milk and your favorite brand of seed oil-ridden tendies? Well, for some reason, as the 2010s shifted into the 2020s and things became increasingly cursed to the point where even I find it hard making jokes about it, the idea of receiving a goth GF became a mainstream meme, to the point where finance bros and gilets, who have never even clicked on a Pinterest image of a gargoyle, are seeking out their perfect goth GF. This may make zero sense to individuals actually aware of goth's deep subcultural roots, although it can be easily explained by the early 2000s countercultural sludge I discussed earlier. As the lines between subgenres and cultures become blurred as a result of mainstream meddling, the common consensus of what something is changes. Most people can't be f***ed to research the history of goth culture, so they're just going to assume it means a certain thing based on the mainstream media and common representation they've seen. These people aren't interested in researching the innate differences between first wave emo, scene queen, and goth. They saw a woman with big tit, black lipstick, and pink hair and went awooga awooga. Online culture has degraded the way in which we communicate with each other, with the awooga awooga being a common example. This extends to friendships and socialization with heinous applications like Discord, join mine by the way, and even core aspects of our species and humanity with dating apps. Dating apps are pretty heinous overall, and for some reason, an alternative or quote-unquote goth girl increases the potential degeneration tenfold. Any girl that even happens to have a septum piercing will receive consistent messages from men or even women encouraging them to ruin their lives in one way or another or partake in an outwardly sexual act. This clearly connotes that the typical goth girl is packaged with a sprinkling of overtly negative mental health issues, with the stereotype obviously stemming from the negative emotions portrayed in a lot of the music consumed by the typical alternative individual, as well as the media portrayal of first wave goth. This obviously becomes harmful when a goth girl is simply trying to live their life and is unable to escape the unhinged label, regardless of whether the person is suffering from mental health problems or not. This may seem like just the fault of crusty male gooners, but it doesn't seem to be the case. During my research, which involved attempting to mold my Instagram Reels algorithm into a goth girl lover's paradise, 70 to 80% of the memes and posts I saw actively promoting the negative stereotypes surrounding the typical goth girl were created, posted, and encouraged by women, clearly in an attempt to divert traffic to an page. It seems like the aesthetic has been taken by people who aren't interested in the culture, apart from, of course, having Sex Tape by Deftones appear on their Spotify Wrap. They just utilize the style to sell a certain product, with that product just happening to be extremely sexual content. Although the goth culture is still thriving in the background with healthy scenes and festivals encouraging the traditional subculture, the mainstream idea of goth is becoming overcrowded with individuals utilizing a subculture that has become incredibly sexual in an attempt to sell a product. Goth has completely degraded into a sexual subculture as opposed to something that traditionally didn't see much sexualization outside of the clothing-based protests utilized in the traditional punk offshoot. So why has goth become so sexualized? Well, there are plenty of clues to look towards within the subculture's history. The first example can of course be the fact that one of the first representations of goth within a visual medium was a character under the femme fatale archetype, which is inherently sexual in nature and primarily designed for the male gaze. We can then shift our very male gaze to early punk, which utilized overtly sexual themes to protest against the status quo within Britain at the time. Aspects of this then seeped into early goth culture, with many of the prominent fashion items being based on clothing that traditionally had sexual connotations. We can also of course look towards social media and a certain style of let's say content becoming increasingly more acceptable when attempting to analyze why the everyone is so goddamn horny all the time. This ever-increasing sexual culture, alongside connotations that link goth and alternative women to sexual aspects due to a misunderstanding of its deep history, has resulted in a culture that is just deeply sexualized. This all of course raises issues in terms of both the health of the goth subculture and of course more overarching problems in relation to how people are treated based on the way in which they look. I see the subcultural issues as less prevalent. As I've mentioned previously, aspects of traditional goth culture are still very much alive today, with people alive during the subculture's birth as well as newcomers who are well educated and appreciative of the history continuing to give back and show immense passion towards the scene. This scene has of course strayed away from the music somewhat, although let's be honest, punk wouldn't be punk without the safety pins and Adam's apple, and goth wouldn't be goth without the fishnet tan lines and permanently deformed rib cages. It just so happens that punk saw much more development musically in the decades since its birth than goth has. I think the more prevalent issue is more so caused by our continuous evolution into an online world as a society. Only the boldest of motherfuckers would go up to a girl with black lipstick in public and start furiously barking. But on dating apps, it's as easy as literally getting out of bed, although that task is probably quite hard for these motherfuckers. Most subcultures that can be sexualized in the modern day are being sexualized. You see it in the hippie movements, punk movements, even country and traditional farmers are being sexualized. It's just a fact that sex sells. It always has, it always will. And it is just an unfortunate fact that aspects of goth's history has resulted in it receiving a more sexual label than other subcultures, whether that label is ignorant or not. Although this is a problem, goth culture will stay alive. The original subculture is cool enough to always have fans and appreciators, and it just so happens that members of the real subcultures are incredibly passionate and appreciative and will always give back to the goth scene. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is where I present the goth girl paradox. If a modern goth girl took a time machine back to 300 AD, entered a Visigoth territory and immediately reduced the morale of the warriors due to her unstoppable yap session, which ranged from topics such as Knocked Loose being on Jimmy Kimmel to the price of black lipstick, would this reduce the Visigoths' power, aura and motivation to a level that would leave them unfit to overthrow Rome? If they were in fact unable to overthrow Rome, would Gothic architecture and literature cease to exist? Would the term goth be lost to time? Would this said goth girl then morph into a motherfucker in a toga, or would this goth girl simply cease to exist? If this goth girl ceased to exist, surely she would be unable to go back in time in the modern day and lower the morale of the Visigoths, meaning they in turn would overthrow and sack Rome, which means she should poof back into existence, creating a never-ending paradox. I'm not gonna lie, I actually have no clue what the f I'm currently yapping about. I actually didn't know what paradox even meant before writing this video.
$us. Welcome to my channel.
Corporate Bricks and Minifigs sent out an email to all of their lower franchises, basically instructions on how to deal with our documentary we made about them. And we got a hold of this email. The email leaked online.
And now we're just gonna read through this. I haven't seen this at all, so. Dear franchisees, as most of you are aware, our network is currently facing a coordinated negative PR attack stemming from a former franchisee's consignment dispute in Salem, Oregon. A YouTuber, Reckless Ben, has released multiple videos amplifying this narrative, which has unfortunately led to harassment calls, review bombing, and store disruptions across our network.
So right away, I like how they say it's coordinated. They're saying like, oh, all the big streamers are working together now, and like all these people that are talking about it, it's all a big conspiracy against us.
So he goes to a franchise Lego store in Salem, Kaiser, Oregon. It's called Bricks and Minifigs. Them stealing multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Legos from at least Brian.
And a video by Reckless Ben, political corruption, company stealing $200K from an old man.
The reality of the situation, though, is that Bricks and Minifigs did such a terrible thing that a lot of people want to talk about it.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, it's not like we're all coordinating to take down Bricks and Minifigs. It's just Bricks and Minifigs did such an evil action that everyone on the internet wants to weigh in. Oh wait, one more thing. I forgot to address where we're at right now. So we are definitely in America. As you can see behind me, we are in St. Louis, Kansas City. Basically, we found out that if you have a warrant for your arrest and you flee the country, it's actually super illegal.
Exactly. We're 100% not in Mexico at all right now.
As you can see, and you can tell exactly where we are by the background, the arch in the background. We want to give everyone a clear recap of exactly what corporate is doing behind the scenes to protect you guys, what we can expect regarding a life cycle of this situation, and how we can work together as a team to move on from this defense to offense. No longer are we just going to try to defend our actions. We're going to try and take Reckless Ben down.
Dang.
So now we have the leaked documents of how they plan on taking me down.
While we will not litigate this matter in the media, we are taking aggressive action behind the scenes.
Why not do it in the media? You know, if they have nothing to hide and they actually are the innocent ones, why not do it in the public? Because then if they make it public, the public will see that they have nothing to hide, or they're gonna do it behind the scenes because they know that they're only suing us in order to silence us. Oh, keep going. Sorry,
all right. Corporate was not involved in this specific local consignment issue.
Wait. Don't we have them on video saying they're gonna be taking the consignment over?
He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment liability.
So that person on the phone is actually one of the people from the corporate offices that says, we are taking over the consignment now. This is a corporate issue. This is corporate lying to their franchisees right now.
Corporate was not involved in this specific local consignment issue, and we are holding firm on the facts.
I kind of feel bad for the franchise owners here because it's like we are showing so much evidence of these things that are happening, and then corporate's saying, hey, all this evidence, you can't believe it because we have the facts. We're not gonna show you the facts, but we have the facts. And now as a franchise owner, you have to think, okay, do I believe the side with all the evidence and get fired? Because if they take our side with the evidence, then they get fired. Or do I just take the side that claims they have the facts but don't have the facts, and then this way I don't get fired? Yeah, so corporate's kind of putting all their franchises in a really bad situation right now, and it kind of sucks because it's like, I actually like Bricks and Minifigs. I think there's a lot of innocent franchises out there that didn't do anything, but corporate's just saying like, we don't care about our franchises. We're gonna screw over all our franchises. It kind of sucks that corporate's doing that, and we're trying to help corporate do the right thing right now so the innocent franchises don't get screwed, but corporate's just screwing everything up for these innocent franchises right now by doing this. Law enforcement and federal involvement. We are actively working and sharing records with local police, Oregon State Police, the FBI, and USPIS. So basically, Bricks and Minifigs is getting the FBI involved. Legal action. Our legal team is preparing direct claims and seeking a TRO, a temporary restraining order, to halt the harassment and push this matter to full litigation against all parties. So basically, I think what they're trying to say here is they're trying to get some type of order where we can't post anything about them on social media. And so they're like, oh, well, if we can somehow silence them, then we can get away with our crime, is what they're basically saying. And we can see this because in my last video, they put random like copyright claims and privacy complaints over the entire video of scenes where it's literally just like me and you hanging out with each other. And like, did you want your face blurred in the video?
No.
Well, I can speak for myself. I didn't want my face blurred in the video. So Bricks and Minifigs is basically doing a bunch of weird stuff to try and get my videos taken down. And they said in their last response, it wasn't to silence criticism, but that's kind of what it seems like it is. Issuing cease and desist demands regarding unauthorized website they created. So basically we made a website called www.westealfromoldpeople.com. Basically Bricks and Minifigs is suing us because we're copying them, I think. So they got really upset at the fact that we decided to also steal from old people. And Bricks and Minifigs was like, hey, that's our thing. Only we can steal from old people. Bricks and Minifigs wants to have a monopoly on stealing from old people. And now that we entered the business, they are going to try and send us a cease and desist letter to take our website down. So that way they're the only ones in the game of stealing from old people.
If you have any old people that you want us to steal from, call this number.
I will personally answer all of your phone calls. Thank you.
It says the TRO is a preliminary injunction and is valid court order that will get the platforms to remove the content. Basically what they're saying is everything these guys did in their YouTube video was fair use. It was constructive criticism on how we can be a better company. However, we don't like that they caught us in our illegal act. So we're going to go to court and find some crazy loophole that maybe we can take advantage of the YouTube's AI algorithm that is, there's a lot of flaws in the algorithm. So maybe we can take advantage of that and find a loophole to take down their video so people don't get mad at us for what we did. That's basically what this paragraph says. So you want to read the next paragraph?
Platform takedowns. We have reached out to Google/YouTube, Patreon, GoDaddy, and Facebook to report the specific pages, videos, privacy violations, and the coordinated review.
You're gonna take down my Patreon? What the heck? That sucks.
Oh man.
Well, subscribe now while it's still up. I do want to say this. Part 2. So I'm working as hard as I can right now on part 3. Once part 3 is up in like maybe a week, part 2 will be live on YouTube, and then part 3 will be on Patreon. So part 2 will be on YouTube very soon, don't worry. But as of now, if you want early access, subscribe to Patreon while it's still up.
Policy review. We are actively reviewing internal policies to prevent similar transition issues from occurring in the future. Oh, okay, I see. I think I know what they're talking about right there. So like internal policies. I think they're talking about the consignment deals.
That reminds me of another update. So since the last video, I actually got a hold of the franchise agreement that the previous owner, Crystal, made with corporate. And it says in her contract, it says consignments are allowed.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy sh**.
I mean, that's their number one argument. And it just says in the contract, like, oh, you can do consignments. So like, what the heck? Corporate. Sharing any of this internal legal strategy publicly with customers can severely compromise or damage our active legal case against Ben Schneider. Well, not only did someone share it with a customer, they shared it with me themselves. So boom. And now I'm sharing it with the world. So take that, corporate. What to expect, the outrage cycle.
Based on historical data and export crisis management research, there's a typical cycle to online outrage. Understanding this timeline helps us manage expectations and maintain stability. Initial wave.
I like how we're trying to be like mathematical with this. Like we have calculated every controversy in the current phase.
Okay, initial wave, current phase. Peak intensity typically lasts 3 to 7 days after major videos drop. While the spike in harassment and calls is sharp, it quickly loses steam as online attention naturally shifts. We believe we are currently at or past the peak of the first wave.
I think.
Alright, I just realized that you guys couldn't hear me probably. So let me say this again. So, yo, I saw this Bricks and Minifigs video like a couple of days ago. I didn't think anything of it. I just thought it was a video that you were gonna watch and forget about. It was really good entertaining video. But turns out it's everywhere now. Everyone's talking about it. Bricks and minifigs are at it again, right? We need to solve this, guys. What's up with this whole case right now, man?
They sent this out when it had only like 100,000 views on it, and now it's like 1.5 million views or something. Like, and every day it just keeps getting even more views. So, corporate, your math is wrong.
Court filing refresh. When we formally file our legal actions, expect a short, renewed spike. Another 3 to 7 days of heightened noise.
They're like, hey, our lawsuit is so garbage, there's gonna be outrage, is what they're saying.
Yeah, so just be prepared for it. The opposing side will likely frame our legal defense as silencing the little guy.
Well, if it's not silencing the little guy, what is it?
This is a normal, expected reaction, but it is temporary.
It's funny because these last 2 paragraphs are about like, dude, the wave is gonna end if we just be patient.
Welcome
but now,
to my channel.
Bricks and Minifigs Corporate has just decided to make this go on for like at least 2 more years, because that's how long lawsuits take. So
I guess we have content for the next 2 years on this.
What they say? They said 3 to 7 days is the heightened noise. Now the noise is going from 3 to 7 days to 2 years, and that's all corporate's fault. So you guys are just screwing yourselves at this point. Decay phase, 2 to 4 weeks.
Video a couple days ago.
Most online outrage fades significantly within a month, assuming no major new fuel.
I saw this guy.
Do they think this is my only video on them? Like, we have at least like 6.
Everybody wants to know what's up.
Residual mentions may linger in niche LEGO and other online communities for 1 to 2 months, but day-to-day operations will normalize much faster. Long-term recovery, 1 to 3 months. Reputation stabilizes. They think the reputation is going to stabilize.
What the heck's going on?
Okay, hold on, I'm sweating.
Solve this issue.
It's hot, and it's very nighttime in Kansas City. It's crazy how hot it is at nighttime in action items.
Oh, action items. How you can help. These are the things that the franchisee owners are going to do to make this better. Please implement the following immediately. Approved response options. Strictly do not engage emotionally.
Yo,
that's good advice. That's good.
Yeah, wait. Is this going towards the CEO? I feel like he was really mad.
Is the CEO going?
I know, but like he was very emotional about this.
Shout out y'all for being
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like he's writing this to himself.
The CEO is just telling the franchises, don't do what I did.
Train your staff immediately to use only these approved frameworks based on the situation. We understand our customers are smart, and balancing legal caution with our values helps prevent the appearance of corporal avoidance.
Well, it seems like corporate avoidance is happening right now. They responded within like an hour. We responded, and they have not responded again. So, should we give them a way that corporate can respond to prove that they're not doing corporate avoidance? Yep. If you would like to respond, these are the questions everyone wants to know. Question 1. In this footage, corporate says we are taking over the consignment.
He's taking on the business. He takes on all that consignment.
However, you say here, we did not take over the consignment. So on one side, we have proof. On one side, which is your side, we have no proof. Why should we believe your side if there's no proof? If you believe a side with no proof, that sounds like something a crazy person would do, and your customers aren't crazy. So right now, your customers are siding with the side with proof. But if you want to take the lead, corporate, you can give some proof of why you weren't involved in the consignment. And it also says in the franchise agreement, consignments are allowed, but you say they're not allowed. Can you explain that one? Also, why can't Brian just have his Legos back? You're still keeping them, even though you didn't pay for them. Like, what's stopping you from doing that? Yeah, well, that's just the main three that come to mind. But if you start with those 3, that would be a great way to win back public support if you could answer those questions.
Okay, so for general frontline staff, quick casual inquiries. Okay. Casual, yeah, casual. Oh wow, wait, these are like quotes. These are quotes that they want them to say. Memorize this. Okay, wait, come at me. Like, ask me a question. Okay, ready?
Hello. I heard your company stole a bunch of money and is not giving it back.
Holding my emotions in. This is a separate independent location, and I don't have any information to share regarding that situation.
Well, you must be correct, and I will leave.
About the Legos.
Where are Brian's Legos? I'm gonna burn this entire place down.
Yeah. You know, I'll call 911. I am unaware of the specific details of that situation and have no comment at this time.
Bricks and
Well, I guess I better leave
bro. Y'all gotta get
Wow,
up
that
out
actually
of
works.
this
We're here
really
to
promote
get
people
Brian's
thing
Legos
y'all
back.
got going on, bro.
Well, I actually have a script ready for you.
Oh, you do?
We are
Hey,
aware
hit
of
the
the
like if
situation
you
involving
don't steal from old
another
people.
independently owned location, and we understand why people
Or
are upset and
comment
asking
if you
questions.
do.
While we can't speak to the specifics on an ongoing situation,
We wanna
Bricks and
know what kind
Minifigs
of
does not
stealing you're
support
doing, bro.
behavior
What
that
kind of
harms
stealing
trust
you're
within our
doing from old
communities.
people
Our local
nowadays, bro.
stores remain committed to operating with fairness, transparency, and respect for our customers.
Oh.
Does that answer your question?
Man, okay. Well, if that's the case, I guess I'll just...
Well, actually, it doesn't answer the question because it says Bricks and Minifigs does not support behavior that harms trust within our communities. But they're doing that exact same behavior that harms the trust within their communities, which is stealing from old people.
Exactly.
I guess they think stealing from old people helps the trust, but maybe we have to break them the news that that's actually not a good thing. Okay, Bricks and Minifigs. If you steal from old people, that does not help the trust in your community. That makes
it worse.
Yeah, if you steal from old people, that people get upset at you if you do that. And so if you want to gain the trust back, you can give Brian the Legos back. And because that's ultimately your goal, right, is to get the trust with your community. So we're giving you a step-by-step guide of how you can get that trust back. Step 1, give Brian the Legos back. Yep.
Step 2.
Well, there's no step 2. Yeah, that's all you have to do. It's a very easy tutorial. I think they just didn't know how to do that before. But now that we made this tutorial for them, it should be very easy for them to gain the trust back. They have further canned response. What's a canned response?
Like a candid? Like candid, maybe?
Canned response.
Candid, I think that means like candid.
It's not like they put the response in a can and give it to someone. Like,
I don't think so. Pre-written reply that someone reuses over and over instead of typing a new message each time.
oh, so basically, I think this is part of the brainwashing. You know, it's like, hey,
This is
instead of
Kratos'
thinking
act,
for
by the
yourselves,
way.
just blindly follow what corporate's saying without asking any questions. Because if you ask any questions, you get fired.
Somebody reached out to me yesterday saying they got fired because their friend asked a question on your YouTube channel. Your YouTube post asked a question and they got fired.
That's crazy.
They're telling their employees, do not say anything. Like
Bro,
they think
Bricks
you read
and
the whole thing.
Minifigs
They think if they
is
just shut up and
literally
stand back and be
firing
quiet,
people
it'll blow
about
over.
this, bro.
Like,
What
they
the
don't
heck?
know Lego
That
fans
is
and they don't
crazy.
know Star Wars fans. Yeah.
Bro,
It's crazy.
Legos and Star Wars.
They
yeah, you
hired
don't
a
mess with
crisis
that, bro.
team.
Social media monitoring. Extra vigilance is required right now when monitoring your social media. We recommend turning off the ability to comment on your store's social media posts for the time being.
Wait, they said they're not trying to silence criticism, though. Isn't that literally silencing? It's like, oh, if we're getting criticism, let's silence it.
Yeah, exactly.
How is that not silencing criticism? Oh, let's keep going. Sorry, I cut you off.
Review monitoring. Monitor your Google, Facebook, and Yelp reviews and immediately flag/report any spam or retaliatory reviews.
But they're not silencing criticism, though, Victor. Please instruct your staff to actively solicit a Google review with every single transaction. A brief verbal reminder at the register to share their honest feedback goes a long way. So they're saying we need to flag all of these reviews that expose us for stealing from old people, but then let's make up for it by just every single transaction, leave us a good review, and maybe people won't see the crime that we committed, which is stealing from an old person.
Please use the hyperlinks below to download the following assets we have prepared for you and your team. Crisis De-Escalation Playbook. The short playbook includes verbatim scripts for handling in-store filming, hostile phone calls, and social media comments. So I feel like you should download these and then
If any
look
Bricks
at
and
them.
Minifigs employees have links to any of these videos and want to send them to us,
Next steps in moving forward. We understand how stressful and frustrating situations like this can be for you and your staff. Please know that your safety, peace of mind, and the protection of your local business are our absolute highest priorities.
well, it seems like all of that is actually their lowest priorities, because if it was their highest priority, they would just give the Legos back. That would be a good way to show that it's their highest priority, but they're not doing it. So that makes me think that they don't care about their franchises. They're like, you know what? We're going to steal from this person and you guys have to pay the consequences for it. And we don't care about you because we're not giving the stuff back.
They want to continue stealing from old people, man.
Yeah.
This is a challenging issue, but it is not impossible to overcome. You're 100% correct. You already know what to do. We gave you a very clear step-by-step.
Well, they didn't know before when they wrote this.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
The tutorial wasn't made when they wrote this email.
Yeah, actually,
but now the tutorial's out there. They know that they just have to give the stuff back, and they'll make it right. I have faith at least they'll make it right now.
We are doing everything we can to protect the brand and our online reputation. While the legal process is not always fast, we want to ensure you that we have a very strong case against them.
Thank you for your resilience. Please reach out if you have any questions. Sincerely, the corporate Bricks and Minifigs team. Well, that was the email, I guess. That was kind of sick.
All right.
We showed you how to make a response, corporate. We would love to hear a response and get the public back on your side. You just got to give the Legos back. The public will be back on your side.
But in the meantime, you can shop at westealfromoldpeople.com.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro. The Lego mini bricks is going nuts right now.
Women, just know. Stop pretending that you don't know. Stop collecting people and experiences in your life that you're keeping around for longer than is necessary because you're afraid that your intuition about them might be right. And so you're just kind of keeping them around, hoping that they prove your intuition wrong. It's never wrong. It's never wrong. Stop delaying the inevitable.
Yo, so I've been watching this chick's videos lately on mental awareness or wellness and other stuff. I guess she makes her videos for females, but I mean, whatever, yo. Pretty entertaining. Strong message. Super groovy vibe. I'm into it.
Good fucking morning. Welcome to the Florence Given Show. I have been so excited to record this episode all day because something happened in my morning that caused me to realize yet again the importance of following my intuition before the bad thing happens, okay? My intuition is a facts machine. I never question that shit. Ever. I believe more in the invisible than I do in the visible. I believe more sharply in my intuition than I believe in logic and reason. And I think that that's when women get our fucking power back. Is when we believe in our feelings and senses and hunches and intuitive pings about things before we fuck around and wait to see and find out if we're right. I want to talk about intuition. Specifically, when women know things in our fucking bodies. And then we do this silly little dance that we've all been taught to do where we rationalize it away. Oh, I'm sure they didn't mean it like that. Oh, well, maybe they were tired. Well, I'm sure given the day that they had. Oh, I'm probably
Alright guys,
overreacting.
the sun's
It's
peeking in
probably
my
past.
room, so there's gonna be a bit of a
Didn't know I
glare
had a
at the
past
bottom by
with this
my
thing, and so
face
how
cam
would
here.
they know?
Got a sunlight, so it's like pointing directly
And even
down.
if we don't say this out loud,
I'm being
we're
raptured.
doing it in our heads all the time because we feel bad
Crazy.
for like judging people based on a glance that they gave us or something they said or a first impression. But your body knows. Your body knows when the vibes are bad, because guess what? Everything exists as a vibration before it manifests physically. Don't wait around for the bad thing to happen before you trust your intuition. Trust your intuition. Trust that invisible feeling that you can't explain, but you just have a feeling. You just have a feeling about this person, about this opportunity, about this business deal. You just have a feeling. Women should trust their intuition so acutely, so viciously, as though their intuition is logic. I don't need to trust my intuition. My intuition is a fucking facts machine. I trust my intuition now like it's the definition of logic. It is never wrong. And the more I act on my intuition, I'm not going to say trust it, the more I act on it, the more I act on a weird vibe I get from someone, and so I don't text them again, the more I decide to follow an inspiration, even though it doesn't make sense to do so, and follow through with that plan, the more you act on your intuition before you receive the proof that it was right. It's like you collapse time and you speed up everything in your life, and it gets so much easier. So recently I was hanging out with a group of people and there was a man there, and immediately my body told me to avoid him at all costs. My body just screamed at me, avoid him, avoid him, avoid him, avoid him, right? Something about him, he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do anything inappropriate, but my body said, avoid this man at all costs. And then 10 minutes later, my friend comes over with her dog. And this dog charges at the man and corners him in the room. The dog singles this man out and barks him into the corner. The man sort of brushes it off, you know, fucking dog, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And then 5 minutes later, he gets up and says he's gonna leave. And as he leaves the room, the dog gets up from its nap and chases the man out. Me and the dog both knew that this man was a bad fucking vibe. And you know what I sort of heard everyone else in the room doing while this man was being cornered
Dollar
in the
us
room by
dollar.
the dog?
Welcome to my channel. At Toxic Garfy
Like,
said,
that dog hates
yo.
him just like me. And everyone was like joking about it, and I was like,
Yo, what's good?
so in awe at how many
Welcome to the
people
channel, yo.
push and squash down their uncomfortable feelings about people that they hang out with, just to like keep the peace or some shit. But me and the dog instantly knew that this guy was bad.
Yeah.
And that dog confirmed for me my gut instinct. I've never experienced anything like that in my life. I have never experienced an intuition with an animal about a man. Like, that felt really fucking magical. It also made me really want a dog because they know stuff. They're tapped into energy. Like, how did the dog know? Do you know what I mean? And I also knew. I knew as soon as the man walked into the room, and he didn't even do anything. And so what that speaks to is energy. And what that speaks to is how women know things in our fucking bodies before they happen. We know, we all know when someone isn't good for us. But then the mind kicks in. Well, I'm sure they just had a bad day. Well, maybe they were tired. Well, after all they've been through. Well, I must just be over-exaggerating because of my trauma with men. Oh well, oh well, oh well, oh well, oh well. It's this intuition squashing little fucking dance that we do. Because we feel so bad about, like, judging people. And I think if women just trusted more that their unexplainable feelings about people isn't them being crazy and judgmental, it's facts. See what happens in your life when you treat your intuition like a fucking facts machine. Like it's just printed straight up facts. This is so hard for women, especially women who've been in abusive relationships, emotionally abusive relationships, because an abusive relationship will squash your feelings and your truth so much because your controlling partner coerces you into believing their version of reality. So let's say you come home from work and you can smell another woman's perfume.
I filmed a video
Let's say you come home from work and something just feels off and your partner says, that's all in your head. That's that new perfume you bought me. You're crazy, you're crazy, you're crazy, right? Women in controlling relationships.
And I filmed a video about this about maybe a year and a bit ago now, and I deleted it because I don't know, it was a bit unpolished. Nothing has changed there, but essentially it has been, I think now 2.5 years, maybe even 3, that I've been running on a dumb phone. And I know that there's currently a big push towards moving off of being so connected to our devices. So I thought it would be cool and relevant to share some of the things that I have been experienced since moving to a dumb phone. I think the first thing that I need to do is disclose the fact that I am not completely off the grid. I have this ridiculously large iPad, and that is what I do all my banking, my Google Mapsing, emailing, etc., so forth, so on, and watching shows and YouTube, etc. But I predominantly, all my calls and texts go through this, and whenever I am outside of the house, I only have this. So I'm really cut off from the internet, which has been, honestly, now it feels normal. It would feel weird to be super connected to everything all the time, but at first it took a bit of adjusting. I would say the adjustment period goes for about a week. It took me about a week, and then I started to feel the actual change and started to become more accustomed to being more aware of my surroundings, and in situations where I typically would turn to my phone to keep me occupied, I began to seek outside or other alternative sources of stimulation, such as either looking around at what was going on around me if I was at a bus stop, or I would bring a book with me and read instead when I was on the bus, or in social situations. I think that's what's the most interesting is like, especially someone with social anxiety, I think I had a tendency to, in group settings, if there's a lull or if you're waiting for somebody to arrive in a public space, you would turn to your phone and scroll mindlessly just to pass the time. Obviously I can't do that anymore, so now I'm forced to either engage with the people around me or retreat into my own head and think or find something to occupy myself, which I say forced to. I don't think that's the right choice of word. I think it's I get to and I'm compelled to, instead of just relying on a screen to keep me occupied. And I think the one thing that's probably the most notable now, especially after being off of a device for so long, is that I immediately notice now that everybody, well, not everybody, but probably 90% of people are always looking at their phones in public settings when they're on their own. There's very few occasions where there will be majority of people just engaging with each other versus people who are looking at their screens. And I find that now to be very strange, which obviously I never used to because I used to be that person, but now the more I think about it, it's very weird. It's very anti-social, I think, where the way society has become, which is ironic given, and there's a lot of discourse around this, how the fact social media is supposed to be social media, but it's actually driving more of a divide between people. I think to get into the actual benefits that I've noticed since using a dumb phone, the main ones would be clarity of thought. I've noticed that I'm able to articulate well, first one, I think a lot more during the day because I'm not turning to external sources of stimulation. I have to find that within when I'm on my own, so I'm thinking a lot more, and because of that I think I have a better understanding of self and I'm able to articulate the way that I feel and things that I'm experiencing a lot better because I understand them better. So that's one thing. Second is I'm turning to alternative forms of entertainment when I'm on the go. So I've been reading much more, which in turn has enhanced my comprehension, my articulation, my just overall knowledge, which has been great, as opposed to just mindlessly scrolling through reels. I would say the thing that I probably miss the most would be having access to music streaming all the time. I do have a Discman, a CD player that I take with me, but I'm limited to whatever CDs I have with me on the day, and also if that decides to die then I have no music, which can be quite frustrating at times, but again it just turns to entertaining myself inside my own head. I would say that it also forces me to be a lot more social, because I was never a big texter to begin with, but now texting anything more than a few words takes forever because of pushing the buttons. I really thought I would get faster, but it's been so long and my speed has stayed the same, which is kind of embarrassing and unfortunate, but that's okay. So usually I just resort to calling people, and surprisingly I haven't had any complaints about the frequency at which I call people. All of my friends have sort of embraced the fact that if they need to speak to me, it's got to be most of the time over call. And then my family have always been used to that, because I've always preferred to call my parents versus texting them. I think that just is because they're an older generation. So that's been a big change. I think what I have noticed is when I go overseas for travel or interstate, I do have a smartphone in storage so that I can navigate correctly and be in contact, and if anything goes wrong, it's always better to have a smartphone in foreign environments. And when I do switch back in those times, I notice that I'm still very quickly absorbed back into the online space. I like to, outside of those times, have all my social media, aside from YouTube, deleted to help, because I still have an iPad. It helps me to just completely stay off of that space, but I like to use it while traveling and intermittently throughout the year to stay in touch with particular people that I don't have contact with elsewhere. And I noticed that when I switch over to a smartphone whilst traveling, I very quickly turn back to old habits, even though it's been so long that I've been off of being inundated and immersed in that environment. I still get thrown back in, and I think that really highlights how well designed those apps are to steal away your attention and hold it. It is designed to be addictive, and I think we cannot get down on ourselves for falling into spending lots of time on those apps, because that isn't how they were built and what they're intended for. I think the only solution that I've found is completely deleting them. That's been the most effective, and I find immediate mental relief from deleting them. So my most recent bout, I think it's been about a month since I deleted my social media, because I had it while I was in South Korea and then deleted it shortly after I got back. And as soon as I deleted it, I felt so much better mentally, and I had so much more time on my hands. And it's only after deleting it that I personally have found that I'm able to understand that there is no benefit to using it that outweighs the detriment that it causes my mental health and the amount of time that gets poured into it. I would much rather forego whatever social connection, whatever exposure through sharing photos, etc., garners for mental peace. I think it's not worth it. It's hard. I don't think I can delete it entirely, and obviously I could, but I don't. There's a hesitation to it, and I don't think that I will, because I do appreciate and value the ability and the use of it to document memories and to be a place where it's curated and stored for future reference, because I think that's quite cool to be able to have something to go back and look at years later and see essentially the highlight reel of your life. I think that whilst it's probably not the best thing to be consuming in the moment, especially such an influx of everybody else's highlights, it can have a very poor inflection when you're comparing your own everyday life to it. But to serve as that catalogue for yourself, I think that's very valuable and useful. So that's why I continue to use it and download it in times when it's very intentional, and it's to document things that I would like to remember and be able to turn back to and reflect upon in the future. Whether I'll continue to do that moving forward, I don't know. I'll just have to see. I will say that my usage has gotten increasingly more and more sort of sporadic and spaced out over time. I'm very rarely on it throughout the year, so I think if that continues, then it's likely that it could just blip into oblivion, but we'll see. I think I quite enjoy the likes of YouTube a lot more because it's more personal and intimate, and I like to record videos. I have my camcorder, which I'm filming on now, and I take that with me pretty much everywhere I go. If I'm hanging out with friends or going to a gig to see live music or traveling. So I think YouTube is a great space to share that video format, and it's a lot more immersive versus just static images through the likes of Instagram. In terms of social media, I only ever really use Instagram anyways. I hate Facebook, and TikTok is not something that I could ever get behind. I'm just glad to have been born before all of that really blew up and became super ingrained from a young age. I'm Gen Z, so 2002. I was there for the rise of Musical.ly, but only on the fringes, so I think I sort of just missed the TikTok age, which is great. Very happy about that one. But yeah, to bring it back to using a dumb phone, if you are someone who is considering it, I would say go for it. I found that everyone's being very understanding and even encouraging. In terms of limitations as to adopting it, the biggest barrier I would say is the fact that there is a lot of dependence on being able to do your second form of verification when you're logging into websites and things, especially for work. That was one thing. I had to go see my IT guy, and he laughed. He thought it was hilarious and told me to get a new phone, but then we found workarounds, and there are ways to work around it. I find that the most frequent one that I encounter is for Google, but you can still verify through text, and I don't think they'll be able to change that because there's still a significant portion of people, I think of the older generations, who use non-smartphones or aren't as well versed in them. So as long as that's the case, I don't think we'll move to a full digitalized verification methodology, so that's good. And then in terms of things like Google Maps for navigation, and if you need to bank on the go, I always just make sure that I'm covered for whatever could arise during the day, and then if I need to go somewhere that I haven't been before, I can take photos on this, so I'll get the map on my iPad before I leave the house, take photos of the route and any like buses. I don't drive either, so I have to use public transport, and then if something happens throughout the day, or say a bus doesn't show up on time, then that is when I will call, phone a friend, Usually I start with my family. If they don't pick up, then I call one of my good friends and they navigate completely for me, and it's quite funny. I think most people find it quite humorous, and they're always willing to help, which is nice. But yeah, those are probably the two biggest ones that are tricky to navigate. But yeah, otherwise it's very low cost. This phone cost me $50. I didn't even buy it, actually my dad gave it to me, but it costs $50. So if you are even considering just trialing, I think it's a good, it's worth the investment, because I believe within a week you'd feel the difference and it would be a positive one. I don't think you would feel the trade-offs that you make in moving to a dumb phone versus a smartphone are there's so many more benefits than what you lose access to. I think, especially if that's a goal of yours, is to become less chronically online or reduce the hold of social media on your attention span. I would highly recommend just trialing it, and I think you'll find that you won't go back. But yeah, those are all the key points that I have to share. Obviously it has been a long time that I've been using this, and it just feels like second nature now. I have no desire to move back to a smartphone, and when I go travel and use this smartphone, I instantly feel the difference and I hate it. It makes my brain feel more claustrophobic because it's so crowded with all of this extra information that's just being inundated with all the time that I really don't need to be engaging to go about my day. And having all of that information at my fingertips at all times, it's so tempting to then just delve in and be constantly stimulated. You lose that sense of calm, mental peace, because where I would usually be mulling things over in my thoughts, I then externalize that and I'm on the internet searching things and answering my questions externally. So yes, that is all I have to say. I will try and keep this video up, we'll see how that goes. And thank you for tolerating my sketchy setup. But yeah, if you have any questions, I'm more than willing to answer, because I think this is a very important point of discussion, and I think it's really encouraging to see that there are so many people who are looking to move away from being so chronically online. And I know there's always this huge sense of irony for people who upload these kinds of videos, because we're uploading on YouTube, it's the online space, and we're feeding into the problem itself. But as I said, I quite like YouTube because it is more intimate and it is a forum for discussion. It stimulates, I think, a lot of good constructive conversation versus other forms of social media where there isn't so much a platform for they're more geared towards those quick bursts of dopamine and attention grabbing rather than that long form actual sharing of information. Anyways, that is all. I will be using YouTube to post both video, like camcorder footage, like snippets of my life and my friends and everything that I've been up to, but also I would like to use it to discuss stuff that I've been engaging with outside of the internet, such like books that I'm reading because I love reading, and then movies and things that I enjoy and find interesting. So if that is of interest to you, stick around. Otherwise, I'd love to hear your thoughts on
I think it's time for me to film this video. I don't know how, I don't know why, but today, and exactly today, I want to tell this, that I'm 33 years old, I don't have friends. I lost all my friends. I don't have education, and I don't think that I will ever have. I had only one type of jobs that I didn't like, and chances of me to find better job are slim to none, and I don't have any savings. I am afraid for my future. What if I needed to pay this and I don't have money? At the same time, I spend my money for some stupid stuff, and yeah, so I don't have good relationship with money. So what can I say? Friends, I'm gonna start with friends. I had friends before, and I think it's all connected also with my style of friendship and my personality, because I am quite shy person. I don't like to approach people, so I like just be with one friend rather than with group of friends. And it's already was kind of not easy for me to have a friend, and once I have one, it was like the center of my attention. And sometimes people, they just you couldn't be someone's priority the same as you put someone's priority. So I was hurt so much because of that. Plus I have depression since I am a teenager, so that was another variable that affect my friendship because I become really depressive. I listen only depressive music. I was curious about depressive topics, and everything I see from the world, it was all negative. So I understand why nobody wants to talk with me, because it was impossible for me like to be normal person again. So people want to be friends with me. But before that, when I was in middle school, I didn't have that problem, and I had a lot of friends. But then something changed in me, and till today, it's never turned back. So then about savings, maybe I'll tell you. That savings I don't have because, well, you know, you have two types of psychology when you grow up in poor family. First one is when you hoard all money because you're afraid that you won't have money, and second, it's when you spend all your money because you're afraid that you won't have money. So I am from the second group, and I was really frivolous with spending. So I bought stupid things, and every time I got salary, I spend it for something stupid. Like, the only thing I don't regret buying is this laptop and my phone. It was money was spent with. But remember when I sell so many stuff on Vinted that no longer fits me because of gain weight? Yeah, so because of the therapy and yeah, antidepressants make you gain weight sometimes. So anyways, the money was spent not wisely, and now I'm really regretting it, because how many makeup do I need? How many clothes do I need? It's like it's just clothes, it's just makeup, it's nothing. But I do have this problem with spending money, so that's something that I need to address, and that's something that I'm working on, but not really successfully, but still I'm working on it, and I try to be more conscious about how I spend my money and stuff. So anyways, I don't have any savings, and it's really scary to live without savings, live month by month and spending everything once you have money. I wouldn't recommend that. Then I would like to address education. I think I tried a lot. I had a lot of attempts to start education. I tried 3 different universities. I tried 4 different programs. I really wanted to find something that I really like to do, but I didn't find it. And I don't know if it's possible for me now to find something to study right now. I don't think it's possible, but it's still not dream. So again, because of depression and anxiety, I couldn't finish university, and I always feel tired and exhausted, and never have time to actually rest. So I pushed myself too far, and then I broke, and that wasn't really pleasant time of my life. And I wouldn't recommend doing that and pushing yourself in education that you don't like, or at least you don't feel that you can finish it because you have depression or you have something with your health. First, always address your health problems and then the rest, because nothing good then will happen if you push through with diseases and never address diseases. It's the worst thing that you can do with diseases, never address it. Yeah, so, and finally about jobs, I've got a lot of jobs, but it's always jobs like in retail. I think only one job I had in my life in office, But the rest time, I think I was always in repair, and that job is not for me. It's the type of job that I always wanted. So then, once you have a lot of jobs later in this sector of jobs in your resume, then you kind of trapped because you cannot deviate from this path. You have to kind of do something in this area, but then still you're gonna end up with a retail job. If you really need a job, you take the job. I mean, the job is the job. But it's always like, yeah, it would be nice to have something what I like to do, but first of all, in today's market, in today's market, it's just impossible to have like a job that you more or less like. With so many fake application, fake advertising, and so many talented people, overeducated people that apply at the same time as you. Like, without master's degree, what I even try to do, like, it's impossible. Or at least if you have somebody from the company, you know somebody from the company, then yeah, you have also advantage. Not I don't have advantage. Yeah. It's really sad to realize that you spend time for nothing, but still you have some type of experience, but it's not experience that actually can help you with anything, with any of your area of concern. And it's really sad, but I have to do something about it. So what I did is cure my mental state. So it's been 2 years I'm in therapy and in medical therapy, but still I need to continue because there are a lot of work. Then once I had money, I tried to save, and I saved to make aligners. Invisalign, yeah, they call them Invisalign. So I finally spent on something good, and then now I study another language to be able to maybe start a new job, or at least start a job with a new language and practice this language at work. Maybe that will help me, but I don't know. So it's really difficult to tell what strategy will work out, but I'm willing to try different strategies. So maybe on this channel I'm gonna post more videos about myself and how I'm trying to enroll in job market, or how I try to make myself believe in myself, because I have really big issues with believing in myself. Maybe some other topics I'm gonna touch, I don't know. So this is the video that I wanted to film just for myself, because I just need something, I just need to do something different to be able to have a different result, and just say it in one go, get it out of my chest. So yeah, I hope it wasn't that boring, and I hope to film more, and see you again.